Hello, CMA final students. Hope you all are doing good and hope your preparation for June attempt is going very well. I know that this period, whatever is there before the examinations, is very much stressful and you are in lot of tension because you have all the subjects to cover. So, those students who are preparing CMA Final Group 4 to reduce your tension a bit and to give you a bit of satisfaction that you will be covering enough syllabus for your examination of June attempt. Here I am in front of you by bringing part 2 of CMA Final Paper number 17 Cost and Management Audit Marathon. Yes, part 1 marathon of cost and management audit has already been released in the YouTube, and most of the students have already watched it and got benefited from the YouTube marathon. If you guys haven't watched part 1 marathon, then the link for part 1 marathon will be given in the description box down below. Please do watch part 1 marathon so that it will give you immense benefit in your preparation. Now, everyone know the topics which I have covered in part 1 marathon are from section D forensic audit and anti-money laundering, and from section A I have covered basics of cost audit, companies cost records and audit rules 2014, cost auditor, and preparation and filing of cost audit report. So these 6 units have been covered in part 1 marathon, and the weightage of part 1 marathon is 40 marks exclusive of 30 marks MCQs, which means eliminating the 30 marks MCQs of whatever you have to give in the examination. From these, 40 marks questions can be tested in upcoming examination. An entirely theoretical part has been covered in part 1 marathon. Now, what are we actually going to cover in part 2 marathon, which is applicable for June 2026 attempt, is the topics which are covered are, I know most of the students are eagerly waiting for practical questions. So yes, in this part 2 marathon, I have covered practical questions in detail, clear cutly. I have covered it. Now, the practicals are majorly tested from 2 units. The section B which I am talking, apart from MCQs, in the section B, whatever you have to write in your examination, 3 practical questions will be tested. Now, those 3 practical questions will be tested from 2 units. One is Companies Cost Records and Audit Rules 2014, and the second is Overview of Cost Accounting Standards and Generally Accepted Cost Accounting Principles. From Company CRA rules, either value addition can be tested, or financial position and ratios can be tested, or profit reconciliation can be tested. Now, from this 3 set of questions, either of the question can be tested for how many marks? For 7 marks it can be tested. So, all these 3 set of questions have been covered in this marathon. And after that, overview of cost accounting standards and generally accepted cost accounting principles. From cost accounting standards, 2 practical questions can be tested. So, all the questions of cost accounting standards, practical part which are important, are covered in this marathon. So if 2 practical questions are tested, that turns out to be our 14 marks in our section B. So it is covered. And mostly students also have a doubt regarding what theory we have to cover in unit 4 of section A, which is cost accounting standards. So whatever I have covered in this marathon, whatever I told you to cover from cost accounting standards, if you're just following that, it is more than enough for your examination. So don't need to get confused. Whatever I have covered, just follow that in terms of theory as well as for practical. It is more than enough. I hope it is clear. Next, after that, what has been covered in theoretical perspective? From section B, management audit, evaluation of corporate image, information system security, audit. Unit 4 and Unit 5 from section B, management audit, has been covered. Now, mostly everyone know that frequently in the past attempts, information system security audit is a mandatory question or a compulsory question in the examination. But in the recent mock question paper, it has been shifted and it has been tested from evaluation of corporate image. So why to take risk? I have covered both the topics in this marathon. So either from these topics, from any one of the topic, a 7 marks question can be tested. So you can watch this to get 7 marks from any of this topic, whatever question has been tested. After that, From section C, I have covered internal control and internal audit, audit of different service organizations. From both these topics, 7 marks questions will be tested, which turns out to be our 14 marks. So, these are the topics, and this is how I have covered in part 2 marathon. The entire part 2 marathon weightage is 40 marks, which means this is also apart from MCQ's 30 marks. Part 1 marathon covers 40 marks. Part 2 marathon covers 40 marks. And yes, upcoming MCQ video is also going to be released, which means I'm giving you full-fledged the coverage in the YouTube itself. So you can get most benefit if you're just following these marathons. Don't get confused. Just follow it blindly. Trust me, you will get your desired score, the exemptions in cost and management audit. Right? Now, most importantly, students are requesting for practical questions document and also super questions or smart questions, important questions PDF. Important questions PDF will take a bit late, not too much late. 1 or 2 days time will be taken, but practical questions we document whatever is there. PDF will be shared in Telegram channel as soon as possible. Right after release of this video, within few hours it will be given to you in Telegram channel. So if you do not want to skip that PDF, if you want to grab that PDF and get the benefit out of it, then do join the exclusive Telegram channel, which is there for cost and management audit. The link for Telegram channel will be given in the description box down below. So these are the topics which are covered, and I hope I have given you the enough clarity. And yes, in part 1 marathon, I have given the timestamps below the marathon itself. So for part 2 as well, the timestamps will be given for your benefit. So you need not waste time. Whatever topic you need to cover, you can go to the timestamp directly and you can watch that particular part. I hope it is clear. Now, next, what are the upcoming videos? I have already told you. Marathon part 2. This is the video which I have given to you. Along with that, important questions within 1 or 2 days, it will be released. Bullet MCQs for June 2026. This also as a video format will be given to you. Next, the practical part of management reporting issues and analysis, separate practical questions video will be given to you, and also presentation tips will be given to you. I hope it is clear. So these are the benefits which I am going to provide. If you do not want to skip the materials which I am going to share for these particular videos, all the materials will be shared in my Telegram channel. So BCCA Cost and Management Audit Telegram channel, link will be there in the description box down below. Join the Telegram channel to get all the PDFs for June 2026 attempt. I hope I have given you the enough clarity. Then without wasting any much time, we will directly skip to the video. All the very best for your examination. And one more, just a short thing. If you need any support from me, like if you need any revision series of any particular topic, then you can let me know in the below comments. And how do you like this marathon video? How much you got benefited from it? That also let me know in the below comments. I will read all the comments, and if you need anything, then let me know in the comment section. If it is possible, then yes, definitely I'm here to give it to you. Okay, so that's it. Go watch the video till the end. All the very best for your examinations. Now, Unit 4, Overview of Cost Accounting Standards and Generally Accepted Cost Accounting Principles. Now, everyone know the standards because we have already seen the introduction for standards in Unit 2 and in Unit 1. Now, what does it mean by cost accounting standards? These are nothing but the guidelines. These are nothing but the guidelines. Guidelines for whom? Guidelines for the management. When they are going for preparation and presentation of cost records, cost statements and other related information of cost of an entity, they have to follow certain prescribed procedures and policies. Now, how to follow it in an effective way? Guidelines are given. Now, each and every element of cost, whatever it is there, how it will be done, how it will be presented, how it will be measured, each and everything is clear-cutly given in the guidelines, which are nothing but our cost accounting standards. Now, who has to follow this cost accounting standards? Management, when they are going for preparation and presentation of records, right?
Now, why do we have cost accounting standards? What is the major objective of cost accounting standards? See, for example, there aren't any rules. There aren't any rules. Now, we'll take a basic example. We'll take a basic example. Okay? Everyone loves to eat pizza? No? What you love to eat? Samosas? Biryani? Okay, we'll take biryani. Okay? Biryani. Now, whenever you have biryani, the taste of biryani will get differed from each place to other place. Yes or no? Whatever biryani you have in Chennai, the taste is different. The biryani you have in Hyderabad is different. The biryani you have in North States or South States is different, right? Now, why there is a difference? Why there is a difference in the taste of a biryani for each and every state? Ingredients, recipe, the masalas which they use will get differed. Now, what if the recipe is same for everyone? What if the recipe is same for everyone? What if the ingredients which are used are same? The recipe is same. Everyone has to follow a prescribed recipe or a standard format. Then what will happen? Will the taste differ? Will the texture of biryani differ? No. Now, the basic thing of the taste is getting differed from each and every state is that they are not following any prescribed recipe. If everyone are following the same recipe, then everyone will have a same taste. Now, it's just a biryani. It's just a taste. So, it can be compromised. Right? So, whoever wants that particular taste, they'll go for that particular biryani. It's just a taste bud. But when we are talking about organizations, when we are talking about records maintenance, can anyone do however they like? Can they change however they want? See, for example, I am calculating my cost of however I am making biryani. Okay, for making of biryani, my cost is 10 rupees of one packet of biryani. I am incurring 10 rupees. Now, in this 10 rupees, what all I am including or what all I am excluding? This is the main factor. Now, what I'll do, I'll go to shopkeeper A. Now, shopkeeper A will tell, I have included what all I have incurred as a cost and also my employee's salary, what I have to give. I have also included the rent which I have to pay. And also I have a dog near my shop. So I purchased the food for my dog also. So I have incurred that cost also into this particular cost. So entirely it is coming unto 10 rupees. And the other shopkeeper B is telling, I also have to give challans to police officers. I also have to give municipality charges. So I have included everything and bought my cost to 15 rupees. Bought my cost to 15 rupees. Similarly, C is also including some items and excluding some items and bringing the cost to 20 rupees. Now, who I can blame here? A will tell that's the cost which I am incurring. B will tell that's the cost which I am incurring. And C will tell that's the cost which I am incurring. Now, who can I question? No one can I question because everyone are right in their own standards. Now, if I bring a proper structure saying that these all should be included, these all should be excluded, and everyone should follow it on a uniform basis to have a structured approach. Now, if A is calculating a cost in a different way, B is calculating a cost different way, and C is calculating cost in a different way, can I compare all these things? Can I go for comparison? If you take this as a business, majorly what investors do to find out which is the better investment and in which I'll get the highest returns, they do the comparison. Yes. Now, if doesn't have a cost structure properly, if they're not following prescribed rules and regulations, will I be able to compare it? The answer is no, because everyone will be in different standards. If everyone are in different standards, the comparison is not possible. So, to have a comparison and to bring a uniformed structure under all the industry sectors and organizations and to have a consistency, which means in this particular year, if I am including and excluding certain things, then in the next year also I have to follow the same thing. I should not change on a yearly basis. So to have uniformity, to have comparability and to have consistency, we have prescribed guidelines which are given for all the industries to how to maintain their cost structure, which is called as cost accounting standards. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, see this cost accounting standards serve as an important guidelines for companies. Majorly, that will be used by the management that specify the cost accounting treatment for various cost elements, minimum disclosure requirements, how you have to treat the cost. In this treatment, everything will be coming under what will be included, what will be excluded, how I'll calculate cost, how I'll assign cost, how I'll present cost, and how I'll disclose cost. Each and everything is given clear-cutly as a guideline. Clear? Next, these standards are designed to ensure uniformity and consistency across various sectors, helping organizations to maintain transparency, which means it is already given as a set of guidelines. I will tell you this is the format you have to write it down in the examination. Now, if you write in the same format, then what will happen? You are following the guidelines which is given by our ICMAI. Then you will get entirely 7 marks. If you are writing in your own way, will you get 7 marks? The answer is no. Why you are writing in a prescribed format, or why you are writing in a prescribed way of writing the answer writing? Because it is the format of answer writing which is given by our ICMA. So we are being transparent. We are not changing anything. Everything is already told. So you have to include this, exclude this, present everything, disclose everything. Whatever they have told to present and disclose, we are disclosing. So we are being transparent. Then comparable, we'll be able to compare the industries, and complete set of cost records are there. In the entire cost accounting standards, how many cost accounting standards do we have? 24 cost accounting standards, which will talk about the entire organization. Now, if I am just following cost accounting standards and maintaining my records, which means I am touching each and every element of my business and I am disclosing everything transparently, which means my cost records are complete, true and fair, without any changes or without any fraudulent activities or anything. Now, who has issued our cost accounting standards? ICAI, Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Institute of Cost Accountants of India has established a board which is called as Cost Accounting Standards Board. And this Cost Accounting Standards Board has issued our cost accounting standards. Clear so far? This will be tested in your MCQs. Now, who has issued cost accounting standards? Not ICAI. Cost Accounting Standards Board issued cost accounting standards. But Cost Accounting Standard Board has been established by ICAI. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, what is the primary objective? The primary objective of Cost Accounting Standards Board is to formulate these standards which act as a benchmark for various stakeholders, including user organizations, government bodies, regulators, research agencies, and academic institutions, whoever are there as a useful of that particular information. Now, whoever are looking into the records of company, each and everyone will clearly understand that why it is presented in such a format, why it is given. The records are maintained in a format. What is the reason behind it? Because it has been given in the cost accounting standards. Simple. If stakeholders or shareholders are coming to you and asking why you have included this or why you have excluded that, why you have presented in such a format, because it is given in the standard. We have followed these standards. So these standards, whatever is there in the standards, we have done in the same format. So everyone will have a clear-cut idea that this company is following standards, because of which the records are in this way. Clear so far? Any doubts? Objectives of cost accounting standards: uniformity in cost accounting practices, transparency and disclosure, guidance for cost measurement, how to measure cost, how to present, how to disclose, being transparent and being uniform, and also you can write comparability also. Now, most importantly, adapting to legal and industry changes. Adapting to legal and industry changes. Okay, ma'am, we have understood so far. For being transparent, to disclose everything, for being uniform, comparable, consistent, we are following standards. But how is it related to legal and industry changes? I'll let you know with an example. We have cost accounting standard 4. See here, Cost Accounting Standard 4. Now, whatever we are going to see is the revised Cost Accounting Standard 4 in 2018. But before 2018, Cost Accounting Standard 4 used to dealt with captive consumption. We have already seen captive consumption. We are manufacturing or generating electricity. From that, 51% is being going for self-consumption. That is called as captive consumption. So priorly, Cost Accounting Standard 4 only used to deal with how to calculate captive consumption and how to do the production of captive consumption. That used to be the standard before. But what happened? In 2017, something major happened. Anyone remember? GST has been bought as a compliance. Now, does cost and GST has any link with each other? Yes, it has a link. So we have to bring GST under any other schemes. So what happened? Before 2017 also, industries followed cost accounting standards. The answer is yes. So they were already following cost accounting standards when GST has been bought as a compliance. They need not read the entire GST law which has been bought, because that is not relevant to us. How GST is connected to cost, if you are just learning that, it is enough for us. So what happened in CAS 4? It has been revised and bought as cost of production, acquisition, supply of goods, and provision of services. So GST provisions, whatever are there, has been linked to cost of production and bought as a compliance in CAS 4. Bringing GST, is that a legal and regulatory compliance, legal and regulatory change which has been bought in India? The answer is yes. Now, before itself, if you are following cost accounting standards, then what happened? Even if there is a major change happened in the entire law, we need not worry about it. We need not again train our employees whoever are there to learn the entire law. We need not recruit any other people. If you are just following the standard, it is more than enough. So by following cost accounting standards, if there is any kind of a legal and regulatory change, then that will also be helpful if you are following cost accounting standards. Clear so far? Any doubts? So these are the objectives. Now moving on to next, advantages of cost accounting standards. If a theory question is tested, then this could be tested as a theory question. In 2019 it was tested, and in 2024 of December also it was tested. Utilities and advantages of cost accounting standards. Now, what is the advantage of standard? Firstly, there will be a structured cost measurement, which means in the each and every standard. For example, if I take material, how to measure material cost, it is clearly given. If I go to employee cost, how to measure employee cost, what should be included, what should be excluded, how I have to measure it. Measurement principles are given to us in the standard. Nothing but a structured cost measurement. CAS provides a well-defined approach for the accurate measurement. And here, whenever you see standards, we are not giving anywhere the approximate amount. Material cost, approximately 5,000 rupees. Employee cost, approximately 7,000 rupees. Is this how you write in cost sheet? No, even if it is in decimal, you'll write clear-cutly, this is the decimal value of material cost. Why you are writing it? Because of standards gives in accurate measurement. In both manufacturing and service sector, this helps in standardizing the way costs are tracked, reducing variability in the cost reporting. There will be no differences in the reporting. Each and every industry and sector will follow the same principle. So here we have a structured cost measurement, which is an advantage of standards. Now moving on to second, integration and harmonization. These standards integrate and harmonize various cost accounting principles and practices, ensuring consistency across different organizations and industries. Now, whenever a law is being bought, law will not focus on only one set of industry, right? Law will not focus on only one set of business. How a law or act will be bought? Firstly, they will do the research or survey regarding what all industries are actually there in the entire market and how they are maintaining their records. By looking into each and every industry and sector, they will do the analysis, and based on that, they'll bring a uniformed approach. Nothing but a uniform standards which can be applicable for each and every one in the society. So that is called as integration and harmonization. The standards are brought in such a way that it can be easily applicable for each and every industry. It is not for only one set of industry or one set of sector. No, any kind of industry can easily apply cost accounting standards. That is called as integration and harmonization. Next, third, guidance for uniformity and consistency. The following standards will be uniform and will have consistency. Legal and regulatory compliance. As we have seen, cost accounting standards are not voluntary to be followed by any organization. These are mandatory for the organizations to be followed. We have already seen Rule 3. If turnover limits are satisfied, then they have to mandatorily go for what? Cost records maintenance. Now, if they are going for cost records mandatory maintenance, how to record cost records or how to do the recording of cost information? By following cost accounting standards. So these are nothing but the mandatory provisions which has been brought as a compliance requirement. The standards provide a basis for computing the cost of a product, activity or a service when required by legal or regulatory bodies. This is particularly important in industries where costing is regulated or forms part of compliance requirement. So it is one of a compliance requirement. Mandatorily they have to follow it. Next, clarity for stakeholders. If stakeholders want to understand about something, then what we can simply say, it is there in the standards because of which we have done it. So even stakeholders will understand, then okay, everything is there in the standard and this is how the records have been maintained. Clear so far? Any doubts? So these are the advantages of cost accounting standards, can be tested as a theory question. Clear? Any doubts? Now, Cost Accounting Standard Board has issued what? Cost accounting standards. How many standards do we have? 24 cost accounting standards. The names of cost accounting standards are very, very important. Will be tested in MCQs directly. They'll directly ask what is CAS 8, or they'll be research and development is under which cost accounting standard. Okay, a standard, either the name of a standard or a number of standard will be tested for 2 marks. Okay, for that you have to remember 24 standard names. Clear? Now, I'll tell you which standards are important for practical part and which you have to study for theory part. Okay. CAS 1, no question has been tested so far, and CAS 1 is just a basic question of how to classify cost. Everyone know the cost is divided into two. Either it can be a fixed cost, variable cost, either it can be material cost, direct cost, or direct cost, indirect cost, material cost, employee cost, overheads. It can be there. The same thing is given in classifications. You can just follow my capsule notes, you'll clearly understand it. Okay, so for theory perspective, so far it hasn't been tested. It is not important, just a basic cost accounting standard 1. Okay, now CAS 2, practical question will be tested. Okay, CAS 3 is also not so important. CAS 4, practical question will be tested. CAS 5 can be tested for theory. CAS 6, practical. CAS 7, practical. CAS 8, practical. CAS 10, practical. And then CAS 21, practical. Apart than this, we also have something related to abnormal cost calculation, the last sums which are there in our Pinnacle workbook. Okay. Now, these are the practical questions which are being tested so far frequently, and in recent attempt, CAS 12 practical question also tested in December 2025 attempt. Only one practical question, that is also not a question, it's just an example of repairs and maintenance calculation. Clear so far? Any doubts? Ma'am, what are important for theory? For theory perspective, you can see CAS 13, CAS 16, depreciation and amortization, and these theory are B, not A categories, these are B categories, or you can put it as C categories as well. Treatment of revenue and cost statements. ఇప్పుడు ఏవైతే సర్కిల్ చేసామో ఇందులోంచి 2 వస్తాయి. ఓకే, whatever we have circled as important practical part, from this 2 practical questions will be tested. This is what we are going to see. That's what I have bought it. Okay. Want me to continue or go for theory? Practical part. Okay. Now, ma'am, for this B category theory, where we can focus or where we can learn from, focus on Pinnacle. In Pinnacle book, I have already given workbook questions which are already there. If you're just seeing those questions, those are enough. No need to go for any other material. No need to look for concept book as well. Clear so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? See this is cost accounting standard 1, classification of cost, how the cost will be classified. Just introduction. By nature of expense means material cost, employee cost or expenses. By nature of traceability to cost object, either it can be direct cost or indirect cost. Direct will be again split into material, employee and expenses. Indirect will be split into material, employee and expenses. Then by nature of function, either it can be production cost, either it can be administration cost, selling cost, distribution cost, research cost, development cost. By nature of behavior, it can be fixed, variable, semi-variable. By nature of production or operations, batch cost, process cost, operation cost, contract cost, joint cost. So these are the classifications of cost. Clear so far? Which you have already seen in your intern, nothing new, right? Clear? Now, CAS 1 talks about what? Classification of cost. Now we'll move to CAS 2. Cost accounting standard 2 deals with capacity determination. CAS 2 deals with what? Capacity determination. Now entire standards, all the standards are having a proper structure to it. See, for each and every cost accounting standards, our entire 24 cost accounting standards are having a structure to it. Now, how the structure goes? First, introduction. Now, what is that cost accounting standard telling to us? Second, objective. For the entire cost accounting standards, objectives are nothing but uniformity, consistency, and to give an accurate cost measurement. This is the objective. Next, scope. Nothing but the coverage of cost accounting standard. All cost accounting standards, whatever it is, wherever we use that particular standard or the principle in cost statements, whenever we are writing or recording the information, we'll use the standard. In those situations, we have to use that particular standard. That is the entire scope. Next, definitions and explanations. For the terminology or the terms which are used in that particular standard, definitions are given to us. Then principles of measurement, how to measure each and every cost. Assignment of cost. Assignment is nothing but direct assignment or indirect assignment. Now I've told you cost object. What does it mean by cost object? Cost object. For whatever we are calculating the cost or measuring the cost, that will be our cost object. See, for example, I am incurring a cost to manufacture product A. I can directly assign that cost to that product A. Now, for example, there can be a transportation cost. Now, in transportation, will I bring only one product? The answer is no. In transportation, I'll bring multiple number of products. Now, whatever the cost which I am incurring for transportation, can I split for each and every product separately? Based on the quality and quantity, I can split it. But actually, the cost which I am incurring is a common cost, right? So, if it is directly being assignable, then it is called as direct assignment. Or if we are taking a common cost, as assigning it based on a quality, quantity, or how much we have consumed, that will be indirect assignment. So regarding that assignment, it is given an assignment of cost. Each and every cost, how it should be assigned. Then how it should be presented, how it should be disclosed. So these are the important points which are there, or the structure of cost accounting standards. Now, if you want to focus on theory for cost accounting standards, what points you have to focus on? Definitions and explanations, principles of measurement, assignment of cost, presentation, disclosure. If you're just focusing on these 4 points and writing in the examination, you'll get 7 marks if theory question is tested. Clear? Any doubts? We'll go to cost accounting standard 2. Now, CAS2, capacity determination. Introduction, what is given under CAS2? It outlines the principles and methods determined capacity of a facility. What does it mean by facility? It means a production unit or a factory where goods are manufactured. Wherever we are manufacturing goods, that is called as a facility. Now, for this facility, how I am calculating capacity? For determining capacity, I am using some principles and methods. These principles and methods are given to me in cost accounting standard 2. Clear? Any doubts? So this is the introduction. Determines the capacity of an entity, so to determine the cost of a product or service. So by determining capacity, I'll be able to estimate what will be my entire cost which I am incurring. For example, there is a machinery. Now this machinery has a capacity of producing 1000 units. Now with this 1000 units, can't I be able to determine what will be my per unit cost? If I know my per unit cost and how many units I'll be able to produce, can't I estimate my total cost? The answer is yes. So by determining what will be the capacity of an entity, I'll be able to determine what will be my cost of a product or service. We are not telling we'll calculate it, we'll determine it, nothing but we'll be able to estimate it. Guidelines to present, disclose the information related to capacity in the cost statements. Everything is given under where? Cost accounting standard 2. Clear with the introduction? Any doubts? Now objective, what is the objective of CAS2? Uniformity, consistency to determine capacity across entities, ensuring there is an accuracy in capacity determination. Nothing but accuracy, uniformity, consistency. Next, scope. Wherever in the cost statements, I am trying to determine the capacity and assigning it to overheads. In all those areas, I'll apply the principles and methods which are given under cost accounting standard 2. This is the entire scope of this standard. Clear? Any doubts? Now, moving on to the most important part, definitions. Now, for CAS2, definitions are important for you to remember and understand it. First, capacity. What does it mean by capacity? Maximum level of output or production a facility, a machinery, or a system can achieve over a specific period under normal conditions, which means under normal conditions, business is running properly. And when business is running properly, how much I'll be able to achieve in a specific period. For example, I'm taking one financial year or a quarter of a year or a half year basis. How much I'll be able to produce either for a machinery, either for a system, either for a facility. What will be my maximum level of production? That is called as capacity. What does it mean by normal capacity? Capacity which is achieved or achievable on an average over several periods under normal circumstances, which means nothing but we can take it as a budget or we can take it as a standards. We are taking as a standards. Now, how will we determine standards? For example, I have 5 years. I have 5 previous period years. And in 5 years, I would have capacity of a machinery with me, right? In year 1, my machinery has produced 1000 units of product X. In year 2, I got 2000 units of product X. In year 3, I got 1500 units. And in year 4, due to any other reason, I got only 500 units. And in year 5, I got 1000 units. So this is my analysis of 5 past periods. Now with this, if I do the average of 5, I'll get the capacity which I'll be able to achieve or achievable, which is called as my normal capacity. So nothing but by doing an average, we are going for estimation basis of achievable capacity. That is called as what? Normal capacity. Clear understanding? Next, installed capacity. What does it mean by installed capacity? Maximum output of a facility which it can produce by operating continuously under ideal conditions. Nothing but fuller utilization of available machinery and resources without any interruptions. See, for example, there is a business and there is a plant. Now, will a plant be able to work for continuous 365 days 24/7? Will a plant, whatever the machines are there in that particular plant, will they work continuously for 365 days 24/7? No, there will be something called as interruptions. Now, what all interruptions can be there? Machine breakdown? Huh? Employees are not coming into work, some kind of strike. Maintenance. Because of lack of maintenance, it can be done. What can be other interruptions? Shortage of goods. Goods are not there because of this. Machine is not working. And holidays. Employees will be there, holidays. And even in a day, they'll take breaks, lunch breaks, shift changes, breaks. All these are called as what? Interruptions, right? Interruptions. Without these interruptions, can the entire plant run? The answer is no. Interruptions are mandatory. These are normal interruptions, not abnormal interruptions, right? Now, without considering any of these interruptions, if I calculate my maximum output of a facility which can produce, which means I am estimating that breakdown will not happen, maintenance will not happen, employees will work for 365 days 24/7, they'll not take breaks, they'll not take holidays at all. If I am calculating in such a way, then what the capacity which I get is called as installed capacity. Ma'am, it's not possible. Yes, it's not possible, but we are trying to determine capacity. Now, what if that's the situation? How much will I get the capacity? That is called as my installed capacity without considering any of the interruptions. If I'm calculating my maximum output of a facility which I can produce, that is called as installed capacity. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, actual capacity utilization. Now, what does it mean by actual capacity utilization? The capacity which I have actually got. Now, actual capacity is nothing but the capacity which I have actually utilized. Actual capacity utilization means a volume of production or service provided during a specific period. Always it will be expressed as a percentage of installed capacity. What does it mean by installed capacity? We are not considering any of the interruptions, right? Which means 100%. Which means 100%. Now, always the actual capacity has to be compared with installed capacity, which means in this 100%, how much I have utilized? I have 100% capacity. From this 100% capacity, how much I have utilized? What is my actual capacity? For example, my actual capacity for this year is 1000 units. 1000 units. And I have calculated my installed capacity, which is 1500 units. Now, 1500 units is my 100%. Now, what will be my percentage of 1000 units? How to determine that? 1000 units divided by 1500 into 100. I'll get what? Actual capacity utilization in terms of percentage. Clear? Any doubts? So this is how we determine actual capacity utilization. Next, achievable or practical capacity. This is nothing but also an estimation. See, we'll have installed capacity. Installed capacity means without any interruptions. Is that possible? The answer is no. So, whenever we calculate installed capacity, immediately we calculate practical or achievable capacity by eliminating the interruptions. Okay, we know that hardly shift changes will be for 1 hour. On a daily basis, employees will take 1 hour lunch break, and there will be 15 maintenance days and 30 breakdown days. We know clear-cutly as we are running a plant. Now, after considering all the interruptions, what will be our achievable capacity? Maximum productive capacity, nothing but installed capacity minus inevitable internal interruptions. Installed minus interruptions will be my practical or achievable capacity. Clear? Any doubts? What will be my interruptions? Preventive maintenance, repairs, setups, normal delays, weekly off days, holidays, all this. We does not include any external factors like lack of orders or all those, because those are can be happen or cannot be happen. Next, ideal capacity. What does it mean by ideal capacity? From installed capacity, if I eliminate my actual capacity, whatever the capacity which I get is my ideal capacity. From 100%, I have utilized only 80%. 20% is my ideal capacity. Clear? Excess capacity. What does it mean by excess capacity? My installed capacity is 100%. I have utilized 120% capacity. Then 20% will be my excess capacity, which means actual, if it is more than my installed, then it is excess. If actual is less than installed, it is ideal capacity. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next, licensed capacity. What does it mean by licensed capacity? From an appropriate authority, I am getting a license for my capacity, that is called as licensed capacity. Clear? Any doubts? Now, with this only we have practical questions. Please be ready with your calculators. I'll start. Now, question number 2. A plant operates 3 shifts of 8 hours each for all days except Sundays and 8 holidays. Preventive maintenance is taken care in Sundays and annual maintenance is done in 8 holidays. How many Sundays do we have in a year? 52 Sundays. Now in this 52 Sundays, what they will do? Preventive maintenance. And there is an extra 8 holidays in this annual maintenance will be done. Next, normal ideal time for food shift changes and other work for the workers is 1 hour per shift. On a daily basis, how many hours they are working? See the question now. They are only working for 8 hours, 3 shifts. And actually, how much they are working? Are they working for 8 hours? The answer is no. There is a 1 hour shift break. Per shift, there is a 1 hour break. So they are actually working for how many hours? 7 hours per shift. Then installed capacity of a machinery is given to us, and here we are calculating it for a plant. Okay, installed capacity for a machine is given to us how much? 1200 units per hour. Production during last 5 years and current year, which means these are for 5 years and this is for our current year, which means what is our actual capacity? 69.9 lakh units. How much we have done the production? 69.9 lakh. So this is our actual capacity, which is already given in our question. Clear? Now what they are asking us? Determine according to cost accounting standard 2, what is my installed capacity? So firstly, we'll go step by step. Installed capacity means what? Without considering any of the interruptions, I have to calculate my capacity, right? What is my installed capacity of a machine? 1200 units per hour. How many hours in a day they are working? 8 hours. Installed capacity, no interruptions. If you are considering interruptions, then it will go as achievable capacity. Okay, without interruptions, how many hours? 8 hours. 8 hours for how many? 8 hours per shift. How many shifts? 3 shifts. How many days? 365 days. $10 crore 51 lakhs to 20,000. It is already given in lakh units, so we are calculating in lakh units. Divided by 1 lakh, we get the answer. Clear so far? Clear with install capacity? Any doubts with the install capacity? No. Next, they have asked us actual capacity. What is actual capacity? Actual capacity. Actual output. What is actual output? See the question and let me know what is actual output. 69.9 lakh units already given in the question. I'm asking basic question. You are getting into technicalities. What is the actual capacity which is already given in the question? 69.9 lakh units. And we have seen the actual capacity will always be determined as a percentage of installed capacity. So what is actual capacity given in the question? 69.9 lakhs. If we determine based on percentage terms, then how to do it? Actual capacity divided by installed capacity into 100. What will be my actual capacity utilization? 66.49 percentage. 66.50. So you rounded off. Clear so far? Clear with actual capacity? Whenever they are asking about actual capacity, they are meaning actual capacity utilization. Clear? You have to do it in the percentage terms. Clear? Any doubts? Now, ideal capacity. What does it mean by ideal capacity? Installed minus actual. What is our actual? 69.9 lakh units. What is my installed? 105.12 lakh units. 35.2. 35.22 lakh units. So this will be my ideal capacity, 35.22. Okay, 35.22. As we are using actual capacity in the picture, so ideal capacity will also be expressed in terms of what? Installed capacity. So 35.22 divided by installed capacity 105.12 into 100. What will be my ideal capacity percentage? 33.5 percentage. Understanding? Any doubts? Simple? Complicated? Abnormal ideal capacity. See. Ideal capacity means what? Installed minus actual. What will be my abnormal? What is my normal capacity? From that normal capacity, what will be my actual capacity? If I eliminate it, that will be my abnormal ideal capacity. Not normal capacity. I think it's available capacity minus actual capacity. Available capacity or achievable capacity minus normal capacity, actual capacity. I'm sorry. This is not this is not normal capacity. This is achievable or practical. Right, cheese. Cheese separately. Achievable capacity minus actual capacity. Now, how to calculate achievable capacity? How to calculate achievable or practical capacity? What is installed? Without considering interruptions. If I consider interruptions, what will be that? Achievable or practical capacity. Now, do the calculation with considering interruptions. Okay, what is my installed capacity of a machine? 1200 units per hour into how many hours they're actually working? 7 hours. How many shifts? 3 shifts. For how many days they are working? Entirely 365 days? 365 minus 52 minus 8. 300? 305, 301, 305. You will get what? Achievable capacity, 76.86 lakh units. So after considering interruptions, this is my practical capacity. From this practical, how much I am achieving? What is my actual? 69.9 lakhs. So that will be my abnormal ideal capacity. Clear? Now, normal capacity, they haven't asked here. If they ask normal capacity, what you have to do? Past 5 years actual capacity divided by average. If it is given 5, divided by 5. Do it. What will be our normal capacity? 69.4 plus 72.6 plus 71.4 plus 70.5 plus 70.8 divided by 5. 70.94 lakh units. Clear so far? Any doubts? Easy? Complicated? Now, this is being tested for 7 marks. How you have to write it down in the examination is important. Okay? Presentation is very, very important. Nothing complicated. You have to frame a formula for that. Ma'am, is there a prescribed formula for it? The answer is no. What is given? Install capacity of a machine. Take install capacity of a machine into what we are doing here. Per hour is given, so we are multiplying it with hours, and hours is given per shift. So hours per shift into how many shifts in a day into number of days. This is what we are calculating. So whatever you are doing as a calculation, above that you have to frame a formula for it. Okay, you have to change anything. You can change 1200 into 365, you can write into 3, you can write into 8, you can write, you can change anything. However you are writing, based on that you have to write the formula above. Clear? There isn't any prescribed formula for it for by hearting. Clear? Any doubts? You have to write the formula, and below that you have to clearly write 1200 units per hour into 8 hours per shift into 3 shifts into 365 days. That whatever you are writing is very, very important. And after computing the calculation, after completing the calculation, you have to mention clearly lakh units. And mostly students are writing LAC. LAC is not lakh. LAKH is lakh. Okay? LAKH units. Clear? Any doubts? This is how you have to present the answer. Simple, nothing complicated. Will you be able to write it down for 7 marks? Easy? Hard? We'll do the other question. Same question. Question number 3. Burnt Limited, a manufacturing unit, provides the following extracts from its records for the year ended March 31st, 2023. Now, in the previous question, they haven't given us anything about the company or year, nothing is given. So here the presentation will differ. You have to start your answer with Burnt Limited in middle of your page. Burnt Limited in middle of your page. Then you have to write calculations from its records for the year ended March 31st, 2023. You have to write a heading for it. Then you have to start 1. Installed capacity. Clear? Presentation is very, very important. If the company name is given, start with company name. If year is given, calculation for the year ended, write the heading and then go for calculation. Clear? Any doubts? Will you be able to write it down? I have to write it down and show it to you. No, right? Yes? No, right? Okay. Install capacity. We'll calculate install capacity. We'll see the information, whatever it is given. The company's specifications capacity for a machine per hour, 1500 units. 1500 units per hour. How many hours? 8 hours into 3 shifts. How many days? 365 days. What's my install capacity? Divided by 1 lakh. 131.4 lakh units. This will be my installed capacity. Clear? Next they have asked practical or achievable capacity. How to calculate practical or achievable capacity? By considering interruptions. 1500 units into 8 hours per day. In this, how many days they are not working? Okay, 8 hours. Normal ideal capacity due to lunchtime, shift changes, etc. per shift is 1 hour. So how many hours they are working? 7 hours. How many shifts? 3 shifts. How many days? 365 minus 50. I have to tell that. You have to do calculator. 301 days. What will be my practical or achievable? Divided by 1 lakh. 94.815 lakh units. 94.815 lakh units. Clear? Understanding? Is there any difficulty? Next, actual capacity. Actual production for the year, units in lakhs, is given to us in the question. Actual production is nothing but our actual capacity. How much? 81.50 lakh units. And they have asked us to calculate it in percentage. How to do that? Divided by what? Install capacity into 100. 81.50 divided by 131.40 lakhs into 100. 62.02 percentage. Getting the answers? Next, normal capacity. How to calculate normal capacity? By doing the average. 5 years data is given to us. You'll do the average divided by 5. You'll get the normal capacity. $76.51 lakh units. Getting the answers? Next, ideal capacity. How to calculate ideal capacity? Install minus actual. What is install capacity? 131.40 lakhs minus what is actual? 81.50. What will be my ideal capacity? 49.9 lakh units, and they have asked us in percentage. How to calculate percentage? 49.9 lakh divided by 131.40 lakhs installed capacity. 37.97 percentage. Understanding? Want me to repeat it again? Want me to solve it? If there is any difficulty, let me know. No, right? Next. Abnormal capacity, abnormal ideal capacity. How to calculate abnormal ideal capacity? Achievable or practical minus actual. What is achievable or practical capacity? 94.815 minus what is my actual? 81.50. What will be my abnormal ideal? 13.315 lakh units. As we are taking actual, again we'll do it in the percentage. Clear? Any difficulty so far? Easy? If this is being tested for 7 marks, will you get 7 marks? Now question number 4, do it as a homework. The same question will be there. Nothing difficulty is there in it. Clear? Now, moving on to question number 5. Question number 5. This is a bit different question from whatever capacity we have calculated so far. Question number 5, tested in June 2018. See the question clearly. The following data have been available for Sun Flag Dallon Limited. For 3 years, data is given to us: 2020, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. Install capacity tons is given, production tons is given, and cost per ton is given. If ton is given, it is nothing but our units, right? Install capacity units, production in units, and cost per unit is given to us. The poor capacity utilization in 22-23 was due to abnormal power cut, which means installed is nothing but my 100%, right? What is my 100% units? 250, 250, 250. From this 250, how much I have done actual? Actual production units are 240, 230. Okay, from 250 I have done 240 and 230, it's okay. We can't actually go for 100%, right? But here in 22-23, it's 125. What is my actual capacity utilization here? I have only utilized 50% of my capacity. Now, what is the reason behind it? Because of abnormal power cut. And there is an escalation in the cost. So whatever this cost is given, this is not the actual cost. There is some kind of escalation factor involved in it. How much? 5% in 21-22 and 7% in 22-23. Which means if I am assuming my cost to be 100. Assuming my cost to be 100. Why 100, ma'am? Take 1 lakh also if you are easy with calculation. Okay? If I am assuming my cost to be 100, then whatever this cost is given, that's not for 100, that's for 105. Because escalation cost is added there. I do not want that escalation factor. I'll eliminate that when I am doing the calculation. Then here in 22-23, it is for 107, not for 100. Clear with the data which is given in the question? Any doubts with the data? Now what they are asking us? Calculate the abnormal cost which was incurred due to abnormal power cut. Which means they are telling, now cost you have incurred, right? Now in this cost, how much is my abnormal cost? Calculate that and let me know, because this abnormal cost I will not incur for the next year, right? This current year I had power cut. Because of that I have incurred some cost. Now what is that abnormal cost? I need to know. They asked us to calculate. We'll try it out. Yes? No? Excuse me. Now, how to start the answer? How to start the answer? Let me know. Sunflag Dallan Limited. As the company name is given to us, we'll start with company name. Excuse me with my handwriting. Thank you. Sunflag Dallan Limited. Next, they asked us to calculate what? Calculate the abnormal cost due to power cut in the year 2022-2023. Statement showing computation or calculation of abnormal cost for the year ended. I'm writing YR. Don't be lazy like me and write it down in examination like that. Year ended 2022 and 2023. Clear? Then you'll start with amount. Amount is given. It is only given in rupees. So we'll take directly amount in rupees. Next, particulars. Years is given 2020, 21, 2021 and 22, 2022 and 23. Clear? Ma'am, you told no practical, so we didn't bring calculator, we didn't bring books, we didn't do pens. Yes? We'll take break after this question, after completing CAS2, and then you can go bring. Okay? Now, particulars. Clear with the statement? Any doubts? Basic statement. Right? Now, whatever it is given in the question, installed capacity units are given. So first I'll take installed capacity units. Ton. 250, clearly write it as tons because we are not writing amounts here. 250, 250 and 250. Then actual production is given to us. Actual production is also given in tons. 240, 230 and 125. Now with this, I'll be able to determine what? Actual capacity utilization. Actual capacity utilization. Now here, you can do it in the two ways. Firstly, you can directly write here itself my actual capacity utilization calculation, which means actual production divided by installed capacity into 100. I'll write formula here itself and do the calculation here and write it down in the below. I can do it like that. Or else if you feel that in a clumsy way, write it here as working note 1, go for working notes and solve it there and write it here. Okay, in either way you can do it. But as we have limited time, I'm not going for working notes. I'm writing here as actual production divided by installed capacity into 100. Give me the calculations. 96 percentage, 92 and 50 percentage. Clear? Any doubts? Then what else is given in the question? Cost is given to us. Cost per ton, it is given in rupees. What is the cost per ton? 1000. Books also not there. 1077. Clear? Now in the question itself, they have told that escalation factor is involved. So here we'll take y percentage escalation factor. Now here I am taking that this year to be my base year, because in this year abnormal cost is not there, escalation factor is not there. So I am taking this to be my base year. So I am estimating or assuming the escalation factor will be from 100. Okay. So here how much is the escalation cost? 105. Here it is 107, which means the cost whatever it is there is not for 100 but for 105. I have to bring it to 100. So what I have to do? Cost after escalation, cost after eliminating escalation factor. Cost after eliminating escalation factor in rupees. What will be here? 1000. Here 1077 is for 105. Then what will be for 100? 1660 is for 107. Then what will be for 100? Malli Japala. Okay, sorry. Thank you for correcting. 100 divided by 105 and 100 divided by 107. Give me the calculations. 10. Next. Everyone got the same answers? Everyone has the same calculators? No manipulation in calculators? Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, if there is a cost, in this cost, there is what? Variable cost, fixed cost, right? Now, will variable differ? What? Will variable get deferred? What? Variable per unit constant, fixed total will differ. Whereas fixed cost per unit will differ, total will be constant, right? Now, with each and every change, variable cost will differ. But fixed cost per unit, will it differ? Per unit. Per unit will differ. Fixed cost in total, will it differ? The answer is no. Now, variable cost, I can't calculate total because variable cost will get changed. But fixed cost total, I can calculate. Now, from this fixed cost only, I'll be able to eliminate my abnormal cost factor. Why? Because abnormal cost is the cost uncertainly which I have incurred for this particular attempt. I'll not try to eliminate it from variable cost because variable cost will get deferred, right? But fixed cost, whatever I am incurring, from that I'll try to eliminate my abnormal cost so that next time my fixed cost will be lower, right? Whatever the cost is there, I'll try to reduce my cost. So from where I'll be able to reduce my cost? Fixed cost only I'll try to reduce. So I'll calculate abnormal cost from fixed cost rather than variable cost. So from this cost, I have to calculate what is my variable cost, what is my fixed cost. From fixed cost, I'll determine my abnormal cost. Clear with the entire thing? Any doubts? With the calculation, you'll get understood. Okay. Now, what is my total cost? Total cost per unit. How to calculate total cost per unit? Not total cost per unit, total cost in rupees. What is my total production cost? 2,40,000 understanding actual production into cost after eliminating escalation factor. What is my total cost? 2,40,000, 35,000, 980, 875. Clear with total cost? Any doubts? Nothing we have done. We have done the multiplication only. Clear? Now, from this, I have to calculate my variable cost and fixed cost. So, I will go for working notes. In working notes, working note 1 will be my statement of calculating fixed cost. Fixed cost and variable cost. Now, In question, did they give us anything related to variable cost calculation? No, they have not given. So we are going to take a formula for variable cost for change formula, which means we are going to take the change in production divided by change in units. Nothing but cost divided by units. Okay? Cost divided by units by comparing it with two different years, and we are going to get our variable cost. Okay? Now here we are going to compare 2020-21 with 2021 and 22, then 2021, 21-22 with 22-23. Understanding? Variable cost. What is my cost in 2 years, which is given 2,40,000 minus 2,35,000? 9. I'll only see 35,980 divided by 240 minus 230. Any confusion going there? No, right? Next, 2,35,980 minus 1,98,000. 93,875. 875 divided by 230 minus 125. What will be my cost? And here? 401, 401, both are same. Everyone got the same answer? 402 and 401. Now, I have took to 2020 and 2021 as my base year, as there is no escalation factor and nothing is involved. So, what I am nothing but taking, I am assuming that variable cost in this particular year will also be in the first year. So, I am assuming 402 will be the variable cost for the first year as well. For 21 and 22 will be 402. For 22 and 23 will be 401. So this will be my variable cost for 3 different years which I have calculated. So here from this I'll take variable cost. This will be 402, 402 and 401. Now what will be my fixed cost? How to calculate fixed cost? Total cost minus variable cost. Total cost I'll take before escalation or after escalation? After escalation. So 1000 minus 402, 530. 1026 minus 402, 1551 minus 401, 1150. See here, in variable cost, is there any variation? Is there any huge variation? The answer is no, which means in this my abnormal cost is not there, right? See the fixed cost, 598, 604, 624, okay, fixed cost is incurred. But here it is 1150. Why there is a difference of hike in fixed cost? Because I have incurred abnormal power cut cost in this particular year. So from this I am going to calculate what is my abnormal power cut cost. Okay, clear so far? Any doubts? Now, working note 2, calculation of abnormal power cut cost. In 2022 and 23. See, what is my fixed cost in the year 2020 and 21? What is my fixed cost in the year 2020 and 21? 598 rupees per unit or per ton. I haven't written here rupees per ton. This is also rupees per ton. Okay, fixed cost rupees per ton. Clear? Now, what will be my total fixed cost? Total fixed cost. 598 into total fixed cost. Normally, I'm asking total fixed cost. I'm not asking 100% utilization fixed cost. 240. 598 into 240. 1,43,520. Now this 1,43,520 is for how much capacity utilization? 96% utilization. But I want it for 100% capacity utilization. Now many students, what they'll do? Cross multiplication. Can you do cross multiplication here? How you will do cross multiplication for percentage? Did ever in your mathematics you have done percentage cross multiplication? If it is in rupees, you will be able to calculate it. But here it is given in percentage. So you will not be able to do the cross multiplication. Now many students will do, even by doing cross multiplication, will get the answer, ma'am. But don't write it in the examination like that. You will not get the marks. Okay. Now, 1,43,520 is my total fixed cost. And this is for how much units? 96%. Now, if I want to calculate my total fixed cost for 100% utilization, how to calculate it? Divided by 96%. 1,43,520 divided by 96%. What you will get? Huh? ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇన్ని రూపీ టన్ కి పర్ యూనిట్ తోటి మనం టోటల్ యూనిట్స్ ని క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసాం. కరెక్టేనా? ఈ పర్ యూనిట్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్, అది నా పర్ యూనిట్ అని చెప్పి నాకు ఎలా తెలుస్తుంది? పర్ యూనిట్ మారుతుందా? Per unit fixed cost, will it differ? Yes or no? Per unit fixed cost, will it differ? Total fixed cost, it will not differ. What is my per unit fixed cost at 100% utilization? I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you. Total fixed cost will not differ. Will per unit fixed cost differ? Yes or no? Yes. What is my total fixed cost which I have calculated for 96% capacity? I have utilized what? 240 rupees tons. Right? This is my per unit for 96%. What is my per unit for 100%? 574. Clear? 574 rupees per ton is for 100% fixed cost per ton. Understood, everyone? Want me to repeat it again? Want me to repeat it again? Understood? What is my total fixed cost? 1,43,520. In year 22, 2020 and 21, what will be my fixed cost? 1,43,000. In year 22-23, what should be my fixed cost? 1,43,520. But what is my per unit? 1,150. What is my per unit? 1,150. Right. Now, what is my 250? 100% fixed cost utilization. 574 per ton, as I am taking 2020 and 21 as the base year. In this year, per unit fixed cost at 100% utilization is 570 rupees per ton. This is what we have calculated. This is what we have calculated, 574. But in 22-23, what is my fixed cost per ton? 1,150. Now, why there is a difference? 574, 1,150. Because there is an abnormal cost incurred. So, what is my abnormal cost per ton? 1,150 minus 574. Rupees 576 per ton. Now, what is my total abnormal cost for the year 22-23? What is my production in that particular year? 125. 576 per ton into 125 tons. Rupees 72,000. Got the answer? Any doubts? Want me to repeat it again? Understood? Clear with this question? Will you be able to do it in the examination if it is tested? Last bench. Ganesh, అర్థమైందా? అర్థమైందా? You did not understand, huh? See, we are taking 2020 and 21 as the base year. Why we are taking? In that, abnormal cost is not there and escalation factor is not there. So we are calculating per unit fixed cost for 2020 and 21, and we are comparing it with the year 22 and 23. We are not telling that in all the years per unit should be same, but at least it should matchable, right? Per unit fixed cost should not be more than 50% range or 60% range. But here it is more because abnormal cost is incurred. So we are nothing but trying to calculate that abnormal cost. Clear? Any doubts? No doubts, right? So this is what it is given here, 72,000, but calculation is not that much clear. You can follow the calculation which we have done right now. Clear? Any doubts? Sidhu got the answer? Yeah. Clear? Any doubts? No doubts, right? Now, question number 6. This has been tested and also given in the MCQs. Now, this is a simple basic question. Nothing is there in this question. The following information pertains to Recon Cement Limited, a manufacturing cement company for the year ended as follows: 22-23 and 21-22. All kind of information is given to us. And what they are asking? Do the performance analysis of a company. Okay, without seeing the answer, just we'll see the information and we'll do the analysis. Okay, now this is the previous year, this is the current year, these are the 2 years which are there. Now see the capacity. This is the rated capacity, nothing but the installed capacity which is given. 100%, 100% will be same, so there is no change. Now breakdown hours in 21 and 22 it was 1115 or 1015, sorry. In 22-23, it was 2177. Is breakdown increased, yes or no? Yes. If breakdown has been increased, is the performance good or bad? The performance is bad. Now, why the performance is bad? Because the breakdown hours has increased. Next, planned maintenance. In 21-22, the maintenance is for 422 hours. Whereas in 22-23, it was only for 247 hours. Because of improper maintenance, there was a breakdown of machinery. Right? Yes or no? Next, power restrictions. In the year 21-22, 1481 hours you have restricted the power, which means you have tried to control the power usage so that there will be no breakdown of machinery. If there is an over voltage, then what will happen? The machinery will break down. But you haven't done that properly. You have done only for 1237 hours. So which means you haven't done the proper performance. The actual strategies haven't been followed properly. Then shortfall. There were no orders. In 21-22, only 677 hours there was no orders, which means the production has been stopped for how many hours? 677. Whereas in 22-23, 792 hours the production has been stopped, which means will the total production will get reduced or not? The answer is yes. Is the performance good or bad? Performance is bad. Total stoppage hours. In 21-22, it's 4,230, whereas in 22-23, it is 4,948. The machinery has been stopped. Is the performance good or bad? Bad. So clearly, by looking into this analysis, we can clearly understand that in 22-23, the performance was not good. So whatever we have done here, you'll write it here. Breakdown hours have gone up. Planned maintenance hours has been reduced. Shortfall due to lack of orders has been increased. Total stoppage hours has been increased. Total running hours has come down. The production also has been reduced. Production during the year in 21-22, it is 3,29,000, whereas in 22-23, it is 2,48,000. The production also has been reduced. So you'll do the analysis and at last you'll give a suggestion. Do proper maintenance so that the breakdown will get reduced. Bring the shortage. There was a shortage of orders, so go for a better supplier. So give your own suggestions and analysis. Clear? Is there any tough factor in this particular question? This is being tested for 7 marks. If this is being tested in the examination, will you be able to write it down? Yes? 7 marks? 5 marks. If you write correctly in practical part, you will be able to score 7 out of 7. With proper presentation, if you are being able to write it down. Clear? Any doubts? So these are the practical parts from Cost Accounting Standard 2. Easy? Hard? Bacha questions? Chota questions? Further, you will be like, this for writing this, am I into CMA final? That's what how your opinion will change when you're going on to further questions. Okay? Offline now. Ever? Chelsea. Oh, akkada, okay. Okay, we'll start. Okay. So, we have seen Cost Accounting Standard 2, which is capacity determination. What is CAS 1? Classification of cost. CAS 2, capacity determination. CAS 3, production and operation overheads, not so important. Whereas CAS 4, cost of production or acquisition or supply of goods or provision of services. How many of you are very well versed with CGST rules? IDT? Yes? Okay. Now, in CAS 4, if we see the practical part, nothing much is there. Very simple part. If you see cost of production or acquisition or supply of goods or provision of services, this has been bought as in compliance with goods and service tax laws on July 1st, 2017. What they are trying to tell us is nothing but if you want to determine cost of production or manufacturing, then for determining cost of production, the major factor is to determine what is your supply of goods, what is your value of supply. So nothing but in GST, we call it as value of supply. Whereas in costing terms, we call it as cost of production. So both cost of production and value of supply are same. So here what they are telling, in GST, we have section 15 subsection 1. Everyone knows GST Act section 15 subsection 1. What does that say? How to calculate value of supply? Value of supply is equal to transaction value. What does it mean by transaction value? Price which is actually paid or payable, where the supplier and recipient are unrelated and where the price is a sole consideration. We have seen related party transactions, right? In costing, we call it as normal price. In your DT, you call it as arm's length price. Whereas in your CGST, you call it as transaction value. So transaction value is equal to value of supply is given under which section? Section 15 subsection 1. Now, what if the price which is paid is not the sole consideration, or the transaction is between related parties, or if the price which is paid is due to any influence or proximity, if there is any other situation where we will not be able to determine the transaction value. In that case, what will be the value of supply? If you are not being able to calculate the value of supply based on section 15 subsection 1, then you will do it based on section 15 subsection 4. If transaction value cannot be determined as per chapter 4 of CGST rules 2017. Under chapter 4 of CGST rules, we have 5 rules. Rule 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Everyone know these rules? What is rule 27? Supplies where consideration is not entirely in money, which means if, for example, you are going to a shop for purchasing of an appliance, what appliance you want to purchase? Huh? What appliance you want to purchase? Nothing? TV? You want to purchase TV. Now, so far, doesn't you have TV in your home? You have TV at your home. So if you want to go and purchase a new one, what you will do? Old one will be exchanged. Now, whatever the price which you are paying for this entire TV, is it sole consideration? The answer is no, because we are also giving the exchange value of the old TV. So, if for example, my TV is costing 75,000 rupees and my old TV value is 5,000 rupees, then what is the value of amount which I am going to pay? 70,000 rupees. So how to determine my value of this particular transaction? 70,000 of monetary value which I have paid and non-monetary consideration which I have given. If I add both monetary value as well as non-monetary value, that will be my value of supply. Or else, if I am going to shopkeeper A and shopkeeper A is giving me for 75,000, and mostly TVs, if they are of a same brand, then every place it will have the same value, right? Now, what is the market value of that particular transaction or that particular good? Based on market value, I'll be able to determine my value of supply. Or else, I'll be able to determine based on calculating total monetary consideration plus equivalent value of non-monetary terms or like, kind and quality in the market with the same quality, with the same kind of goods, how much it is being cost. So if supply is done where the consideration is not entirely in money, then value can be determined based on three terms. First, I can determine it based on open market value. Second, total monetary consideration plus equivalent value of non-monetary terms. Third, like, kind and quality. If I am not being able to do it based on that, if sole consideration, if the value is not the sole consideration, then in rule 28, transaction between related persons or distinct persons. In this case, how to determine value? Value can be either open market value or value of like, kind and quality. For example, the transaction is between two related parties. For example, A and B are related parties. And if B is purchasing a good from A in an intention to sell it to C. So B is whom? B is a supplier. B is also a supplier. A is also a supplier. From A, B is purchasing with an intention to sell it to C. Hi. So there are three people, A, B and C. A and B are whom? Related parties. Whereas B is purchasing the goods from A with an intention to sell it to C. In this case, what will be the value of transaction? When goods are intended for sale by the recipient to an unrelated party. In our case, A and B are related parties. C is an unrelated party. B, who is a related party, is purchasing it from A with an intention to sell it to an unrelated party. In this case, the value will be 90% of the price charged to the recipient's customer, which means there are A, B. B is purchasing it from A. For example, the same TV, B is purchasing from A. As A and B are related parties, there will be some concession which is given by A. In this transaction, the TV costs 50,000. Now, B is purchasing the TV for 50,000 rupees with an intention to sell it to C. C is an unrelated party and B is selling that TV to C for 90,000 rupees. Now, for this entire transaction, what will be the value of supply? Value should be determined based on 90% of the price charged to the recipient's customer, which means 90% of 90,000 which is charged to an unrelated party. This will be my value of supply. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, those students who come late, we are discussing CAS 4, cost of production or acquisition or supply of goods or provision of services. If you have any bit idea regarding IDT, CGST rules, right? CGST, you have idea. And in CGST, we have section 15, subsection 1, where we call value of supply is equal to transaction value. Whereas in section 15, subsection 4, we have rules. Rule 27, 28 and 29, rule 30, 31. The same thing we have here as well. Okay? Nothing much complicated. Rule 27, supplies where consideration is not entirely money. How to determine value? Value can be determined based on three circumstances. Either by going open market value or by considering total monetary consideration plus equivalent value in non-monetary terms or like, kind and quality. Based on this, I'll be able to determine what value. Rule 27. Rule 28. If transaction is between related persons or distinct persons, then how to determine value? Either through open market value or value of like, kind and quality. If, for example, when goods are intended for a sale by the recipient to an unrelated party, A and B are related, B is purchasing it from A in an intention to sell it to C. In that case, value will be 90% of price charged to a recipient customer, 90% of the price charged to unrelated party. Now rule 29, if supplies is between a principal and agent, the same concept of rule 28, value will be either open market value or 90% of the resale price charged by the agent to the unrelated customer. Now, for example, if I am not being able to determine my value based on 15 subsection 1, no transaction value is there. Or I am not being able to determine based on 15 subsection 4, rule 27, rule 28 and rule 29. Then I'll go to rule 30. What is rule 30? Value is equal to 110% of cost of production, acquisition or provision of services. Based on this, we have practical part in CAS 4. Clear? 110% of cost of production will be my value based on which rule? Rule number 30. If I am not being able to determine value based on 27, 28, 29, 30 as well, then I can go to rule 31. What is rule 31? Exceptional rule. I gave you these many methods and you are telling me in these methods you are not being able to calculate. Now determine your own method. Determine your own method. But I'll give you conditions for it. How the method should be there. That should reflect the true market value, or it should be consistent with the general industry practices. It should be transparent and defensible and compliance with GST principles. By following these conditions, if you are bringing your own method for calculation, then bring your own method calculation. This condition should be satisfied. That is rule 31. Clear so far? Any doubts? If theory question is tested, though the theory question will be tested from rules, the practical question will be from rule 30. Unless otherwise, the other topics you need not refer in related to CS 4. Clear so far? Any doubts with CS 4? We'll see the practical part. Now, CS 4, simple. You have to calculate cost of production. No need to take books also. Keep the calculators. Question number 8. The following particulars pertaining to the production of yarn are extracted from the records of Balampur Textiles Limited for the year ended March 31st, 2017. Now we have to calculate cost of production. We have to calculate cost of production. Now, what all will be included in cost of production? What all will be included in cost of production? See this, I'll include material cost, I'll include employee and utility cost, I'll include any kind of a package cost if it is included, direct cost will be included. If there is any kind of high value spare parts, in that case, I'll include that cost. If I am incurring any kind of cost of maintenance, depreciation, research and development, everything will be included, and separately I'll maintain a sheets for it. And joint products cost, royalties and fees, overheads, abnormal cost, whatever the cost which you already know, everything will be included. If there is an abnormal cost will not be included in any of the cost accounting standards. Okay. If I am incurring a normal cost will be included, which means I'll calculate normal cost and I'll try to eliminate that normal cost. If there is an abnormal cost, I'll not at all consider that. I'll not eliminate it. I'll not at all consider. Ignore abnormal cost at all. Okay. If there is an imputed cost, what does it mean by imputed cost? Does anyone know? Imputed cost? No. Imputed costs are costs which are recorded only for bookish purposes. See, for example, I am the owner of a organization and I am getting profits. From that profits, will I take salary? Will I take salary? No. But in the books of accounts, I'll write it as owner's capital or salary to the proprietor, salary to the owner. I'll write it in the books. But will I take it? The answer is no. So only for bookish purposes, if I am trying to write anything as a cost, but I am not actually taking it to my own pockets, those costs are called as imputed cost. Is organization actually incurring that cost? The answer is no. So those kind of costs also will be ignored by calculation. Okay. Abnormal cost, you'll ignore it. Imputed cost, you'll ignore it. If you are receiving any subsidies or incentives, What does it mean by subsidy or incentive? Is it an expenditure or income? Income. How you are getting it? From government. Government will give you incentive or subsidies. Now, is that your cost? The answer is no. From that, will you incur any kind of a cost? The answer is yes. But in your entire production cost, you should not take that subsidy incentive value which is given by government, because that is not your income. See, for example, I got 10 rupees as income. From this, how much I am incurring as a cost? That only we have to calculate as production. If I am getting anything as a donation, subsidy, incentive, I will eliminate it from the cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next, if there is any kind of a foreign exchange revenue, then I have to reduce it from the cost, because whatever the cost calculation we do it in rupee formats, right? If there is a foreign exchange factor included, then there will be a rate difference, right? The rate difference will be there. Now, whatever the rate difference is there, I'll try to eliminate that rate difference from the cost. And based on work in progress, cost is calculated based on current stage of completion. How much work is completed? Based on that, I'll calculate the cost. Clear so far? Understanding? Now, if there is administrative overheads, will I include this into cost of production? Yes or no? Administrative overheads, will I include it into cost of production? Yes or no? Administrative overheads are... What does it mean by administrative overheads? Indirect cost which is incurred for general administration purposes of an organization. Now, when I'm talking about general administration, is it common cost or exclusively incurred for production? Common cost, right? Now, when it is a common for everything, will I include just in production? No. Administrative overheads in which the part is related to production, I'll include it. See, for example, in administration overheads, 20% is related to production. I'll take what? Only 20% into production. Clear so far? Any doubts? Selling and distribution, will I include it into production? Selling and distribution, yes or no? Who told yes? Okay, what does it mean by... No need to laugh, nothing. What does it mean by selling and distribution overheads? Indirect cost which I am incurring for selling the goods. Production is completed, finished goods are with me, I am selling it to the outside market. Production is here, selling is secondary. After completion of production, I am going for selling and distribution. Now, I am calculating cost of production. So, whatever cost which I am incurring from input to output, only those I will consider it. Clear so far? Any doubts? Any doubts in calculation of cost of production? No, right? With this knowledge, we will see question number 8. Now, both are same. Word is different. Notional be एक ही है, imputed be एक ही है. Clear? Next. Question number 8. We'll see. Be ready with your calculators. The following particulars pertaining to the production of yarn are extracted from the records of Balampur Textiles Limited. The company name is given to us. How you have to start the answer with? Balampur Textiles Limited in the middle of your page. Then, particulars is given. What all are given to us? Direct material cost per unit inclusive of excise duty. Rupees 280,000 and 2,560. Sorry. 2,560 is my material cost. Then direct wages and salaries is 1,540. Direct expenses is 450. Indirect materials 533. Factory overheads 897. Administrative overheads 40% only related to production. How much I'll consider? Only 40%. Quality control cost, research and development cost, interest on working capital, sale of scrap realized. First, now, what all will be included? I'll let you know. Material cost, wages, expenses, indirect cost, direct cost, indirect cost, everything will be included. Okay? And if it is indirect cost, that is called as overheads. Now, overheads, which is only related to production, Factory overheads. Is it related to production? Yes or no? Yes. Factory overheads, manufacturing overheads, production overheads, works overheads, everything is same, right? So factory overheads will be included. Administrative overheads, which is only related to production activities, will be included. Then quality control cost. What does it mean by quality control cost? In the production, to check the quality of those goods, we are incurring a cost. Now, is it related to production? The answer is yes. So we'll include quality control cost as well. Research and development cost. For knowing what kind of products I have to manufacture, I am incurring research and development cost. Is it related to production? Yes, indirect way it is related to production. So I'll include research and development cost as well. Now, three most important points which you have to remember for all cost accounting standards. First, duties and taxes. Duties and taxes. If there is any duties and taxes which you have incurred, if it is refundable, then you will exclude it. If it is refundable, you will exclude it. Clear so far? Any doubts? If it is not refundable, you will not consider it. Now, excise duty, is it refundable? Why no? ITC taken or not, it is not given, no. So commonly we'll take excise duty. If any GST is paid, if any taxes are paid, those are refundable taxes, right? So excise duty is refundable. So if there is any refundable taxes, we'll try to eliminate it. Wait a minute. Where is this measurement? Excise duty is not refundable, huh? Okay, sorry. Excise duty, any excise duty is not refundable? Okay. If it is not refundable, we'll not eliminate it. If it is a refundable tax, we'll eliminate it. If it is a refundable tax, we'll eliminate it. If it is not refundable, we'll not eliminate it. Okay, clear? Any confusions? I had a confusion. Huh? ఈరోజు షాప్కి వెళ్ళమ్మా కొను బిల్ ఇస్తారు ఆ బిల్లో నీకేమేమి ట్యాక్సెస్ ఉన్నాయో తెలుస్తుంది ఓకేనా నేను వెళ్ళలేదమ్మా ఇప్పుడు సరే ఓకే we have very limited time, we'll continue. Okay, next, the second thing, any kind of a finance cost. Any kind of a finance cost. Now what does it mean by finance cost? It is related to financial terms. So any cost which is related to financial terms will not be considered in cost accounting standards. I am not telling it will be not included in production cost. I am telling will not consider it in cost accounting standards. In entire cost accounting standards, finance cost will not at all be considered. It will be ignored. Okay. Now, if I am paying interest on working capital, is interest payment a finance cost? Yes or no? Yes. So this will be ignored. We will not consider it. And note point is very, very important. Interest on working capital or interest on any loans you have taken, bank loans and all this will be considered as finance cost. Finance cost will not be considered in cost accounting standards. You have to write it as a note point. And if, for example, there is a scrap, and in scrap, you have to check whether it is a normal scrap or abnormal scrap, which means if you are getting some payment from it or not. If, for example, you are getting some payment, if you are selling that scrap and you are getting some payment from it, then you have to eliminate that sale of scrap amount. If you are not getting anything, then ignore that scrap value. Clear? Any doubts with the scrap? No, right? స్క్రాప్ ని మీరు అమ్ముతున్నారు, మీకు ఏదైనా అమౌంట్ బ్యాక్ వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు కాస్ట్ 10 రూపాయలు, ఇన్కమ్ నాకు 2 రూపాయలు వచ్చింది. 10 మైనస్ 2 8 నా చేతిలో ఉంది. అర్థమైందా? క్లియర్? ఓకే. Value addition statement is different. Cost accounting standards are different. Sorry? वही मैं बोल रही हूँ. वैल्यू एडिशन कहाँ है हमको? फॉर्म CRA 3 में है. वो फॉर्म्स है. कंपनीज कॉस्ट रिकॉर्ड्स एंड ऑडिट रूल्स 2014, वो कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 के अंदर आ रहा है. ये कॉस्ट अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स है. कॉस्ट अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स में ओनली कॉस्ट इंफॉर्मेशन कंसीडर करते हैं, फाइनेंस रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं कंसीडर किया जाता है. वहां पे वर्किंग कैपिटल का कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्ट आइटम में लेते हैं, मतलब कॉस्ट में कंसीडर करते हैं वर्किंग कैपिटल से. तो यहां पे ऐसा वहां पे अलग है. वही मैं बोल रही हूँ, वो वैल्यू एडिशन कैलकुलेशन है. वैल्यू एडिशन का मतलब क्या है? जब मैं बिजनेस कर रही हूँ, इनपुट जो प्रोडक्शन हो रहा है, ये प्रोडक्शन में सेल करने वाली हूँ, जो भी बिजनेस को वैल्यू मिल रहा है वो कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं वैल्यू एडिशन में. समझ में आया? यहां हम कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन. कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन अलग है, वैल्यू ऑफ बिजनेस अलग है. आप दो डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट को मिलाना चाहते हैं. दो डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट्स है. वो कंपनीज एक्ट के अंदर आ रहा है, ये कॉस्ट अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स के अंदर आ रहा है. आप थैंक यू सो मच. आप ये बोल रहे कि वहां भी कॉस्ट है, यहाँ भी कॉस्ट है, वहां कंसीडर किया जा रहा है और यहाँ नहीं कंसीडर कर रहा है. ये रूल, वो रूल्स था और ये स्टैंडर्ड्स है. रूल्स अलग है, स्टैंडर्ड्स अलग है. क्लियर? मिक्सअप नहीं करो. क्लियर? कोई डाउट है? नहीं ना? ఒక్క అబ్బాయి మాత్రం హిందీ అనమాట, అందుకని అబ్బాయికి హిందీలో ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశాను. కన్నడ రాదు. సారీ. I'll come for tuition to you. You let me learn Kannada. In the next class, I'll tell you in Kannada. Okay? Clear? Now, how to calculate cost of production? You are to determine the cost of production for the purpose of captive consumption in terms of Rule 8. So, priorly it was captive consumption CS4 and now it is cost of production or acquisition. Now, they are asking us to calculate cost of production. How to calculate cost of production? Direct materials, take your calculators. Direct material cost plus direct wages and salaries plus direct expenses plus indirect materials plus factory overheads and only 40% of administrative overheads. What is 40% of administrative? 5. Then add quality control cost, add research and development cost minus sale of scrap. 7185. Presentation is very important. Is there any complication in this particular question? The answer is no, but this is being tested for 7 marks. Why? Because presentation is important. Okay, you have to start with Balampur Textiles Limited, statement showing computation of cost of production and assessable value. Then you have to calculate entire cost of production. If assessable value is asked, what you will do? 110% of cost of production is our assessable value. Okay, you can add, you can do directly plus 10% or into 110%. Anyhow, you will get the answer. Then working notes are very important. How you are calculating that assessable value, you have to write it as a working note. And whatever you haven't considered, the cost of working capital interest is not chargeable to the cost of production. Working note. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, similar to that, we have next question. See, Abuna Electronics Limited is engaged in manufacturing of LED TV sets, having its factories at Patna and Gujarat. 2 factories are there. The company manufactures picture tubes at Patna, which is consumed to produce LED TV sets at Gujarat, which means they are doing something in Patna and they are utilizing that in Gujarat. Isn't this self-consumption? I am manufacturing something in Patna, I am using it in Gujarat. Isn't this self-consumption? I am doing manufacturing, I am utilizing it for myself, which is self-consumption. The following information pertaining to captively consumed picture tubes are extracted from the records for the company half year ended March 31st, 2023. Now, direct materials are given, direct wages and salaries, direct expenses, indirect materials, factory overheads, administrative overheads, 20% is related to production, quality control, research and development, selling and distribution, sale of scrap, profit margin. You are required to determine the cost of production for the purpose of captive consumption in the terms of Rule 30 of Central Goods and Service Tax 2017 as per CAS 4. So firstly, you'll start with Abuna Electronics Limited. Then you'll write the statement heading. Statement showing computation of cost of production and assessable value as per CAS 4 and by considering Rule 30 of Central Goods and Service Tax Rules 2017. As you're calculating assessable value, write Rule 30. What is Rule 30? Value is equal to 110% of cost of production. Write that. Then take the statement, particulars, amount. Direct materials, wages, direct expenses, indirect materials, factory overheads. What is 20% of administrative overheads? 128. Then you will add quality control, research and development. Do we consider selling and distribution? The answer is no. Then what do we do with sale of scrap? Less. Profit margin. Do we require profit margin? The answer is no. Clear? Any complications? Will you get 7 marks? Clear? Doubt? My daughter will do these questions, please. Okay, after cost of production, what do you have to do? 110% of assessable. See, 110% of cost of production, you will get assessable value. Okay. She is automatic word which will come when I have done any mistake. Okay. Any doubts? Clear? Clear with CS for practicals? Only though that particular question will be tested in the examination in related to CS4. Now, next, cost accounting standard 5. Miscellaneous subsidy received from operations. For operations. Any kind of a subsidy incentive which is received for production purpose, we'll eliminate it. Wow. Welcome. Cost accounting standard 5, average equalized cost of transportation. Now, theory question can be tested from CS5. As I have told you, the structure, introduction, objective, scope, principles of measurement, presentation and disclosure. We'll see the introduction. What is CS5 telling us? It is giving us principles of cost accounting to trace, identify and allocate cost elements to ensure that all expenses are correctly recorded and apportioned. Every expenditure related to transportation cost, how to record it, how to trace it, how to identify it, how to allocate it. Related to that, principles are given under which standard? CAS 5. And to have uniformity, as I have told you, the main objective is uniformity, consistency and comparability. Transportation cost can be of two types. One is inward transportation cost. Next is outward transportation cost. What is inward transportation cost? Before starting the production, I have to purchase raw materials. To bring that raw materials into my place of production, I have to incur some transportation cost. That will be my inward transportation cost. After completion of entire production, I'll get finished goods. Now, this finished goods have to be sold to market or taken to the market, warehouse, godown, whatever it is. So, from the place of production, I am taking my goods to outside. For this, I have to incur transportation. That will be my outward transportation cost. So, transportation cost can be of two: procurement of materials for production and distributing finished goods for sale. This is called as inward transportation cost and this is called as outward transportation cost. So, these two costs have to be recorded separately, inward separately, outward separately. Transportation cost should be shown separately in the cost accounting records apart from the material procurement or product sales. Apart from this, if you are incurring any other transportation cost in between of production, that also have to be recorded separately. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next. This is not so required, but this is an old provision. Finance Act 2003, when determining assessable value of excisable goods, you have to mandatorily show transportation cost certificate separately to claim it as an exemption or deduction. Okay, if you want to claim deduction in the excisable goods, then you have to show transportation cost which you have incurred, then that cost will be given to you as deduction based on Finance Act 2003. When you are calculating or maintaining a certificate of transportation cost, you have to maintain it based on CAS 5 so that all the rules will be followed. Clear so far? Any doubts? Then objective, you already know, uniformity, systematic record keeping, and there should be a transparency. Then scope, wherever in cost accounting standards you're trying to apply transportation cost, this is the entire scope. See, while calculating assessable value, as I told, in Finance Act 2003, to claim deduction, we need transportation cost calculation. So while calculating assessable value, I'll go for CAS 5 provisions. Then in case of any damage or loss during transportation, when you're going into transportation, you'll take insurance, right? Now, for insurance, during the transportation, if there is any kind of a damage, then insurance company, will they ask for documents? Yes or no? In the documents, you have to give transportation cost certificate or transportation cost records should be given. Now, how to maintain the transportation cost records? Based on CAS 5. If you are not maintaining under rules, then no insurance for you. So, to claim insurance, you have to follow standards and rules. So, for that also CAS 5 will be helpful. Then, in case of fertilizer industries, there are certain industries for which government will give subsidies. Now, if government is giving you money for doing the manufacturing of fertilizers or selling it outside, will government not ask you how you are utilizing the subsidy? When the government is giving you subsidy, there is an obligation that what is the intended purpose, only for that intended purpose you have to use that subsidy. Yes or no? Now, after giving that subsidy, will government not follow up to you whether how you are utilizing that subsidy? Yes or no? The government will ask for it. Now, in that subsidy, in the entire production process, you will incur transportation cost. So, in the entire cost of production, in your entire records, transportation cost related information should also be there when you are giving it to government to show that this is how we have incurred subsidy, what you have given. So, for that also we have to choose CAS 5 rules and regulations. Then, certain industries operate under administered pricing system, which means there will be some industries. See, for example, petroleum industry is there. Now, aren't there any private parties or private sectors which are running petroleum? There are there, yes or no? Now, who will determine the petrol price? Government. Private parties can have petrol bunks. Private parties can get into the industry of petroleum products. But who will determine the cost of petrol? Government. So that is called as administered pricing system. There will be certain industries like fertilizer industries, industrial alcohol, or when we call it as petroleum products, electricity. Private industries can be there. But who will decide the price? Government will decide the price. And in this also, when you are transporting petrol, you will incur transportation cost. You have to maintain records. In that, what you have to follow? CAS 5 standards. So this is the entire scope of cost accounting standard 5. So if you are following CAS 5 rules and maintaining transportation cost information, then you will have these many benefits to it. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next. What all will be included in transportation cost? Freight cost, cartage, transit insurance, insurance which you are incurring in transportation, operating fleet cost. You know cartage, you know freight, yes or no? Do we have to discuss definitions? No, right? Okay. Freight is included, cartage is included, transit insurance is included, operating fleet cost. What does it mean by fleet? When we are using a word fleet, it is called as a vehicle. Okay. Now this can be of two cases. One, the business is having their own transportation vehicle. Then it is called as own operating fleet cost. If, for example, we are going for hiring a transportation vehicle, then whatever the cost we are incurring is called as a hired transportation fleet cost. Clear? There can be two. Whatever the cost which we are incurring for traveling purposes, that vehicle, in that vehicle there will be much cost, loading charges, unloading charges, driver cost will be there, petrol or fuel cost will be there, toll charges will be there. All that will be included in this fleet cost. Either it can be own transportation vehicle or hire transportation vehicle. Then incidental charges like any toll pays, unloading fees, secondary packing cost, everything will be into incidental charges. All this are inclusive in transportation cost. Clear? What will be excluded? Any kind of a detention charges, demurrage charges will be excluded. Now, what does it mean by detention charges or demurrage charges? Don't get technicalities, mama. Okay, simply, aren't these penalties which we are paying for port authorities? Detention charges, demurrage charges. Aren't these penalties which we are paying to port authorities? Any penalties, fees which you are paying to any kind of an authorities should be eliminated. Clear so far? Any doubts? So, we will exclude detention charges and demurrage charges from transportation cost. Not only this, if you are paying any kind of a penalties, you will exclude it. Clear so far? Any doubts? Then, as I've told you, transportation cost is of two: inward transportation cost and outward transportation cost. Next, how to maintain records. This can be tested as a theory question. How to maintain records in determining transportation cost. Keep detailed record of transportation related expenditures like separately freight, cartage, transit insurance after adjustment like recoveries or abnormal cost. If there is any duties and taxes refundable, eliminate them. If there is any recoveries and subsidies, eliminate them. And after that, record everything separately. If you have own transportation vehicle, own fleet, then record all the expenditures like salaries for drivers, cleaners, fuel, grease, maintenance, tires, batteries, trips made, distance covered. All this information has to be maintained as a record. If you are going for higher transportation vehicle, then date of dispatch, type of transport, description, destination, challan number, quantity, amount paid, and distance covered. All this have to be maintained as a record. So it is different for both own fleet as well as a hired fleet. This can be tested in a question. Okay, clear so far? Any doubts? Then you will maintain separate records for inward transportation and outward transportation. For example, if you are transporting from factory to depot or factory to warehouse, that has to be recorded separately. Everyone know about job work? Yes. Now, if you are sending any material or a machinery only for a short repairs or any kind of a changes which are being made, that is called as job work, which means we are not selling it directly. Only for repair purposes, we are sending it. After completion of that work, they'll send it back. That is called as job work. Now, during that, we have to send it. Transportation will be incurred. Now, any kind of a transportation for goods move to job work and back has to be recorded separately. Clear? Maintain distinct records for transportation costs made exclusively for trading activities, which means only for purchasing and selling of goods. If you are incurring a transportation cost, record it separately. If you are not recording it, then you will not be able to claim deduction for excisable goods according to Finance Act. Separate records if cost can be directly linked to a specific product, helps for easier allocation, which means in the entire transportation, I am using the transportation only for product A, which means the entire cost which I have incurred is for what? Product A. If I am directly being able to assign it for anything, then record it for product A so that it will be easily accessible. Don't bring it directly into transportation cost, take it into product A cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? Records based on apportionment in case of shared transportation cost. As I've told you, in a vehicle, in a transportation vehicle, in our previous example, we took entire vehicle, we are taking only product A. Now, for example, if I am bringing multiple products, then what happens? It will turn out to be a common transportation cost. If I am incurring a common transportation cost, then I'll go it based on apportionment basis, which means for product A, I have consumed 40%. For product B, I have consumed 30%. Then for product C, 20%. So based on apportionment basis, I'll incur transportation cost as well. Clear so far? Any doubts? Separate records for exempt goods and exported goods. If goods transported through non-road like ship or air, then maintain a separate records. So this is how maintenance of records has to be done for transportation cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? So regarding this maintenance, a theory question can be tested. Now, if you are incurring inward transportation cost, for what purpose you are incurring it? Inward transportation cost. Why I am incurring inward transportation cost? To bring materials into place of production. So how I'll treat inward transportation cost? Cost of procurement of materials. For what purpose I am incurring it? That is how I'll treat it. I am incurring it for bringing materials into place of production. So that will be included into cost of procurement of materials. Why I am incurring outward transportation cost? For selling purposes. So that will be part of my sale of goods cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? Outward transportation cost, basis of apportionment, which means if I am incurring outward transportation cost, how I'll do the apportionment based on these categories. I'll choose either weight of goods or volume of goods, ton per kilometers or units or equivalent units, value of goods, percentage of usage of space in a vehicle. So these are the different bases of apportionment. By using any of this basis, I can go for apportionment of outward transportation cost. Once method is chosen, that should be followed for a consistent basis. Clear so far? Any doubts? So this basis of apportionment also tested for 7 marks. Separately, this point has been tested. How many bases of apportionments are there? We have 6. Weight of goods, volume of goods, ton kilometers, units or equivalent units, value of goods, percentage of usage of space in vehicle. Clear? Any doubts? While determining transportation cost per unit, distance of each unit travel to be considered, which means for 1 kilometer, how much transportation cost I am incurring. You have to calculate it separately. If there is any kind of an abnormal or non-recurring cost, that will not be included. You will not consider the abnormal cost, non-recurring cost. You will not consider it. If there is any penalties, detention charges, demurrage charges, abnormal breakdown expenditures, everything will be excluded. Nothing but you will not consider them. Clear so far? Any doubts? So that's the important points which you have to remember in case of transportation cost. Now these all are not required. Clear so far? Any doubts with CS5? Mainly you have to remember maintenance of records and treatment of cost. This can be tested as theory question. Clear? What is CS1? Classification of cost. CS2, capacity determination. CS3, production and operation overheads. CS4, cost of production or acquisition or supply of goods or provision of services. CS5, average equalized cost of transportation. Now moving on to CS6, material cost. Now CS6, material cost. Now what all will be included in material cost? Raw materials, process materials, additives, if I am adding anything in between the production, components and sub-assemblies like any integrated parts in a final product, accessories just to make it as a marketable if I am adding anything, semi-finished goods, consumable stores and spares. Everything will be included in material cost according to CAS 6. What will be excluded? Packing material cost. Ma'am, why packing material cost will be excluded? Because packing material cost will be calculated with a separate standard which is called as CAS 9. Packing material cost will be excluded from material cost according to CAS 6. Not completely. According to CAS 6, will not consider it. Clear so far? Any doubts? Understanding? Now, see this principles of valuation of receipts of material. So, how to value material cost? Firstly, if I am receiving materials, which means if I am purchasing materials from outside, what will be my cost? How I have to value the material? Purchase price, I'm incurring some price, purchase price plus cost directly linked to the procurement of those materials, which means I have purchased the materials. To bring that materials into place of usage, I have to incur the cost, right? Yes or no? To bring that materials, I have to incur transportation cost. During transportation, I have to pay toll charges, freight charges, any duties and taxes. Everything will be included. Freight inwards, insurance, any other expenditures, everything will be included till bringing that materials into place of usage. What all cost I am incurring, everything will be included into valuation of materials. Clear so far? Then, if there is any kind of a trade discount, cash discount will not at all be considered, it will be ignored. Why cash discount will be ignored? Finance cost will be ignored in entire cost accounting standards. So cash discount will be considered as a finance cost. So because of that, we will ignore it in entire cost accounting standards. If there is any kind of a trade discount, seasonal discount, or any other concessional discounts, then that will be eliminated. Clear? Now duties and taxes, we are adding it. Now if there is any kind of a refundable taxes, we will eliminate that refundable taxes or duties. Finance cost related to material procurement will not be included in the material cost. We'll ignore it. If you are going for self-manufacturing of materials, priorly we have seen purchase of materials. Now if I am going for self-manufacturing, then what all will be included? Direct material cost, direct labor cost, direct expenditure, factory overheads, administrative overheads relating to production. What will be excluded? Any kind of a finance cost will be excluded. Other administrative overheads cost not related to the production will be excluded. Marketing overheads, selling and distribution will be excluded. Any cost which I have incurred for captive consumption will be excluded. Clear so far? Any doubts? So if I am going for self-manufacturing, then this is how I have to maintain material cost. Clear? Now, if I have any kind of a spare parts, what does it mean by spare parts? Spare parts are spare parts. Backup parts, right? Backup, we can tell it as backup. Now, for example, if machinery is into breakdown, then I'll go and use this spare parts, right? Now, if I am purchasing any high value spare part, which means that spare part is of a higher value, and if I am using that spare part, then it will increase the value of that particular machinery, or it will increase the value of my production. In that case, it is called as high value spare part. Now, we have property, plant and equipment definition. Now, what does it mean by property, plant and equipment? Nothing but asset which is movable, immovable, tangible, intangible, whatever you have a definition as asset, that is called as property, plant and equipment. If spare parts are coming under the definition of property, plant and equipment, isn't that our asset? Yes. If asset is there, should we depreciate it? Yes. If it is coming under the definition of property, plant and equipment, then recognize it as an asset, depreciate it accordingly. If it is not coming under the definition of property, plant and equipment, then consider it as an inventory and include it in the cost when you are consuming it, which means when you are utilizing that spare part into machinery, then in your books of accounts record it as a cost. Clear so far? Any doubts with spare parts? Understood? Now, if there is any kind of a normal loss or spoilage before reaching to the factory, which means I have purchased materials. Before bringing that materials into place of usage itself, there is a normal loss. Will I consider it, yes or no? Yes, I have to consider it. Include it in the cost of remaining materials. For example, I am bringing 1000 units of materials. 1000 units of materials for an amount of rupees 10 per unit. What will be my total cost? Clear? Any doubts? Now, if for example, during transit, there is a loss, that too normal loss. There is a normal loss of how many units? You only tell me. 200 units. 200 units, there is a normal loss. Now, what will be my per unit cost of this 200 units? If for 1000 units per unit cost is 10 per unit, what is my per unit cost for this 200 units? 10 rupees only. Why the per unit will change? I didn't ask you to calculate. I am just asking a normal question. Okay. 1000 units per unit cost is 10 rupees. Normal. Normal loss 200 units, my per unit cost is 10 rupees. So what is my total normal loss which I have incurred? 2000 rupees will be my total normal loss. According to CAS 6, what they are telling is, as it is a normal loss, it is not an abnormal loss, it is normal loss. So what you do, per unit you consider it as reduced units, but cost keep it as full. You haven't reduced any cost because it is just a normal loss. Don't consider the normal loss. So in the books of accounts, when we have received that materials, how we'll record it? 800 units is for 10,000 rupees. This is how we'll record it in the books of accounts. Clear so far? Any doubts? Understood the concept? Clear? Now, if before bringing the materials into place of usage, if I have incurred any abnormal loss, will I consider abnormal loss, yes or no? Listen to the question clearly and let me know the answer. If before bringing the raw materials into place of production, if I have incurred any abnormal loss, will I consider it yes or no? Production hasn't started yet. Production hasn't started yet. I have incurred some abnormal loss. Will I consider it yes or no? See, for example, I have purchased 1000 units. I have purchased 1000 units. And during my transit, there is an abnormal loss of 200 units. What will be my units which I put into production? Am I considering it or not? Yes. Now, in the cost, will I consider it yes or no? In the cost also, you will consider it because it is abnormal cost. Normal loss, different. Abnormal loss, different. Normal loss is certain, is because of normal reasons it is incurring. So we know that normal loss is common loss. If it is common loss, then you will consider it. Abnormal, not considered in the cost accounting standards after starting of production. इसमें we are calculating material cost. Production ही शुरू नहीं हुआ. समझ में आ रहा आपको? Production hasn't started yet. Input itself you haven't put into production. If input you have put, you will get output. For input itself, you have only 800 units. For this 800 units, you will write only 8,000 rupees as cost. Because 200 units gaya to gaya. चल गया वो, नहीं आता वो 200 rupees. अगर सी फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपके पॉकेट में 10,000 रुपीज है, आपके पॉकेट में 10,000 रुपीज है, नॉर्मल लॉस क्या होता? अगर आप खो दिए वो 2,000 रुपीज, अगर आप खो दिए तो नॉर्मल लॉस है. ठीक है, आप खो दिए, नॉर्मल लॉस है. खो जाना किसका गलती है? आपका गलती है, आपका गलती है. यस और नो? हाँ. नाउ after going home, what you will tell? My mistake. So this is 8,000 rupees which I have incurred. Right. Now, in the same way, if for example, किसी ने चुरा लिया 2,000 rupees, किसी ने चुरा लिया, चोरी कर दिया, तो आप क्या करोगे? चुपचाप रहोगे? पुलिस स्टेशन जाओगे? 2,000 rupees लाने के लिए कोशिश करोगे? वही हम कर रहे हैं. In the first case, you haven't considered it. The second case, you are considering it. समझ में आया? So normal loss cost में नहीं कंसीडर किया जाता है, whereas abnormal loss cost में कंसीडर किया जाता है. समझ में आया? Thank you. हाँ? అర్థం కదా. కాస్ట్లో నేనంది, కాస్ట్లో క్వాంటిటీలో కన్సిడర్ చేసాం కదా మనము, కాస్ట్లో మనం ఏం చేంజెస్ చేయలేదు కదా. क्वांटिटी में अब नॉर्मल रिड्यूस किया जाता है, कॉस्ट में भी रिड्यूस किया जाता है. सी सिंपल చిన్నపిల్లలకు చెప్పినట్టు చెప్పేస్తా. నార్మల్ లాస్, అబ్ నార్మల్ లాస్, రెండు లాస్ ఏనా? ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఇస్ ఇన్కర్డ్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దిస్ ఇస్ 200 units, this is 200 units. If there is a normal loss before reaching it to factory, consider it only in units, don't consider it in amount. Abnormal loss, consider it in units as well as in cost. Clear? Which means you are reducing it in units, not reducing it in cost. Abnormal loss, reduce in units, reduce in cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next, if there is any loss due to shrinkage or evaporation, if it is normal, adjust with cost. If it is abnormal, don't consider it. Clear so far? Next, listen to this clearly. This is important point. Many students will get confused. Important. Okay. Now, if there is a foreign exchange of imported components, which means I have purchased materials in foreign currency, which means foreign exchange component included, and all the cost excluding material cost, all the cost I'll incur in rupees. Material cost, it is in any other currency. Now I have to convert that into rupees. How I will convert it? Which rate I will use it? I have to use the rate on date of transaction. Okay. After the date of transaction, if there is any fluctuations, exchange rate fluctuations, that I'll not consider. Only the rate which is on the date of transaction will be considered for valuation of foreign exchange value. Clear so far? Any doubts? So with this we have practical part. If there is any demurrage charges, detention charges, penalties, you will not include it. If there is subsidy, grant and incentive, you will eliminate it. Clear so far? Any doubts? We'll see the practical part. No, na? Now, see this question. Question number 15. Purchase of materials, $50,000. Forward contract rate is given to us 64.40, but $64.60 on the date of importation. Import duty paid is given to us 5,65,000. Freight inwards is given to us 1,62,000. Insurance paid for import by road is given 48,000. Cash discount 33,000. Payment made to a foreign vendor after a month on the date of rate of exchange was $65.20. Compute the landed cost of materials. Now, before understanding about foreign exchange, let us discuss what will be included and what will be excluded. Okay. Now, material cost. Will it be included or not? And we are calculating material cost. So, we will consider material cost. Next, what else is given? Import duty. Any duties, taxes will be included. So, we'll add duty paid. Plus, freight inwards will be included or not? Yes, freight inwards will be included. Insurance, will it be included? Insurance will be included. Cash discount. Cash discount will not be considered as it is a finance cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? Only those adjustments are given? Now, if there is a foreign exchange component included, then we have to consider the value based on rate given on date of transaction. Now, here they gave 3 dates to us. One is forward contract date. Forward contract date. Second, date of importation. Third, date of payment. Payment made to foreign vendor, nothing but date of payment. So 3 dates are given to us. Now, what should be considered as date of transaction? Analyze. Nothing logical mindset is there here. Simply think when you are entering into transaction. See, for example, everyone studied Contract Act. Contract Act. Indian Inter In your foundation itself, you have seen contract, right? Now, if you are entering into contract, did you enter into a transaction? Yes or no? If you are entering into a contract, you have entered into a transaction. So directly date of contract is given in question. Then date of contract will be a date of transaction. In this question, date of contract is given yes or no? Date of contract, is it given yes or no? What is given in question? Date of importation is given. Before that, what is given? Forward contract rate is given. So forward contract rate is, now we are deciding, but we'll enter into forward contract on forward date. It is not today. So we are not entering into transaction today, but in a forward date. That date itself is not given to us. So we'll not consider this particular date as date of transaction. When we are making payment, is the transaction ended or beginning? Ended. So date of payment, which means the entire transaction is going to complete. So this is eliminated, this is eliminated. What is left in our hands? Date of importation. So for this particular problem, we are considering date of importation as our date of transaction. Clear so far? What is the rate given on date of importation? 64.60. So material will be calculated into $50,000 into 64.60 rupee per dollar. What is the material cost amount? 32 lakh, 30,000. You will add everything. You will get value of receipt of materials. Clear so far? Any doubts? Note point related to foreign exchange component is very, very important. If you're not writing note point, you'll not get the answer. If you're just doing the calculation, no marks. Working notes are very, very important. Clear so far? Any doubts? Not given, no. Bank charges, if it is given, will not include it. Bank charges will be considered as a finance cost. Finance cost will be excluded from the entire cost accounting standards. Clear? Any doubts? Now, see question number 16. Purchase of materials inclusive of GST 15,715. Duties and taxes, will you include or not? Yes. Is GST refundable? Yes. So you will include it, then you will exclude it. Free on board. Free on board. Import duty paid. Just let me know yes or no. Yes. Import duty? Yes. Freight inwards? Yes. Insurance paid for import by sea? Rebates allowed? Rebates. You will include it yes or no? Any subsidy, grant, receive, rebate, incentive, exclude. Cash discount? Subsidy received from government for importation? Subsidy will not be included. You will exclude it, eliminate it. Okay. Now, purchase price you will take free on board, import duties, freight inward, insurance, rebate you will reduce it. GST already included. Inclusive of GST is given. So we have not added it again, but we are eliminating it. Subsidy eliminated. You will get the value of materials. Clear? Any doubts in this question? Everything is given. Just you have to write add and less. Very good. Now, in this question, use your brain and let me know. Okay? Now, question number 17. From the following figures of Systematic Polytechs Limited, compute the landed cost of Egyptian cotton for the year 2016 and 17. Materials is given to us $35,000 and 3 dates are given to us. What should be the date of transaction? Date of contract will be a date of transaction. So 35,000 into 64.40. Import duty, freight inwards, insurance of import by sea, cash discount, bank interest, Cmad credit refundable. It is refundable. They only give. Reduce it. Weight reduction due to moisture loss. You will not consider it in amount. Weight reduction, any kind of a reduction happened. If it is normal, reduce it from the units. But here units are not given, so you write a note point. Weight loss does not affect the total cost, but the unit cost is enhanced by the percentage of weight loss. Cash discount will not be allowed as a financial item. Clear so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? Now, in this question, whatever I have gave you as an explanation, the same explanation I gave for previous attempt students as well. No much detailed explanation is given. Okay, what explanation I have given to you, that only I have given to them. Now, everyone, most of the students has done this question as a mistake. Which date should be considered as date of transaction in this question? See the question clearly and let me give me the answer. Is it date of contract, date of importation? Date of bill of payment will not consider. The clear cut idea. Is it date of contract or date of importation? How many of you date of import? Rest all neutral. Huh? Date of contract? No answer. Huh? Okay. Before that dates, one sentence was given. What is given there? Forward conversion rate. If it is forward conversion rate, the date which is given below as date of contract, is it date of contract or forward contract? Forward contract. So do we consider forward contract date? Instead of that, we'll consider date of importation. Is there any mistake in conceptual clarity here? Is there any way conceptual clarity is not there for the students? What is the mistake? No, you will not see the question. Without seeing that priorly, okay, date of contract is given, directly date of contract. You have to see the question clearly. So, December 2025 examination paper was not tough. Just they made it to look like tough. It was not tough. The same questions were given, but with a bit of change, with a bit of confusion they have given. Clear? So this is how your question paper can be framed for June 2026 as well. Small changes can be made. Don't get confused. With whatever clarity you have, you will be able to write it down in the examination. Be calm, read the question once and twice, and then go for attempting the answer. Clear? Any doubts? So this is how the question can be tested for CAS 6 material cost. Clear with material cost? Yes or no? Done? Now, CAS 7 employee cost. CAS 7 employee cost. Now, in this employee cost, what all will be included? All forms of consideration, paid or payable for the services rendered by employees. Now, how many of you have worked in any kind of a private or a public organization so far as a trainee or any other thing? Or at least have seen your whatever it is, your relatives' pay slips? Have seen pay slips? Yes. What all will be included in the salary pay slip? Salaries, wages, allowances, bonus, incentive, any contribution to provident fund, any welfare expenditures, if there is any paid holidays, leave with pay, insurance, health schemes, compensation, gratuity, leave encashment, retirement benefits, PRS. All these are nothing but part of employee cost. Is that anything new to us? No, but it is given as a concept. All these are forms of payment. Now, just a small thing. Employee cost can be full-time employment, part-time employment, contractual employment. Okay. If it is temporary employment or part-time employment, whatever the cost we are incurring, we'll include it into employee cost. If I am paying it to contractual employees, then there is a bit of change in it. See, for example, there is an organization which is called as ABC Limited. ABC Limited. And ABC Limited is hiring a contractor. On contractual basis. Or they are hiring a labor on contractual basis, which means they are writing a contractual agreement and they are bringing them into work. If any kind of a payment is made to them, it is inclusive of employee cost. Okay. Now, if for example, same ABC Limited, for doing any construction work, they have appointed a contractor. And the payment will be made to this contractor. That contractor charges is separate. Contractor is not our employee, right? Contractual agreement is different. Everyone know about contractual agreement. Contractual agreement is different. Now, these employees will be there. Who will be the employees of contractor? Employees of contractor. We are hiring whom? We are hiring a contractor. Contractor will bring his own employees for work. Yes or no? Now there can be two scenarios. I will give you the full settlement as a contractor payment. You will give to your own employees. If that's the case, then there isn't any problem. If, for example, contractor told ABC Limited to give the payments to his employees, contractor's employees, will this be included into employee cost? Yes or no? No. Understood the concept? Because here these employees are not employees of ABC Limited, employees of a contractor. Now contractor is also not our employee. We are bringing him into contractual basis for completing a work. Contractor is not an employee. Employees of contractor are not working for ABC Limited. They are working for a job given by contractor. Clear? So there is a small variation will be made in the question and given to you. First, employee cost paid to contractual labor. Is it inclusive? Yes or no? Cost incurred for contractual labor. Yes. Cost incurred for contractors' labor. No. So small variation, just that escalation mark will be not there. Contractual employees, contractors' employees. Clear? So this kind of a confusion can be brought into your examination. So please be careful of it. Clear? Next. Employees of contractors engaged in the organization will be excluded. And if there is any kind of a compensation paid for past periods, compensation paid for past periods due to any disputes or court orders, that will be excluded. Because of any dispute or as a compensation if you are paying, that is not employee cost, that will be excluded. If there is any short provision for prior periods made up during the current period, this also will be excluded. Next, if there is any kind of a separation cost, what does it mean by separation? Because of VRS, retrenchment, termination, if they are getting separated, then we'll pay a lump sum payment to them. Yes or no? Now, that lump sum payment should be amortized over their period of payment. Clear so far? Lump sum payments should be amortized over the period of payment. Then employee cost, if you're calculating it based on standard costing basis, if there's a normal variance, consider it. If there's abnormal variance, don't consider it. Then if you are giving any perquisites, cost of benefits, if an employee is there, then there might be some kind of perquisites which will be given like free housing, free car. Yes or no? Now if housing, car or any kind of a convenience is being given, will that be part of employee cost? Yes or no? Yes, that will be part of employee cost. See, for example, employee is being recruited for an organization and the house is being given to an employee. Now that in that point of time, it will be included into employee cost. Now, for example, that employee is living from that organization. Okay. If he is living from that organization, we'll give that house also to him or we'll take it back? Take it back. So whenever we are taking it back, we'll eliminate it from employee cost. Whenever we are giving it, we'll include it in employee cost. Simple. Any confusion in this? Cost of benefits. Total cost of resources used to provide that benefit will be included in employee cost. If you are recovering from employees towards benefit provided, deduct it from employee cost. Clear so far? Where is that point? Now, these are common points which we usually have: imputed cost, penalties and damages, subsidies received, grants, everything will be excluded. These are common points. Okay, it's not visible here. I'll let you know. If we are incurring any employee cost for any particular department and that particular work has been stopped in middle. See, for example, the project has begun. The project has begun. And you already know that for an organization, if they are taking up any project, then they'll recruit the employees priorly itself. After taking a project, they'll not recruit the employees. Before getting into project itself, they'll recruit the employees. And in this case, employee costs they are incurring. Yes. Now, after entering into project, due to any of the reasons, these operations have been discontinued. These operations have been discontinued. In that case, the employee cost which has been paid for discontinued operations will also be excluded from total employee cost because the operations have been discontinued. So whatever the loss which we have incurred, the employee cost which we have incurred, we'll consider it as a loss, not as the cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? Understood? Want me to repeat any point? So with this, we have practical part in CAS 7. Now, see this. Now, how would you treat the following as per CAS 7 related to employee cost? Separation cost due to voluntary retirement, retrenchment, termination. What will be done based on separation cost? Separation cost will be done what? Amortized over the period of payment. So we'll amortize it over the period of payment. And if there is any ideal time cost, you will calculate it based on direct assignment or indirect assignment. And if it is ideal time is normal, you will consider it. If it is abnormal, you will not consider it. Clear so far? Now, see the employee cost calculation. Salaries, wages, allowances, bonus included or not? Wage award arrears for the previous year. Because it is not related to current year, it is of a previous year. We'll exclude it. Contribution to provident and other funds. Employee welfare charges. Abnormal ideal labor due to strike. Will eliminate it or will not consider it? Abnormal cost will not consider it. Wages of contractual labor. VRS payment for the year included. Clear? Understanding? Here they haven't given us this is a lump sum payment. If it is clearly given in the question as this is a lump sum payment, then amortize it. If it is not given as lump sum payment, don't amortize it. Clear? Any doubts? So you'll write this and you'll write the note points for whatever we have discussed. Easy? Hard? If you understand the concept, then you'll be able to do it. Now see this question, CAS 7. A steel company which produces iron casting pipes and wrought iron is covered under the cost audit according to company's CRA rules. The expenditure data relating to 2021 determine the employee cost as per CAS 7. Salaries, wages and allowances, will we include it or not? Bonus, contribution to PF, wages to contractual labor, employees welfare, Abnormal cost due to strike. VRS payment for closure of rod iron section of a plant. Huh? VRS payment apportioning, that concept clear. VRS payment for closure of rod iron section for discontinued operations. Discontinued operations, any kind of employee cost, will consider it as a loss, not as a cost. Clear? So this will not consider. Then arrears salary. Arrears salary. Last year expenditure. Okay. Compensation paid against the past periods against post order. Clear so far? Any doubts? So if you do this, you'll get this answer 1207. Note points are very, very important. Clear? Any doubts? Now this question, try to do it as a practice. Only one difference: wages to contractors, employees will not include. And here also VRS payment for closure of TMT bar section. Right after seeing VRS payment, don't go for amortization. It is for closure of TMT bar section. So we will not consider it. Clear so far? Any doubts with CAS 7? So CAS 2, CAS 4, CAS 6, CAS 7. Practical problems are completed. Are the practical problems simple? Easy or not? Easy, simple. If you understand the concept, you will be able to do it clearly. Presentation is very, very important. Clear? So okay, we'll begin with cost accounting standard 8. Now, CAS 8 deals with cost of utilities. CAS 8 deals with cost of utilities. Now, what does it mean by utilities? Utilities are nothing but for production purposes, whatever we are utilizing. For example, water, electricity, fuel, whatever we are utilizing for doing the manufacturing, it is called as utilities. Okay. Examples are electricity, power, fuel. What is that song? Telugu song? Kannada song ఏ కదా ఎక్కడో విన్నట్టున్నాను అందుకే అడిగారు. Okay. Now, utilities are nothing but electricity, power, fuel, water, steam, whatever we are utilizing for manufacturing. Now, how to calculate the cost of those utilities is given under CAS 8. If we see the introduction, principles and methods to classify, measure, assign the cost of utilities and to determine the cost of products or services and how to present and disclose. All this are given under CAS 8, cost of utilities. Our objective, uniformity, consistency and reasonable assurance. If you see the definition, what all will be coming under utilities? Inputs like power, steam, water, compressed air. Everything which we are using for manufacturing processes but do not form part of a final product. All these are called as what? Utilities. Now, the second thing is called as standby utilities. What does it mean by standby utilities? For electricity, we'll have generator. What is generator? Backup facility. If suddenly power shutdowns, then we'll use generator. If, for example, water is there. For water, if you're using anything as a standby or backup facility, similarly for steam or fuel, that is called as standby utility. Backup utility created against failure of the main source of utility. And whatever the cost which we incur for maintaining the standby utilities is called as committed cost. Clear so far? So these are the terms which you have to remember for cost accounting standard 8. Utilities, standby utilities and committed cost. Now each type of utility has to be treated as a separate cost object, which means power, steam, water, compressed air, everything has to be calculated separately and presented separately based on CAS 8. Purchase utilities. If, for example, I am purchasing power, water, steam from outside, then what all should be included? Purchase cost, Duties, taxes, if it is incurred, should be included. Transportation included. Insurance will be included. If there is any other expenditures, that will also be included. What will be excluded? Refundable taxes will be excluded. If there is any kind of a trade discount, that will be excluded. Cash discount will not consider it. If you are going for self-generated utilities, what all will be included? Direct material cost, direct employee cost, direct expenses, and factory overheads will be included for self-generated utility cost. Now, if for example, either I am going for self-manufacturing or I am purchasing from outside. Now, I'll utilize to some extent. See, for example, I have purchased 100% of utilities from outside, or I have gone for self-manufacturing. Now, from this, I have utilized 90% for my own consumption and 10% is left out. Now, should I waste this 10%? No, either I can sell it to the outside parties or I can go for a transfer. Okay, either I can go for a transfer. Now, if I am going for transfer of utilities, either I can do it inter-unit transfer or inter-company transfer, which means between the departments inside the organization, I can do the transfer, or I can go for inter-company transfer as well. If I am going for inter-unit transfer, then distribution cost, direct material, direct expenses, direct labor, and factory overheads will be included in inter-unit transfer. Whereas coming to inter-company transfer, administrative overheads will also be included in inter-company transfer. So this is the main difference. In inter-unit transfer, factory overheads will be included. In inter-company transfer, administrative overheads will also be included. Based on this point, we have a practical question. Clear? Any doubts? Now, if I am selling those to outside parties, then direct material, direct expenses, direct labor, factory overheads, administrative overheads, manufacturing overheads, distribution overheads, sale value including profit margin, everything will be included in cost. If there is a finance cost, imputed cost, penalty, damages, fines, everything will be excluded. Utility cost, if it is calculated using standard costing basis. If it is price and usage variance, if it is normal, we'll include it in utility cost. If it is abnormal, we'll treat it as abnormal cost and will not consider abnormal cost into calculation. If there is a subsidy and grant, we'll try to deduct it, nothing but reduce it. Utility cost should be always calculated based on normal capacity or actual capacity, whichever is higher. Clear so far? Any doubts? So based on this point, we have a practical part. Now see this question, CS 8, cost of utilities. A chemical unit generates in-house power to meet its shortfall from grid supply. So what they are doing? They are going for self-manufacturing of utilities. It has 20% surplus power. It has 20% surplus power, which means they have done self-manufacturing 100%. From that, they have utilized 80% and there is 20% left out. For this 20%, what I can do? I can go for transfer or sale. From the cost data given below, how would you compute the cost of power as per CS 8? Power generated for the purpose of inter-unit transfer, power generated for the inter-company transfer. In inter-unit transfer, what will include? Direct material, direct labor, direct overheads, and factory overheads will be included. Whereas in inter-company transfer, administrative overheads will be additionally included. Only one difference. In inter-unit transfer, administrative overheads will not be included. In inter-company transfer, administrative overheads will be included. Clear? Now, see this, coal consumed less ash sale, diesel oil, water, stores. All these are nothing but utilities. Coal, diesel oil, water, utilities, stores, salaries of powerhouse staff, direct material, direct labor will be included. Repairs and maintenance, depreciation of plant and boiler, share of administrative overheads. Share of administrative overheads will be included where? Intercompany transfer. Interest on asset purchase will be included? No, because it is a finance item. Distribution cost, will it be included? Yes, distribution cost will be included. Distribution cost. Okay? Any doubts so far? Everything is given in the question. You just have to split it down and write it. Cost of power generated for the purpose of inter-unit transfer shall comprise direct material cost, direct employee cost, direct expenses, factory overheads, and distribution cost. Interest on asset purchase and share of administrative overheads will not form part of inter-unit transfer cost. Clear so far? You'll write particulars and you'll include all those which is given in the question. Then, समझ में नहीं आया? Inter-unit transfer में administrative overheads are the indirect costs which are incurred for company perspective. Inter-unit transfer का मतलब क्या है? Within the company transfer हो रहा है. So within the company is administrative overheads included. So those are common costs for company. Whereas अगर transfer inter-company हो रहा है, तो different company को transfer कर रहा है, इसलिए administrative overheads भी costs में include हो जाएगा. Clear? Understood? As we are doing transfer between the companies, we will not consider administrative overheads into the cost of transfer cost. समझ रहे हैं? Transfer cost में administrative नहीं लेते. Whereas when we are going for inter-company transfer, in transfer cost also we will consider administrative cost. Clear? Now, in the second point, cost of power generated for inter-company transfer shall comprise of direct material, direct employee, direct expenses, factory overheads, distribution, and share of administrative overheads. Interest on asset purchase will not form part. So we'll add share of administrative overheads. Clear? Any doubts? And in the question they also asked about per unit, I guess. So units are given to us. So we have already calculated per kWh. Clear so far? Any doubts? Any complication with this question? Easy? No. Now, see this question, question number 25. Excuse me. A manufacturing firm has up its own power plant to cater its need in manufacturing process. Its 1 month data is given below. Number of units produced, 100 lakh units, of which 5% is used by generating unit, which means 5% is for self-consumption. Now, coal is given, oil is given, cost of water is given, steam boiler cost is given, with residual value 5 lakhs, after life 10 years. By looking into this particular adjustment, what you are getting into your mind? Steam boiler cost 55 lakhs with residual value 5 lakhs after life of 10 years. Depreciation will be able to calculate depreciation for here. Then cost of generating plant is 90 lakhs with no residual value. Depreciation is charged on straight line basis. So depreciation, two things is given. Generating plant 100 skilled laborers and 150 helpers. What is this? 100 labor cost, employee cost. Okay, 100 skilled workers, 30,000 each. 150 helpers, 20,000 each. So 100 into 30,000, 150 into 20,000. Clear? Then share of administrative charges is 20 lakhs. Repairs and maintenance is 5 lakhs. Realization from sale of scrap, we'll minus it 1.5 lakhs. They have asked us to prepare cost sheet. They didn't ask us to calculate utility cost. Cost sheet is asked. So what you will write? First you will write all the material cost. What is given as material cost? 30 MT into 30,000 per MT. So 300 into 30,000. Then here 5 into 1,60,000. 6 lakhs into 3 per liter. You will do that and you will write here. You will get total material cost. Then after material cost, employee cost is given to us. 100 into 30,000, 150 into 20,000. You'll do M plus. 100 into 30,000 M plus, 150 into 20,000 M plus, M equal to. Then 60 into 25,000 M plus, 100 into 20,000 M plus MRC. You will get the answer for employee cost. So you'll be able to write employee cost. After that, employee cost. Then they have given about the depreciation. Now, in this question, depreciation hasn't been calculated on monthly basis. You will tell that, ma'am, this is 1 month data which is given. So here depreciation, whatever is given is per yearly basis and we have to calculate it on monthly basis. And our approach is right. But this is the answer which is given in ICMAI material or based on suggested answer. They are not considering it in monthly basis. Why? We doesn't know. But is this the right approach? The answer is no, this is not the right approach. We have to calculate it on monthly basis. So calculate the total depreciation, write it on monthly basis and write the note point. Okay. Depreciation, whatever is given is on yearly basis and it is 1 month data which is given. So we are calculating it on monthly basis and this is the depreciation which is there. Here, whatever it is given is yearly basis depreciation, not monthly basis. So divided by 12 you do and write the information. Clear so far? Any doubts with the depreciation? Next. Repairs and maintenance. You will write repairs and maintenance. Then, what is given next? Share of administrative charges. You will take share of administrative charges, administrative expenses, total cost, you will get 250. Sale of scrap, you will try to eliminate the sale of scrap. You will get net total cost. Clear with cost sheet? Any doubts? Next, units. How many units are there? 100 lakh units. In this 5% is by generating unit, which means how many units we have? 95 lakh units. So for 95 lakh units, you will calculate cost per unit. Clear so far? Any doubts with this question? Complications there? Easy question. Will you able to write it? Huh? Thank you. Now, CA is 9, packing material cost. Now, what does it mean by packing material cost? The material which we are using for packing purposes. That is called as packing material cost. And we have two kinds of packing material cost. One is primary packing material and the next is secondary packing material. What does it mean by primary packing material cost? The material which you are using for storing that product or preserving that product or to put that product in one place. That is called as primary packing. Next is called as secondary packing material. In case of transportation or for moving the product from one place to another place, if we are incurring any additional package, it is called as secondary packing material. See, for example, if you are going to a medical shop for purchasing a medicine, how they will give it to you? Simple question. Everyone gone to purchase medicines in a medical shop? At least once in your lifetime? Yes. Now, when you go to a medical shop and give prescription and ask for a tablet, how they will give? They'll strip the sheet, take the tablet out, give it to you, give the water, please have it. Is this how they'll give it to you? No. They'll take a sheet, they'll ask you how many tablets you need. Along with that sheet, they'll cut it and they'll give it to you. Now, without that sheet, will that tablet be there stored in a one place? Can that be preserved? No. So whatever the sheet which we are using for storing that tablets for preservation purposes, that is called as primary packing materials. Now for the same shop, you're going and purchasing 10 set of tablets. 10 set of tablets. The 10 set of tablets will be given either in a box or in a cover. Now, without that cover, can't you take the 10 tablets? You will take that all 10 tablets, put it in your pockets, you can go. Right? Yes or no? You can go. Is that primarily required to take the tablets home? The answer is no. But just for convenient purposes, just for transportation purposes, they are giving you cover. That is called as secondary packing material. Okay? For marketing purposes or to enhance that particular product or during transportation, whatever the carton boxes we use, everything is called as secondary packing material. But for preserving that product in one place, if you are using any packing, it is called as primary packing material. Clear so far? Any doubts? Primary packing material cost. Primary packing material cost is essential for product preservation and use, whereas secondary packing is not essential but only for transportation and marketing. Primary packing material will be used into the cost of that particular product, whereas secondary packing will be included in distribution cost because we are using for distribution purposes. Okay, it will be included in distribution overheads. The other thing also called as reusable packing material cost. Now, when you go to a shop, they'll give you plastic covers. Yes or no? At how many of your homes there is a stack of plastic covers? Everybody's house? Now, why we are keeping the stack of plastic covers? Because it is reusable. How many times also we can use that? Similarly, in organizations, there will be carton boxes. They'll not throw it in a one use. They'll put that carton boxes for another purposes, either for inside travels also. Right? So, if a packing material is there that can be reused for multiple purposes, that is called as reusable packing material cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? So, this is what you have to understand from CAS 9. Next, cost accounting standard 10, direct expenses. CAS 10, direct expenses. Direct expenses, if you are incurring direct expenses for purchasing any resources, then what all will be included? Purchase price, taxes, duties, transportation, and other procurement costs. If there is any discounts or taxes, rebates refundable, you will eliminate it. If you are going for self-manufacturing of tools and dies, it includes all association, production, cost, which means whatever you are going for self-manufacturing, whatever cost you are incurring, everything will be included. If you are going for lump sum payment, like royalties or technical know-how, then lump sum payments will be amortized over the period of benefit. If direct expense is immaterial, then treat it as overheads. Clear so far? Any doubts? You have to remember majorly this purchase calculation, self-manufacturing calculation, and lump sum expenditure calculation. Clear with direct expenses? Any doubts? Based on this only, we have practical part. We'll see practical part from CAS 10. Now see question number 28. December 2021. Find the direct expenses as per CAS 10. Finance charge on lease of design is 25,000. Special design charge is 28,000. Software development charge is 27,000. Traveling abroad for training is 25,000. What is my direct expenditure? What is direct expenditure? Huh? What all will be included? Finance charges on lease of design. Will we take it? No, because it is finance charge. Special design charges, software development charges, traveling abroad for training charges. Yes. So we'll get 80,000 as direct expenditures. Clear? This can be tested in your MCQs. Question number 29, mock question paper question for June 2026 attempt. Trauma Limited, a manufacturing unit, produces two products, product PB and product PS. The following information is extracted from the books of company for the year ended March 31st, 2023. PB, PS, units produced, units are given. How many units production? 2,10,000 and 1,68,000. Units sold, 1,68,000, 1,36,500. Machine hours utilized, 1,26,000, 84 hours, 84,000 hours. Design charges is given in amount and software development charges are given in amount. Royalty paid on sales is rupee 2 per unit of sold for both the products, which means in the sales there is a royalty of rupees 2 per unit. Royalty on sales is rupees 2 per unit, whereas royalty on production of goods is rupee 1 per unit. So royalty on purchase is how much? Rupee 1. So you will take royalty on purchases. How much will be royalty? 2,10,000, 1,68,000. Then royalty on sales. Now you can get a doubt, ma'am. Shouldn't we go for amortization? Here it is not given as lump sum payment of royalty. If it is given as lump sum payment, then go for amortization. If no lump sum payment is given, then you will not amortize it. Clear? Royalty on sales. It is rupees 2 per sales. 1,68,000 into 2, 1,36,500 into 2. Then here it is given hours. We are not concerned with hours. Then higher charges of equipment used in the manufacturing process of product PB alone is 53,000. Higher charges for product PB is 53,000. And here it is nothing there. Then design charges will be included in direct expenses. Yes, you will take design charges. Then software development charges will be included. Yes, so we'll take software development charges. Clear with direct expenses? Any doubts? The same way you have to write it down in the examination. Did you get the answer down? 10 lakh 19,000 and 10 lakh 8,000. Any complications? Easy. Clear? Now, see this question number 30. A company bought a new technology for its auto component unit for two products A and B. The condition was to pay a lump sum payment of 10 lakh rupees for new technology. Nothing but technical know-how fee. How much? 10 lakh rupees as a lump sum payment. Equally distributed for both products. Which means for product A it is 5 lakhs. For product B it is 5 lakhs. How much will be my direct expenditure for the year 2019? Equally distributed for both products, having a service life of 5 years. If it is a lump sum payment, what should be done? Amortized over the period of benefit. Now, it is 10 lakh rupees lump sum payment for both the products equally, which means for product A 5 lakhs, for product B 5 lakhs. What will be my direct expenditure of technical know-how lump sum payment for the year 2019? 1 lakh. Clear so far? Any doubts with this? No, right? So, my technical know-how will be 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Next. Royalty of rupees 3 per unit on production. Royalty on production or royalty on produce of goods. Rupees 3 per unit. 30,000 into 3, 25,000 into 3. 90,000 and 75,000. Then the vendor's technicians were to be paid traveling expenses for maintenance. Traveling charges are given in the question clearly to us. 10,000, 10,000. Will we consider traveling charges? Yes. So you'll take traveling charges. Then the company incurs a cost for software services and interest for borrowing is 1,20,000. So here software services and interest for borrowing is given. Separately, software service charges are given to us. Inclusively, it is given above, but down separately it is given. If only this information is given, you will not include it because here interest for borrowing is also there. If inclusively it is given, look for separately. Interest on borrowing will not consider because it is the finance item. Clear? Software service charges separately given. So we'll consider 24,000 and 20,000. Then interest on bank borrowing. Will we consider it? The answer is no. So I'll take technical know-how, amortized cost for technical know-how 1 lakh and 1 lakh. Royalty paid on production 90,000 and 75,000. Higher charges 8,000 given in the question. Traveling expenses 10,000 and 10,000. Software service charges is 24,000, 20,000. Interest on bank borrowing will not consider. Any complications? Easy question. You will be able to write it. Clear so far? So this is direct expenditure. These type of questions will be tested in the examination. Clear? Any doubts? Now, CAS 11, not important. CAS 12, repairs and maintenance cost. Now, in repairs and maintenance cost, you just have to understand that as I have told you regarding high value spare part. High value spare part. High value spare part. Now see, if there is a spare part and we'll have old spare part, and if we are replacing it, we'll go for new spare part. And if it is being replaced, replacement spare, if do not enhance asset performance, consider it to be repairs and maintenance cost. Okay. If for example, I have old spare part, I have new spare part, and I have incurred a cost of it. Now with this spare part, my entire asset value is not increasing, which means whatever cost I have incurred for purchasing that spare part will be my repairs and maintenance cost. Okay. If it is getting increased, then what does it mean? It will come under property, plant and equipment definition. If it is coming under property, plant and equipment definition, then it is my asset and depreciated accordingly. High value spare part, if it is replaced by a new one, and old spare is reconditioned, which means we are not selling the old spare part. We are trying to model that particular old spare part. If old spare part is reconditioned, and by reconditioning, it is enhancing the asset performance. If recognized into property, plant and equipment, depreciate it accordingly. If it does not come under PP definition, but it is enhancing asset performance, then classify it as inventory and recognize in cost when consumed. Clear so far? Any doubts? If there is any major overhaul, amortize over the period of benefit. Clear? Now this you have to remember clearly. If for example, I am incurring any cost for spare part and it is not enhancing my asset performance, then the cost will be my repairs and maintenance cost. Clear so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? Now, see this. A company purchased an equipment for 10 crores. Equipment value is 10 crores. Insurance spare was 1 crore. If the company is covered under Ind AS, such spare is capitalized as property, plant and equipment, which means they have clearly told us it is considered into property, plant and equipment. Now, after use for 5 years, the equipment broke down and the part was replaced with the aforesaid spare. After 5 years, the depreciated value of equipment is 5 crores. What is the purchase price? 10 crores. What is after 5 years depreciated value? 5 crores. As property, plant and equipment are depreciated when they are available for use, accordingly the depreciated value of new spare part is 50 lakhs. Now, if equipment is 10 crores, after 5 years the depreciated value is 5 crores. If spare part is 1 crore, after 5 years what will be the depreciated value of insurance spare? 50 lakhs. With the same logic, we are going for insurance spare as well, 50 lakhs. And we have purchased a new spare part as well. And that new spare part is also having a depreciation for 50 lakhs. Is it enhancing our asset performance? Is it enhancing our asset performance? The answer is no. And the old spare was reconditioned, which means this old spare part has been gone bad and we have gone for new spare part. And this old spare we are going for reconditioning. And for reconditioning, how much cost we are incurring? 10 lakhs. What is the depreciated value? 50 lakhs. What is the cost which we are incurring? 10 lakhs. As per the estimated life of old spare for future economic benefit, the current market value of reconditioned old spare is 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs. Now, see this clearly. Equipment cost is 10 lakhs. Sorry, 10 crores. Cost of new spare is 1 crore. Total cost is 11 crores. Depreciation for 5 years for equipment is 5 crores and for this is 50 lakhs. So 5.5 crores. Depreciated value of equipment as well as spare. 5 plus 0.5, 5.5. This is how we got it. Then reconditioning cost of old spare. How much is my cost? 10 lakhs. Depreciated value of old spare part is 50 lakhs. Book value of reconditioned spare part is 60 lakhs. Is this enhancing my asset performance? The answer is no. This is not enhancing my asset performance. Because of a spare part, does this value increased? The answer is no. It is not increasing. Now, if I sell this into the market, how much I'll get? 25 lakhs. Less current market value of reconditioned spare to be restated in the books of accounts is 25 lakhs. So what is my amount to be treated as repairs and maintenance? 35 lakhs. See, simple logic. What is my entire cost which I am incurring? What is my entire cost which I am incurring? Depreciation 50 lakhs. For reconditioning, I am incurring 10 lakhs. What is my entire cost? 60 lakhs. In the 60 lakhs, if I sell it, how much will I get? 25 lakhs is my income. What is my entire cost? 60 lakhs. How much I am getting as income? 25 lakhs. What is my balance? 35 lakhs. 35 lakhs will be my cost which I have incurred for repairs and maintenance to be treated in books of accounts. Clear? Any doubts with this? This question was tested in December 2025 attempt. Easy, tough? This attempt? No, that's not actually the right thing for the subject of cost and management audit. In previous attempts, if it has been tested in previous attempt, the same question was copy pasted in the current attempt as well. Okay? If the same question is given in mock question paper, the same question is there in the question paper as well. So I tell to my students, please refer the mock question paper, please refer the practice test paper, please refer to the past examination paper before going to your examination hall. Okay? On the day before examination, what you'll refer? These past papers. Because either MCQ can be repeated, same copy paste MCQ can be there, same question can be copy pasted, either a theory question or practical question. For the subject of cost and management audit, it is applicable. For other subjects, I don't know. Okay? It is a pattern for the subject of cost and management audit. Don't apply it for other subjects and tell that Parvathi ma'am told. I'm not concerned about other subjects. Clear? Any doubts? So practical part CAS 12 can be tested. Now related to other cost accounting standards, please refer to the Pinnacle book and focus on the theory questions. May be tested, may not be tested. Theory questions are not frequently being tested. 2 practical questions are Paka questions. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now these are the practical questions which we have. Now, this is also our practice test paper question. This question hasn't been tested so far. Now this 37, 38, 39, 40. 4 questions are there. 39 and 40 are related to abnormal cost questions. Whereas 37, 38 is related to variance questions. Okay. So far hasn't been tested, but it is there in the practice test paper, which means it can be tested. So we'll not take a choice. We'll see it. Simple question, nothing complication will be there. Everyone know SCM? Variance analysis? Now, question number 37. Standard material requirement to produce 1000 units of product X is 1200 units of material at a standard price of 60 per unit. So, for producing 1000 units of product, I have to utilize 1200 units of material. And this material cost is for 60 per unit. The standard allows for rejects of 25% of input. From this, 25% can be my rejects. It is estimated that 1/3 of rejects can be reworked. Of whatever this 25% is there, 1/3 can be reworked again. Which means 1200 into 25% is 300 units are rejects. From this 300, I can rework how many units? 1/3, which means 100 units can be reworked at an additional cost of 20 rupees per unit. Now, what will be my scrap? 200 units. Clear? Now, 200 units can be sold in the market for 5 per unit. Now, we'll see the calculation for standard cost. What will be my standard cost? What is my material cost? 1200 into 60. 72,000. Additionally, what I am incurring? Reworking cost. What is my reworking cost? 100 into 20. 2000. Then scrap. Minus scrap. Scrap is my income. That is not my cost. Now 200 into 5. How much it is? Sure. How much is the total cost? 73,000. Now 73,000 is for how many units? 1000 units. What is my standard cost per unit? 73 per unit. Clear with standard? Any doubts with standard? Clear? Now, during a particular period, units produced were 19,500. Actual units produced are 19,500. For this 19,500, how much materials I have utilized? 24,000 units. at a standard cost of 60 per unit. What is my actual material cost? 24,000 into 60? 14 lakh, 40,000. In which rejects are 2,500. So in this 24,000 units, 2,500 units are rejects. Sorry, 7,000 are rejects. 7,000 are rejects and 2,500 are reworked at a cost of 51,000. So my rework cost is 51,000, which is already given in the question. The balance units were sold for 5,000. In the 7,000, if I am eliminating 2,000, what is my scrap? 4,500. 4,500 is being sold for rupees 5. What is my scrap? 22,500. What is my actual cost? Not understanding, huh? Clear? 14 lakh? This is for how many units? 19,500 units. What is my actual per unit? 75.31 per unit. Clear with this calculation so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? Now, they have asked us to calculate material quality variance. So, material quality variance is nothing but actual material cost minus actual quantity into standard rate. What is actual material cost? Actual quantity into actual rate, right? So, what is material quality variance? Actual quantity into standard rate minus actual quantity into actual rate. Now, actual material cost I have already calculated. Entire 14,68,500. So I'll take here 14,68,500. What is my actual quantity? 19,500, which is given in the question. What is my standard rate, which I have calculated? Rupees 73 per unit. 73. What is my actual quantity into standard rate? 19,500 into 73. 14 lakh. 23,500 minus 14,68,500 minus 45,000. So 45,000 adverse will be my material quality variance. Clear so far? So for quality variance, remember the formula: actual quantity into standard rate minus actual quantity into actual rate. Clear so far? Any doubts with quality variance? No. Now, next they have asked us to calculate scrap variance. Now, what is scrap variance? Nothing but standard scrap minus actual scrap. Actual scrap minus standard scrap is scrap variance, right? Now, what is the scrap value which I have got for standard? 200 units, 1,000 rupees. Whereas here scrap is for 4,500 units, 22,500. Now, standard is given for how many units? Standard information is given for how many units of product X? 1,000 units of product X. Whereas actual is given for 19,500 units of product X. Now, can I compare 1,000 units with 19,500? The answer is no. So, what we have to do? We have to calculate revised standard information based on actual information. Clear? Now, if for 1,000 units of product X, I require 1,200 units of material, then for 19,500 units of product X, how much material should I require? $23,400. So I am again rewriting the entire information. For 19,500 units of product X, I require 23,400 units of material. So what will be my material cost? Revised material cost will be 23,400 into 60 per unit, 14 lakhs 4,000. Next, the standard allows for rejects is 25% of input. So 23,400 into 25%. 5850. This will be what? My rejects. Now in this rejects, 1/3 can be reworked. So how much can be reworked? 1950 can be reworked at an additional cost of 20 per unit. What will be my rework cost? 39,000 will be my rework cost. Now what is my rejects? What is my scrap? 3,900 is my scrap, and scrap can be sold for, what is my scrap value? 19,500. Whatever we have done for standard, we have shifted into 19,500 units. Nothing complication. Understood this? Clear? Now 19,500 is for standard. What is my actual scrap? 22,500. So 22,500 minus 19,500 will be my scrap variance. What is my scrap variance? 3,000 favorable. Actual minus standard. Clear? Any doubts with this variance? Is it complicated? Easy than SCM? These are the sums which we have done in our inter, madam. Right? Easy? Now for this only you have asked us practical questions, madam. Practical questions, madam. Are these easy questions or not? Will you be able to easily get the 3 practical questions completely, or 2 practical questions so far, whatever completed cost accounting standards? 14 marks? Yes? No. Question number 38, June 2017 attempt. During the energy audit of Reliable Engineering Limited, the following figures relating to usage of power were placed before the auditor. Total power consumed is given to us in units. A rate per unit is also given to us. Okay. Next, total production in million kgs is given to us. Now, total power consumed in units is given. A rate per unit is given. Won't I be able to calculate my power cost in rupees? Yes, power cost in rupees. Just you will do the multiplication and you will get the power cost. Next, total production in million kgs is given to us. Is rupees given to us? The answer is no, it is not given. And they have asked us to calculate price variance, volume variance. Now, with this total cost, what I'll do, total cost will be in rupees divided by total production in million kgs. What I'll get? Per unit cost of production. I'll get per unit cost of production. Whatever is given, I am doing it. Right? Clear so far? Now, see here. Power consumed in kWh is given. Production in million kg is given. Rate per kWh is given. You're multiplying power consumed with rate kWh. You'll get power cost. Then, power cost divided by 1000 kgs is done. Do divided by kgs. Whatever it is given. In million kgs. Directly take in million itself. In million kgs. Do it and let me know. Power cost divided by this. I think it's 39,375. 35,725. If it is decimal, then consider and let me know. 31,182. Same? So you will directly take this amounts. Okay, don't need to consider it again, bring into thousands and all. Now, how to calculate price variance? Price variance. See, for price variance, actual units consumed into current rate minus previous rate. What is our actual units consumed? Power consumed is already given to us. So this is our actual units consumed. Into what is our price? As we are taking it into kWh, we will consider the rate which is given in kWh for price variance. Clear so far? So this will be our actual units and this will be our price variance. Then this will be our units, this will be our price variance. So we'll get the price variance for 2 years. Clear? So on a comparison basis, we are doing price variance. Clear so far? Any doubts with price variance? Next, volume variance. Power cost per kg into change in production. So here we are taking cost as common factor and we are changing volume production. So volume is nothing but production, right? Now, How much is my entire change in production? And what is my power cost which is given? Production in million kgs is given to us. So I'll take this as common, I'll do this variance. I'll take this as common, I'll do this variance. Clear so far? Any doubts? Sorry, power cost here. Any doubts? No doubts, right? So you can write this as a formula in the examination. Price variance is actual units consumed into current rate minus previous rate, whereas volume variance is power cost per kg into change in production. Is there any complication in this? It is already given in the question, nothing but we are doing the analysis here. Easy? You will be able to write it down in the examination. Done? Noted? Now, question number 39. Now, we've already seen the abnormal cost calculation in CS2, right? In cost accounting standard 2 capacity determination, we have calculated abnormal cost. From where we have calculated abnormal cost? From fixed cost. From fixed cost, we have calculated abnormal cost. Same concept we'll take here as well. We'll calculate our entire fixed cost. From that, we'll determine what is our abnormal cost. Okay. See here the question. Question number 39. The following is a summary of profit and loss account of Strawberry Company Limited for the year ended 31st March 2017. Sales, cost of sales information is given to us. Interest is given, total expenditure is given to us. So in this, variable cost is also there, fixed cost is also there. Profit is given to us. Then there was a major breakdown of machinery resulting in a loss of production for 42 days in June and July, which means what is the year? Year ended 31st March 2017, which means from 1st of April 2016 to 31st March 2017, this is our entire year. And in this year, in June and July, how many days the production was not there? For 42 days. Then there was a labor strike for 97 days from 14th of February 2017 to 21st of May 2017 for how many days? 97 days. In this 97 days, how many days will consider? Only till 14th of February to 31st of March. Because after that, our year has been ended and we are calculating only till the year ended 31st March 2017. So in this 97 days, if we calculate from 14th of February to 31st of March, we'll get entirely 46 days. Clear with the days calculation? Any doubts? Understood? Now, the production during the year is 9,42,000. You are required to compute the amount of abnormal cost which we have incurred in this 46 days, in this 42 days. On the account of breakdown and strike and the impact in per unit as well. Where do these figures find in the place in cost audit report? Now, loss of working days due to abnormal situations. 42 days breakdown, 46 days because of strike. Now, if there is a breakdown, for employees, will you give salary? Yes. If there is a strike, will you give salary? No. So, breakdown 42 days, salary was paid. Strike 42 days, no salary was paid. So, abnormal cost calculation, salary will only deduct it for 42 days, not for total 88 days. Is employee cost fixed or not? Employee cost, it's a fixed cost for the organization. Now, from that fixed cost, when we are calculating abnormal cost, in employees, we'll only consider this 42 days, will not consider this 46 days as abnormal. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, income is already given to us in the question, 13,540. Now, from this 13,540, if I eliminate my variable expenses, what is my variable expenses? raw materials, stores and spares, excise duty, power and fuel. This will be my variable cost. Raw materials, excise duty and power and fuel. This three will be my variable cost. Other than that, salaries and wages, breakdown, regular maintenance, selling and distribution, insurance, rent rate taxes, printing and stationery, traveling, administration, depreciation, interest. Everything is my fixed expenditure. So, apart from this variable cost, you will calculate everything and you will write fixed cost. Either you can do all addition and write it down, or here total expenses are given. From total expenses, if you eliminate the variable cost expenditure, you will get fixed cost. So I can write it as variable cost. Income minus variable cost will be a contribution margin. And what will be my fixed cost? Total cost minus variable cost will be my fixed cost. So from this fixed cost of 6,246, I have to calculate what is my abnormal cost. Clear? Now, how much is the salaries? Salaries as per 1400 lakhs. Yes, 1400 lakhs. Now, this salaries are amounting of 1400 lakhs is abnormal for what? For strike 46 days. Did we pay the salary? For 46 days, did we pay the salary? No. In the entire year, how many days will be there? 365 days. In this entire 365 days, how many days did I pay salary? 319 days. For 46 days, I haven't paid salaries to employees. So this 1400 lakhs is for 319 days. In this 319 days, how much is my abnormal? 42 days. 1400 into 42 divided by 319. 184. So 184 lakhs will be my abnormal cost which I have incurred for 42 days. Clear with abnormal cost? Any doubts? Next. Breakdown repairs. Breakdowns are my abnormal cost. It is not my normal cost. I'll consider entirely into abnormal cost. Salaries and wages, clear? Interest. Interest will not be coming under normal or abnormal. Even though if you have production, even though if you have profits or not, you have to pay interest. Similarly, for selling distribution cost, whatever is your profits, whatever is your abnormal, normal, selling and distribution is related to after sales. So you will have to incur the entire selling and distribution cost. Now, other than interest, other than selling and distribution, other than breakdown repairs, other than salaries and wages, what is my total fixed cost balance? 6,246 minus 35 minus 1400 minus 1,494 minus 1,040. If you do, you will get 2,277. Now this 2,277 lakhs I have incurred for how many days? 365 days. Right? My entire fixed cost of 2,277 I have incurred for how many days? 365 days. In this 365 days, what is my abnormal days? 88 days is my abnormal days. 42 is breakdown, 46 is strike. So 2,277 into 88 divided by 365, I'll get my abnormal cost of 768 lakhs. Got the answer? Clear so far? Any doubts with abnormal cost calculation? Now, this is how we'll calculate abnormal cost from fixed cost. And after that, what did they ask? Calculate the abnormal cost and also calculate per unit of output. So what is my abnormal cost? 768 lakhs. What is my production? 9,42,000. So 768 divided by 9,42,000 will be my abnormal cost per unit. Now this is a separate table got linked here. Don't get confused. Okay. In the last point, we are calculating nothing but per unit cost. Variable per unit this much, fixed per unit this much, abnormal per unit this much. Clear? Any doubts? Any doubts? Easy question. Will you be able to do it? Printing and stationery, why it is called as fixed expenditure? It is related to administration. Whatever happens, even if production is there or not there, for printing and stationery, you will incur cost. Yes or no? rent, rates and taxes. If rent is there, even though if you are coming, even if you are not coming, if you have booked that space for a specific period, you have to pay rent. Similarly, printing and stationery will also be given on contractual basis. Stationery is not related to production. If production is happening, only then I'll incur stationery. Stationery is related to office expenditure. Office expenditure will go on. So it is a fixed expenditure. Even if production is running or not running, even the manufacturing is going or not going, office expenditure will be incurred. No, electricity, printing and stationery, rents and taxes, water bill, everything will be fixed. Traveling charges, everything will be fixed. Clear? Any doubts? Clear so far? Similar to this way, we have question number 40. Try question number 40 with your own. The same thing, whatever we have done here, the same thing we'll do in question number 40. Small problem, not so big as 39. Clear so far? So these are the practical questions which can be tested from cost accounting standards. So from CAS 2, CAS 4, CAS 6, CAS 8, CAS 7, CAS 10, CAS 21 and additional 2 abnormal cost questions. So if we take two questions from everything, most probably we have done 16 questions. Right. From the 16 questions, 2 mandatory questions will be there in your paper. Huh? Repairs and maintenance you want to discuss again. Repairs and maintenance cost. See, whatever cost I am incurring for reconditioned spare part. Okay. For reconditioning spare part, I am incurring a cost. And whatever the spare cost I am incurring, if by replacing that spare part, if my asset value is increasing, then that will be my asset. If by incurring the whatever the cost I am incurring for spare part, if it is not increasing my asset performance, then it will be classified into repairs and maintenance cost what I have incurred. Now, in this question, how we are calculating that it is not enhancing the asset performance? See clearly. What is my old spare part cost? 1 crore rupees. After 5 years, equipment has been depreciated to 5 crores and spare part has been depreciated to 50 lakhs. Clear? Now, new spare part is again has been purchased. New spare part has been purchased again. New spare part cost is not given to us. We are assuming that new spare part cost is also 1 crore rupees. Whereas it is given, accordingly, the depreciated value of new spare part is also 50 lakh rupees. And because of the depreciation or because of new spare part, is there any increase in this value? No. 10 crores, 5 crores depreciation completed. So what is my depreciated value of asset? 5 crores. Is my asset value increased? No, it is 5 crores only. Because of new spare part, my asset value hasn't been increased. So if asset value hasn't been increased, then whatever the cost I have incurred will be classified into repairs and maintenance cost. Clear so far? Now, we'll calculate what is the cost I have incurred. Depreciation, is it my cost? Yes, depreciation is my cost. Now, what is my depreciation cost which I have incurred for old spare part? 1 crore, it is depreciated and the value is 50 lakhs, which means the cost of depreciation is 50 lakhs, half of 50 lakhs. So 50 lakhs is my depreciation cost. Additionally, for reworking this old spare part, I have incurred a reconditioning cost of 10 lakh rupees. So entire cost is 60 lakh rupees which I have incurred. Now with this 60 lakh rupees, did I get any benefit? The answer is no, I did not get any benefit. Asset performance hasn't been increased. Now, if I am selling this spare part in the market, I will get the value of 25 lakhs, which means the cost which I have incurred is 60 lakhs. If I am selling the scrap value, I'll get is 25 lakhs. So the cost which I am incurring, balance cost, will be my repairs and maintenance cost. Clear so far? So that's what we are doing here. Cost minus scrap value or cost minus current market value will be my amount to be treated as repairs and maintenance, 35 lakhs. Ma'am, this is the answer only. Can I write only till this in the examination? You will not get 7 marks. So write, what does it mean by high value spare part and why we are considering it, why we are not considering it. Write it down and write about this and then go for repairs and maintenance. Clear so far? Any doubts? Understood? Clear with all the practical parts? Want me to repeat any practical part again? So these are our practical parts in relation to cost accounting standards. We'll discuss value addition and profit reconciliation. Yes, we'll go for value addition and profit reconciliation. Value addition? Value addition first cheppanda. Okay. Huh? चप्पंडी बोले तो बोलो बोल के, ठीक है? Clear? We'll see value addition. Now, what does it mean by value addition? Now, if I talk in finance terms, sale minus cost, what will be the balance? Sales minus cost, profit. In costing terms, I call it as income minus cost which I have incurred to bought out the inputs equal to my value addition. Clear? In finance term, we call it as profit for the business. Whereas in costing term, we are calling as value which is derived by the business. Clear? In inputs and outputs, I have got this much of income, and from this income, I have incurred this much of cost. Whatever the balance is there, it is the value for business. That is called as value addition to the business. Okay? The same thing we are going to do. Sales will be given in the question. Sales minus cost of bought out inputs will be my value addition. We'll see the statement of value addition first. See the value addition statements. See, value addition, revenue from operations. Isn't revenue from operations my net sales? Yes, revenue from operations, net sales are same. Revenue from operations less taxes or other duties. If there is any taxes which is included in the net sales, I'll reduce those taxes. And add export incentives. Sales, it is my income. Yes. Incentive which I have received for export purposes. What does it mean by incentive? Which I have received from the government. Now, for export purposes, I have received some incentive from the government. Isn't that my income? Yes. So, sales plus export incentives, add or less adjustment in stock. Everyone knows stock adjustments. Increase in opening stock, increase in closing stock, decrease in opening stock, decrease in closing stock. You will be able to do it. Now, if there is any adjustment in stock, we'll adjust it. Less cost of bought out inputs, cost of material, process material cost, consumption of stores and spares, utilities. For transforming inputs into outputs, whatever cost I am incurring will be my cost of bought out inputs. We'll take total cost of bought out inputs. After doing this, whatever you get it, minus B, less of cost of bought out inputs will be my value addition. Clear? Now, value addition is my profit. Now, for this profit, if I am adding any other sources income, then I'll get my earnings. Earnings available for distribution. Value addition plus income from other sources. If any other extraordinary income is there, if I add all the incomes, then I'll get earnings available for distribution. This earnings will be distributed to employees as salaries, shareholders as dividends. Company will retain some funds as retained funds. Government will be paid as taxes. If any other extraordinary or exceptional expenditure is like interest has been paid to bank loans, then all that will be paid from this earnings. Clear so far? So 3 statements will be there. One is value addition statement. The next is earnings available for distribution calculation. Then at last, distributing the earnings to different claimants. First, you will give it to employees, then for shareholders, then company will retain something, then government, then for any other exceptional expenses. Clear so far with the statement? Any doubts with this statement? Now, see this question. The following figures from the cost accounting records of Vanilla Limited. Amount is given in rupees and lakhs. They've given all the information and asked you are required to calculate the following parameters as stipulated in Part D, Para 3 when we were discussing Form CRA 3. In Form CRA 3, how many parts do we have? 4 parts. Part A talks about general information. Part B for manufacturing sector. Part C is for service sector. And Part D is for statements. Right. In Part D, Para 2 talks about profit reconciliation. Para 3 talks about value addition and distribution of earnings. Para 4 talks about financial position and ratios. I told you to remember this paras because it will be given in the question. Part D, Para 3 is our value addition of the annexure to the cost audit report under company's cost records and audit rules 2014 for the year ended March 31st, 2023 and 2022. They asked us to do the value addition statement, earnings available for distribution, distribution of earnings to different claimants. So first, presentation is very, very important. See, this is how you have to present the answer. As per company's cost records and audit rules 2014, and by following the parameters stipulated under Part D, Para 3 of annexure to the cost audit report. Vanilla Limited, first, statement showing computation of value addition for the year ended March 31st, 2023, March 31st, 2022. Proper introduction should be given before the answer. Then amount rupees in lakhs, particulars 2023, 2022. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, we'll see the question. Now, net sales. Firstly, we'll start with net sales for value addition, right? So, net sales will be taken the value addition. Other income. Where do we consider other income? After calculating entire value addition, we'll add other income, we'll get earnings available for distribution. So, this is it, earnings available for distribution. Export incentives, add it to net sales. Add to net sales, we'll take it in value addition. Increase in value of stock of finished goods. If increase in finished goods, we'll add it or reduce it? Add it. Any confusion with stock adjustments? You want me to tell it? If you want me to tell it, then let me know, I'll tell it. Stock adjustments required to explain? Not required? Okay. Increase in stock of finished goods, you will add it. Add it to what? Net sales. So, net sales plus export incentives plus add or less stock adjustments. You will get some amount. See, net sales, add export incentives, add increase in value of finished goods. You will get some total of A. Then, you will go for next. Less cost of bought out inputs. Don't write it as cost of sales. Cost of bought out inputs. Raw materials consumed. This is our cost. Reduce it. Direct wages, salaries, bonus and gratuity. Will we consider it in value addition? Earnings distribution. Will distribute the earnings. So this is for third statement. Power and fuel are cost, minus it. Stores and spares, cost, minus it. Manufacturing overheads, minus it. Administrative overheads, will minus it. In this administrative overheads, audit fees is given to us. Now, audit fees, there will be a confusion. Now, this audit fees is not the fees which we are paying for audit of profits. In the input and output, before considering it to be finished goods, to check the quality of goods, we'll do some audit, right? For that, we have to pay some fees. So, this is also considered as a cost in the production purposes. Clear? So, audit fees will be considered. So this will be reduced as cost. Salaries and commission to directors will be considered. Distribution of earnings. Statement 3. Other overheads will consider it into administrative overheads. Then selling and distribution overheads. Salaries and wages will consider it. The answer is no. Packing and forwarding will consider. Yes. Other overheads. Yes. It is splitted and given. Next, total depreciation. Now, depreciation will not consider it in value addition. Where we'll show it, I'll tell you. Then, interest charges on working capital loans from bank. What does it mean by working capital loans? Working capital loans are used for what purposes? For run to day-to-day operations. In a manufacturing entity, what will be day-to-day operation? Production. Now this loan is used for what purposes? Production purposes. Now the interest which you are paying for this loan, is it our cost or not? Yes. So we'll consider it in value addition. Fixed loans, is it for production? No. So that we'll distribute from earnings. Debentures, earnings. Tax payment, earnings. Dividend payment, earnings. Dividend distribution tax is not there. It's abolished, but it is given in the question. It is also from earnings. Clear so far? Any doubts? So whatever we have discussed, we'll present it clearly. Less cost of bought out inputs, raw materials, power and fuel, stores and spares, manufacturing overheads, administrative overheads, split it, audit fees, other overheads, selling and distribution, packing, forwarding and others, interest, working capital loans from bank. You'll do all that, then you'll get total of cost of bought out inputs. Total of A minus total of B will be a value addition. Any doubts? Clear? Understanding? So this will be our value addition. Now, how to calculate earnings available for a distribution? Statement showing computation of earnings available for distribution for the year ended March 31st, 2023 and 2022. For value addition, I'll add what? Other income which is given in the question. Any extraordinary incomes are given? No. So you will take value addition plus other income plus extraordinary income. Extraordinary income you will put it as blank. Value addition, add other income, add extraordinary income, blank. This will be my earnings available for distribution. Clear? Now, statement 3. Distribution of earnings to different claimants. Now, employees, I'll give salaries and wages. Take all the salaries which are there. Excuse me, direct wages and salaries. Here there is salaries and commission to directors. Sorry. Then salaries and wages. You will consider all the salaries and wages and write it down. Then shareholders as dividend, dividend distribution tax, government as taxes, interest, fixed loans from IDBI and debenture. Everything is already given to us in the question. You will write everything. Now, company as retained funds. Company as retained funds is nothing but earnings I have already calculated. I have to distribute all my earnings to everyone. Apart from that, whatever is there is company's retained funds. Right? So, if I have to tell it in finance terms, company as retained funds will be my balancing figure. Company as retained funds will be my balancing figure. But this is not finance. This is not financial accounts. So you can't write it as B by F. So what you have to do? You have to take a working note. You have to take earnings available for distribution, and what all we have written here, you have to minus everything. Minus salaries, minus dividend, minus DTD, minus government tax, minus interest. Then you'll get retained funds. You will take that retained funds and write it here and put it as working note. Clear? Any doubts with retained funds? Clear with this question? Simple question. Any complication? Already everything is given in the question. You just have to split everything and write it in 3 different statements. Only you have to do work in calculator. Clear? Will you be able to write value addition? Any doubts with value addition? No. This can be tested as a question. Now, this We have already seen how we have to calculate value addition, right? Everyone know how to calculate profit before tax? Yes. This is nothing but financial position and ratios, which is given under para 4. What they'll ask you? They'll ask you to calculate operating profit or profit before tax. Operating profit is nothing but earnings before interest, depreciation and tax, EBITDA. Or they'll ask you to calculate profit before tax. You have to calculate it and you have to do it as a percentage to value addition. So you have to write 3 statements. Profit before tax, separate statement. Value addition, separate statement. Then what you have to do? At last, you have to take a proper statement. Profit before tax divided by value addition, I'll get a ratio. Value addition to net sales, I'll get a ratio. Profit before tax to net revenue from operations, ratio. So this is called as ratio. Any complication with this question? Value addition, we have already discussed how we have to calculate it. So try it out as a homework. If you get any complication, then you can ask me in the WhatsApp right after going home, or you can ask me tomorrow. Clear? Any doubts with this question? So this kind of question can be tested for para 4, financial positions and ratios. Value addition question, para 3. Para 2, profit reconciliation. Now everyone know profit reconciliation? Is there anyone who doesn't know profit reconciliation? We will discuss. Huh? Huh? Profit reconciliation. కొంచెం వచ్చు అంటున్నారా? Okay. We'll discuss anyhow, we'll discuss. We'll discuss 2 problems in profit reconciliation. From this, you will be able to do everything. Okay. Now, see question number 5. I'm not discussing statement because you all know statement. Profit will be given either financial profit or cost accounts profit. Adjustments will be given. You have to do add or less, then you will get cost accounts profit. You know the statement, right? Profit reconciliation. Now, question number 5. Auto Parts Manufacturing Company Limited showed a profit for the year 2022-23 as 35,46,700. During the course of audit, the following transactions were noticed. All the transactions are given as per financial accounts transaction. So these are financial adjustments which are not considered in the costings. Okay. What profit is given to us? Financial profit is given to us. Financial accounts profit is given to us and we have to calculate cost accounts profit. Clear? Now, see, take your 2 hands. One is financial accounts, the other is cost accounts. Whatever you put it, you can put it. One is financial and other is cost. For me, right hand is financials and left hand is costings. Now, an old machine with net value of 6,54,000 was sold for 9,30,000, which means I have purchased an asset for 6,54,000. I've sold it for 9,30,000. Profit, how much is the profit? How much is the profit? 2,76,000. Now, 0, 0. Financial 0, costing 0. In financial accounts, I have considered a profit of 2,76,000. In cost accounts, did I consider it? The answer is no. I have financial accounts in my hand. Whatever changes I can make only with the right hand. My left hand is not working. Okay? This is Kuni. It is not working. Only my financial accounts profit is working. Only I can do changes with my right hand. I have financial accounts. It is not considered. Here it is 0. How to bring this 0? Minus 2,75,000. Clear? Less. Next. Dividend income was received amounting to 84,500. 0, 0. Right hand financials, income, 84,500. I have to bring it to 0. Thanks. Any doubts? Simple. Next. 58,000 was spent as a CSR commitment. What is CSR commitment? Expenditure. 0, 0. I have expended 58,000 which is not considered. To bring it back, add. समझ में आया? You never thought this. That's why I told you. Even in examination, you can do this. Either you can take your hands or you can do mind calculation. See, you can do mind calculation as well. You can put financial accounts as your right eye, cost accounts as your right eye. Only for understanding purposes, I am telling this. Okay, is this easy to understand? If I take financial accounts, profit will be increased, cost accounts, profit will be decreased. Technicalities, will you understand it in easy way? If you want that explanation, I'll give that explanation. Do you want that explanation? No, right? Okay. I'll beat you guys. Then, the company was engaged in a trading activity where purchase of goods were 13,50,000, sales was 13,42,300, 40,800 is the expenditure. Okay, I'm sorry. 40,800 is my expenditure. Isn't this my trading activity? So, I have to calculate whether there is a trading profit or trading loss. Do and let me know, is it trading profit or trading loss? Trading profit or trading loss? How much? 13,50,000. 13,50,000 plus 40,800 minus 13,42,300. 48,500 is my loss. Financial accounts, cost accounts. There is a loss in financial accounts. I have to bring it back. Here it is minus 48,500. I have to bring it back to zero. Add 48,500. Clear? Then, some renovation work was carried out at a cost of 7,75,000 and the useful life was only for 5 years. See, in financial accounts, I have considered entire 7,75,000 as my cost. Okay? In my financial accounts, I have considered entire 7,75,000 as my cost. Whereas in costings, if you have incurred any cost which is giving you beneficial for more than 1 year, I'll be amortizing over the period of benefit. So, in my costings, I have only considered 1 year expenditure. What will be my 1 year expenditure? 1,55,000. So, my cost accounts, financial accounts. In my cost accounts, I have only reduced for 1,55,000. Whereas in my financial accounts, I have reduced to 7,75,000. What I'll do? I'll add 4/5 of my expenditure. समझ में नहीं आया? देखो, costing में only 1 year expenditure will be considered. In financial accounts, entire cost will be considered as a one expenditure. Okay. So, in my cost accounts, I have considered only 1 year expenditure, which is 1,55,000. From cost accounts profit, I have reduced only 1,55,000. Whereas in financial accounts, I have reduced entire 7,75,000. So, for bringing it back, what I have to do? Either I have to add entire 7,75,000 and in cost accounts, I have to add 1,55,000. Can I change cost accounts? Cost accounts is not there with me. So, I can change only financial accounts. So, I will change financial accounts to the 4/5 of expenditure. Add 4/5 of expenditure. Clear so far? Any doubts? Understood with 4/5 of expenditure? So, we'll add 4/5 of expenditure. 6,20,000. Then, the closing inventory of raw materials was undervalued. If closing stock is undervalued, what does that mean? Profit decreases. Closing stock and profit will have equal effect. Opening stock and profit will have adverse effect. If closing stock increases, profit will increase. If closing stock decreases, profit will decrease. Here closing stock is undervalued, which means profit is decreased. How much profit is decreased? 29,600. Finished goods closing inventory was overvalued, which means closing stock is increased. Closing stock is increased to 65,400. So entirely it is happening in financials. In financials, first the profit is reduced to 29,600. Then the profit is increased to 65,400. What is the equal effect? Profit reduced to 29,600. Then profit is increased to 65,400. What is the effect? Increase how much? 35,800. This increase is there in where? In finance. Increase is there in financials, 35,400. In costing, it is not there. What I have to do? Reduce. Clear? Any doubts? Easy profit reconciliation. Will you be able to do it in the examination without doing this? You can do it, not a problem. If you have any awkwardness in doing that in the examination, do mind calculation now itself. After going home, practice mind calculation. Okay? In financials, it is getting increased. So in cost accounts, it is getting reduced. What I have to do? Do I have to add or less? Do the mind calculations. Okay? Do abacus. They'll think intelligence. Okay? Clear so far? They'll think some you're doing without calculator calculations, they'll think. Topper. Abacus topper, huh? If profit is given as per cost accounts, whatever we have done entirely opposite. Adjustments will be opposite. That's it. Understood? Same thing. Cost accounts increase. Financial accounts we can't change. We can make only changes in cost accounts. Now we have done right hand. No. Then you will do left hand changes. Right hand will be paralyzed. Clear? Any doubts? Will you be able to do it? 7 marks aa jayega? Done. Now, question number 6. Same simple way of question. The same set of question is there. December 2023. The profit as per financial accounts, Ms. Kalimpong Himalaya Private Limited for the year 2022 and 23 was 1,54,28,642. And cost accounting profits was less, which means financial accounts profit is given to us. You are required to prepare a reconciliation statement. Financial accounts profit is given. We need cost accounts profit. And both financial accounts and cost accounts information is given to us. Okay? Now, see clearly. First, we will do the stock adjustments. Valuation of stock. Even if it is opening work in progress, even it is opening finished goods, consider it to be opening stock. Okay? Opening stock. Opening stock in financial accounts is 25,62,315. Cost accounts is 22,65,710. Opening stock and profit will have adverse effect. If opening stock is increasing, profit will decrease. If opening stock is decreasing, profit will increase. Now, if you compare financial accounts and cost accounts, opening stock, we have to consider financial accounts. Cost accounts is not there with us. We have to determine cost accounts. Now, by comparing these two, let me know in the financial accounts, is opening work in progress undervalued or overvalued? In financial accounts, is it undervalued, overvalued? Ekkunda takkunda? అర్థమైందా? 22, 25. ఎందులో ఎక్కువ ఉంది? Financials లో ఎక్కువ ఉంది. In financials, it is overvalued. If it is overvalued, profit will reduce. Adverse effect. Clear? Now, what is the difference? What is the difference? $2,96,605. In financial accounts, is it reduced or increased? In financial accounts, it is overvalued, which means profit is reduced. We have financial accounts, cost accounts, financial accounts decreased. I have to bring it back. What I'll do? Done. Opening stock. Now, is it overvalued, undervalued? Undervalued. If opening stock undervalued, profit? Opening stock undervalued, profit will increase. Adverse effect. Okay? Profit will be increased. Increased in where? In financial accounts. In financial accounts, it is increased. I have to bring it back. Deduct. Reduce. What's the difference? Hello? 10 minutes pa. अच्छा उतरा अंदर कला उतरा उतरा सर Sure, okay. My father. It's okay, not a problem. My father. What's the difference? 26 lakh 71,430. We will reduce it. Clear so far? Next. Closing work in progress. Closing stock. Is it undervalued or overvalued in financial accounts? If closing stock is overvalued, profit is increased. Profit is increased in financial accounts. In financial accounts, profit is increased. What I have to do? How much? 5,39,294. Then finished goods. Closing stock. Is it undervalued, overvalued? Profit decreased. Decreased where? What I have to do? Add back. 62 lakh 719. Clear? Now, in this, I'll make you more easy for you to remember it as a statement. Okay? If you doesn't remember the statement at that point of time, then you can go there or you can do this. Okay? If you're starting with financial accounts and if you want cost accounts, then what you will add? Add your incomes and add your less your expenses. Clear? And if there is any kind of a profit, you will reduce the profit, you will add the losses. If you want to remember it as a statement, then this is the statement. If there is expenditures and profits, you will reduce it. If there is incomes and losses, you will add it. With this, we'll try the second question. For easy clarity, I'll write it here. Add incomes and losses, less expenses and profits. Now, interest income from intercorporate deposits. What I have to do? No, income has to be reduced. Huh? Less incomes, add expenses and losses. Clear? Now, interest income from intercorporate deposits. What I have to do? Donations given, loss on sale of fixed assets, value of cement, these two I'll let you know. Non-operating income, voluntary retirement compensation, insurance claim, income. Insurance claim is an income. Clear so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? So either you can do this or you can do that, whatever is convenient for you. Clear? Any doubts with this? Now, see this. Value of cement taken for own consumption. Now, I have incurred some value of cement and I am self-consuming it. Now, whatever I have incurred, is it my cost, yes or no? Yes. Now, in financial accounts, the cost is considered to be 3,82,960. Whereas in cost accounts, it is considered to be 3,65,426. In my financial accounts, how much I have considered? 3,82,960. Whereas in cost accounts, I have considered 3,62,426. What is my additional cost which I have incurred? 17,534. I'll add it back. Clear so far? Any doubts? No doubts, right? Next. Cost of power drawn from own windmill. The cost, now here there is a mistake. EB tariff value will be this. At cost will be this and this. Wait. Give me just a moment. Now see this. Value of cement taken for own consumption understood. Will add 17,534 because additional cost we have considered. Whatever additional cost is there, we are adding it back. Next, cost of power drawn from own windmill. At EB tariff, it is considered in cost accounts, whereas at cost, it is considered in financial accounts. What does it mean by at cost? Whatever I have incurred, it is considered in financial accounts. Whereas in cost accounts, the additional opportunity cost which is there, that is also considered. That is called as EB tariff value. Okay. In cost accounts, it is considered to be EB tariff value. Whereas in financial accounts, it is considered to be less only based on cost. Now, both is my cost, value of power drawn, cost of power drawn, cost is given. Cost accounts, I have considered it to be 49,56,000. So in cost accounts, I have reduced 49,56,000. Whereas in financial accounts, I have only reduced to 36,20,000. Understood? So in financial accounts, I have done only -1. Whereas in cost accounts, I have done -3. So what I have to do? Financial accounts, cost accounts. In cost accounts, I have reduced 49,56,325. In financial accounts, I have reduced only to 36,20,370. I have to bring it to cost accounts. Additional whatever is there, I'll reduce it to match it up. Clear? Understood? Want me to repeat it again? Both are cost, both are reductions. In cost accounts, I have reduced -5. In financial accounts, I have reduced only -3. I have to do -5, -2. Clear? So additional whatever is there, we'll reduce it. Clear so far? Any doubts? So this is profit reconciliation. Will you be able to do value addition? Financial position and ratios? Profit reconciliation? 7 marks from unit 2, 14 marks from unit 4. Clear? Practical part easy. You'll be able to do it. 3 practical questions. 21 marks.
Now, in today's class, what are we actually going to see? We are going to start with Section B Management Audit, Unit 5, Information System Security Audit. What are we going to start? Unit 5 of Section B, Information System Security Audit. So if you see the weightage analysis of this particular unit, what is the weightage of this unit? If you see in Section B, more majorly in all the attempts, 1 7 marks question is being tested from this particular unit. So we are going to complete this unit 5. We have already completed unit 1 basics of management audit and we have completed unit 2 management reporting issues and analysis. Now if you see in unit 4 nothing question is being tested and unit 3 is also not majorly important. But yes, we'll see that as well. But if you see the A category topics, unit 5 information system security audit is majorly important in section B management audit. So we are going to start with unit 5 information system security audit. Okay, now before starting the topic of information system security audit, now what does this information system security audit mean and why do we have this topic of information system security audit in management audit? Firstly, we have to understand that. Now, see for example, everyone will have mobile phones, right? Everyone will have mobile phones and in mobile phones we'll have multiple things. Majorly important when we talk about privacy. It could be our chats, it could be our photos, it could be our videos, it could be our files, it could be our documents. Everything we will store in our mobile phones. And if you want to safeguard your privacy, if you want to safeguard your chats, photos, videos, files, documents, what do you actually do? What do you actually do? The major important thing which you do in your mobile phones to safeguard everything. What is usually being done in mobile phones? What you will do, Abhishek, Akshaya, what you will do to safeguard your mobile phones and to not the other people to have the access for your chats, photos, videos, files, or documents. What will you do? Setting up a password. Yes, absolutely right. We will put passwords. We will put passwords. Now, if I am putting a password, then what does that mean? It is nothing but internal security. Internal security. Now, what does that internal security mean? If, for example, as a tangible mobile phone, if this mobile phone is being reached to your hand, then only you'll be able to get to know about my chats, photos, videos, files, or documents. So that if this particular handed phone is there in your hand, you should not get access of anything. So I am putting a password. Without this phone, can you access chats, photos, videos, or anything without a password? The answer is no. But what if? For internal security, passwords are very good. Passwords are the best so that the other people whoever are sitting beside us, if for example we have lost our phone, then no one should know about our chats, photos and all. Internal security, we will put passwords. What for external security? External security. For example, your phone got hacked. Your phone got hacked. Or for example, now mostly, majorly, we use Play Store a lot. Now, what is this Play Store for? In Android mobile phones majorly or App Store in Apple? What is majorly done with this Play Store and App Store? We download my apps. Now, whenever you come across any new app which is beneficial for you, now mostly in this current generation, everything is related to AI apps. So, if even for a single purpose, if AI is helping me, I download that. Yes or no? So, we will download the apps from App Store or Play Store. Now, immediately when you download an app, a notification will pop up to your phone. Now, what is that notification? Allow access. Allow access. And that too also there are variations in that. Allow access all times. Allow access only while using the app or don't allow access. If we click don't allow access, then what will happen? We'll not be able to download that itself. Even if we are able to download, we'll not be able to open the app. For opening app, for using the app, definitely we have to give the access which is being asked. If we restrict that app, then we'll not be able to use that app. Now, you have trusted that application. You have given all the access which is there. With the app which you have downloaded, what if there is a risk? What if there is a risk? Now you are giving access to your mobile phone, nothing but externally someone is ready to access your chats, photos, videos, files and documents. Now what software they are using, what coding they are using, you will not know. How will you know? We will not know about it. We will just click on allow access. Now what will happen? Entire our phone access will go to them. Right or not? Now this is external security. Now we are talking about a small thing. Now what is that small thing? Just our own personal chats, our own photos, videos, files, documents. It's for a single person. If for a single person we have to be this much careful regarding the internal security and external security to have privacy of ourselves, to safeguard the information, our personal information with ourselves. We have internal security, we have external security measures as well. Now, if we assume or if we think the same factors in case of a company, in case of a company, in your mobile phones, what you usually have? Either someone can hack your mobile phone and get the contact details of your friends and family members. Okay. Either they can hack your Instagram ID. Whoever your Instagram friends are there, they can get access of them. Only through chats they'll be able to get it. Now, if I am hacking your mobile phone, I'll only be able to access yours, not your friends. Because just your Instagram friends, I'll not be able to access your friends' information as well. I'll just be able to access what are there in your mobile phone. Right. Now, if company is there, but it is not the case with the company. If, for example, a company is there. Now, the same whatever are there, company documents will be there. Now, all the documents are what? Computerized. Nothing but information technology, IT, every each and every resource, documents, whatever is there for the company, each and everything is maintained in IT, right or not? Now, if for example, if I want to safeguard this IT system, what I'll do? I'll restrict the access. Internal securities, I'll restrict the access. Now, who can access this IT securities? Who can access my documents inside the company? They need to have some kind of permission to get the access of this. Now, who can do some kind of changes in those documents? Now, all these are the restrictions which will be put. And then the same way, passwords, locker rooms. Now, all these whatever we put for the documents are nothing but internal securities. Internal securities. Now, beyond than that, the same whatever we call it as, what if some kind of virus attacks? What if hacking happens? What if any cyber crime happens? Some kind of threat comes to our organization. Now, all these are external factors. Now, to safeguard the organization from internal factors as well as external factors, the company has to go for an audit, which is called as Information System Security Audit. Why this audit is majorly important? See, for example, if your mobile phone is getting hacked, the hacker will only know about your information. But if a company is getting hacked, company will have the details of all of its employees along with their bank accounts as well. Because in that bank account itself, they'll credit their salaries. Right or not? So each and every employee who's working in the organization, their name, their Aadhaar number or PAN number or their family details, their address, their email IDs, their bank account details, everything will be there with the company. Not only there, not only the employees, whoever the shareholders are there, whoever the investors are there, each and everyone's details will be there in the company. Now, what if the company's information system itself is getting hacked? The hacker will get the information of whoever is related with the company. All the investor details they'll get to know. All the employees details they'll get to know. They'll not only be able to access a single person, but every single person who is related with the company. So just for your mobile phone, you're maintaining these many securities to safeguard your privacy. Now, when it comes to an organization, when it comes to a company, how much they have to be secured, right? Now, to know about that security measures, how well the organization is maintaining the security measures regarding that whatever the verification we do, that is called as information system security audit. Now, this is not any kind of mandatory compliance which is given by any law. Law is not telling that information system security audit has to be done in an organization. No. This information system security audit is a voluntary thing which will be done by the management. Why they are doing that? To know that in the organization, information system is safeguarded. There isn't any risk of hacking. There isn't any risk of virus. There isn't any risk of malware. There isn't any risk of unauthorized access of documents. Now, to have all the security measures, to check whether each and every security measure inside the organization is accurate, the organization will go for information system security audit, which is very, very important. Now, how this is related to management audit? Because who will prepare records? When we have seen the major cost audit, cost records, cost data, cost information should be prepared by whom? It is the responsibility of management. Now, whatever the records which are there inside the organization, each and every record will be maintained and preserved by management. They will have all the reports. They will have all the records. Now, management are responsible to safeguard those records. So, along with management audit, whenever it is being happened in the organization, there is an importance of a management to go for information system security audit as well, because it is their responsibility. It is management's responsibility. No one from outside will come and tell to safeguard your personal privacy. No, you have to yourself think that this is my privacy. I have to safeguard it. Similarly, management have to think that organization's information is very important and they have to secure it. And based on that, they have to go for information system security audit. I hope it is clear so far. So what are we actually going to see in this particular unit of information system security audit? Now first we'll see the introduction, nothing but the discussion scenario through which we'll understand what are we actually going to see in this unit. Then we are going to see about the IT security audit. So we have two audits. One is called as IT audit and the other is called as IS audit, or you can call it as information system security audit. Now what does it mean by IT audit? What does it mean by IS audit? IS audit, information system audit, is a part of IT audit, information technology audit. Now what does it mean by IT audit? IT audit is the entire organization's audit. In this audit, we'll check about the access controls. We will check about what's happening inside the organization, how the information is being secured. We will check about the passwords which are being set in the organization, and not only that, there is some kind of compliance requirement as well. What is that compliance requirement? RBI has gave some regulations regarding cyber crimes. Regarding cyber crimes, RBI has given some kind of regulations. Now, whether each and every regulation regarding that is being complied or not, compliance requirements are also there related to law. But regarding information system security audit, it is not a compliance. But related to that, related to some kind of securities, related to some kind of cyber crimes, we have some law related to that, which has to be complied by each and every organization, whether the compliance requirements are being met or not. Regarding all this, we are going to see under IT audit. Whereas in part of IT audit, we have IS audit, information system security audit. In this information system, we only talk about the information. What if the information has got unauthorized access? What if it has got hacked? What if any virus attack has happened? What if there is a malware attack? So all this regarding this we'll see under information system audit. I hope it is clear. So we'll see about IT security audit, what are its benefits, what are its types and steps, and what is the difference between security audit and risk assessment. Now whatever we call it as security audit, is that related to risk assessment? Now we can easily tell that if you're going for an audit, then it means you're trying to rectify your risk. You're trying to find out the risk and you're trying to cover the risk priorly itself. So is both same, security audit as well as risk assessment, is that same? No, there is some kind of difference between that. Now what is the difference between security audit and risk assessment? What are the best practices for effective security audit inside the organization. So firstly, we are going to see everything about the IT security audit. And then we are going to move on to IS audit, which is called as information system audit. What are its objectives? What are its scope? What is information system audit approaches and information system audit methodology? Then we are going to see what is cyber security and what is computer forensics. Then, as I told you, what are the RBI cyber security guidelines, which are compliance requirements? So, what are the RBI cyber security guidelines? And how IT auditing has to be done in a banking sector. So, all these are the concepts which we have in information system security audit. I hope it is clear so far. So this is what we are going to learn or understand in Unit 5 Information System Security Audit. I hope it is clear so far. Now, we'll understand about this Unit 5 of Management Audit more clearly with a discussion scenario. Okay. Now, what is happening in this discussion? What are they talking about? We'll see that. Introduction. A discussion on Information System Security Audit in Management Audit. And there are two people, who is Amit and Riya. And they're talking seriously about this information system security audit. Amit, Riya, explain something to me. Why on earth do I need to learn about information system security audit in management audit? I'm not here to become any hacker. You're talking about hacking, malware, virus attack. I'm not here to do something like that. Why I have to learn it? Riya, Amit, that's exactly why you need to learn this. Management audits aren't just about finance anymore. You are not just looking about the statements. You're not just looking about the costings. Businesses run on IT system now. Everything is related to IT. And if those aren't secure, whatever cost saving measures you take, whatever the effective systems you bring inside the organization, everything is of no use. Externally, if you are putting whatever banda you want inside of you, if you are not proper, inside of you, if your heart broken, then outside appearance will not matter. If internally your stomach, your heart, your brain is not good, externally how much good you feel itself, your friend will come and ask you what happened to you, why you are looking like that. So similarly, whatever you do externally, even whatever cost reduction measures you bring, wastage measures you bring inside the organization, new policies you bring inside the organization, if IT system itself is not safe, what will happen? Suddenly a person will come, hack your entire system, gone. Whatever information you have safeguarded so far, everything is gone. What use? Nothing is of a use. If those aren't secure, all your fancy cost saving strategies will mean nothing when hackers drain company accounts. If all the accounts have been drained, then what will be there for the company? Nothing. Amit, that sounds bad. But isn't cybersecurity IT department's headache? It is related to IT department. Now they will work regarding their security measures. Why I have to learn it? And that too in a topic of management audit. Riya, no. Management auditors check whether the organization have a proper security policies, whether they have proper access controls, compliance with the laws like cyber security guidelines. If security is weak and it's a huge business risk. So all this will be checked by who? By a management auditor. When management audit is being done, management auditor will also check whether the security policy inside the organization is proper. Access controls are there. Now, what does it mean by access controls? Who has the access for the accounts? Who has the access for the documents? Whether there are any past employees who is not currently working for the organization, but are still getting access to the accounts and information? Now, what will happen if the past employee who is not working in our organization is still getting access? If they want, they can take all the information from us. Yes or no? So if they are getting access controls, then what will happen? Our systems can get hacked. And regarding compliance with laws like RBI cybersecurity guidelines. If after analyzing all these things, if management auditor has understood and come to a conclusion that if security is weak inside the organization, then that means entire business is in risk. So this is why we have to majorly go for information system security audit, and that is why we are talking about this audit under management audit. I hope it is clear. Amit, all right. So what exactly is an information system security audit? Yeah, simple. It's like a health checkup for an organization throughout body checkup from head to toe. What all will be evaluated? Firstly, they'll evaluate about the access controls. Who can access what? Old inactive accounts that can be misused. So regarding access controls, who can access which document? Then second, data security, encryption of sensitive data. Now, if I am sharing the data from my mobile phone to your mobile phone to WhatsApp, WhatsApp will give you a clear instruction saying that your data is encrypted. What does that mean, encrypted? If I am sharing data or if I am sharing my photo from my mobile phone to your mobile phone, during the transit, no one else can come in between and take that photo and look that. No. If I am sharing from my mobile phone to your mobile phone, what is the from which mobile phone it is going? From my mobile phone. Where is it reaching? Your mobile phone. So who can watch? Either through your mobile phone you can watch it, or either from my mobile phone you can watch it. Other than that, no one else can come in between and take that. That is called as encryption of data. I hope it is clear. So regarding that encryption of sensitive data, when that is being shared, how that should be shared. And regarding network security, passwords, firewalls and VPN, active working of firewalls, and the incident response plan. For example, what if hacking happens? For example, the entire organization documents have got some virus, entire software has got some virus. What happens? What if there is a cyber attack? What is your next response plan? Whether are you thinking that what if cyber attack happens, and based on that you have taken any kind of steps now itself, or are you just chilling and oh, whenever it happens we will see it? This is not how the organization should work. Organization has a risk always about some kind of hacking, about cyber attacks, whatever it can be. So now itself they have to take proper steps. So regarding that also, management auditor will do the verification. And then compliance with laws. Whether this is RBI cyber security guidelines for banks and ISO for data security. Whether all this compliance requirements are being followed according to the law or not. So we are going to do the assessment of each and everything in IT security audit. I hope it is clear. Amit, okay, but how does this relate to my management audit syllabus? Now, think about it. When you do a management audit, you check about three things majorly. Firstly, operational efficiency, whether all the operations are working correctly or not. Second, compliance requirements. Third, risk management. These are the three things which you do when you're going for management audit. First, operational efficiency. A company with a constant cyber threat. Constantly hacking is happening inside the organization. Will the operations work effectively? The answer is no. If the access controls are not there, each and everyone who's working inside the organization can easily come and access all the documents, can change the documents. Now, if anyone can come and change the documents, what will happen? Everyone will come, whatever they want, they'll change, they'll go. Now, will the operations work effectively inside the organization? The answer is no. So, entire management audit is a waste of use. Then, coming to compliance. If it's a bank, then RBI guidelines has to be followed by banks. And strict cyber security controls. If they're non-complying with it, then there will be heavy penalties. So, compliance requirements have to be followed. Then, risk management. Now, if in any company, if IT security is weak, what does that mean? If IT security is weak, what does that mean? Easily a company can get hacked. Easily a virus attack can happen to the organization. Now, if IT security is weak, will you tell the organization is having a higher risk or lower risk? will actually tell that as a higher risk company. Weak IT system is a business risk, just like a poor financial control. Now, even though if there is a higher risk, will an investor take that entire risk and put their money in your company? See, for example, if you're telling me that in share market I have risk, I'll put that into share market. Okay, I'll take that risk, I'll invest my money into share market. Now, if you come and tell me that entire share market can get hacked, entire share market can get into a virus attack, and whatever money you have invested will go. Will you go and invest into share market? Or will you go and invest into any kind of company? The answer is no. If you are investing a money of 5 rupees, if you are getting 4 rupees or 5 rupees, or if you are getting 3 rupees, that's okay. Risk will be taken by the people. But if you tell that entire 5 rupees will be gone, then no one will come and invest in company. That is called as weak IT system. I hope it is clear so far. So whatever we majorly do on management audit, operational efficiency, compliance and risk management, that is of no use if there is no proper information system security. So to have an effective information system security, we have to go for information system security audit. I hope it is clear. Amit, so in a nutshell, if I have to make it very simple, if a company's IT security is a mess, its entire business is at risk. Riya, bingo. If hackers steal sensitive customer data, not only will the company lose money, but also customers' trust. Market reputation will be gone and may even face some legal actions because all the customers whoever are there, employees whoever are working inside the organization, they will come and blame the company, not the hacker. They'll not tell the hacker that why you have hacked the system. Hackers' work is to hack the system. They'll come and question the management. What you were doing till hacking happening inside the organization? You should have taken the proper measures to safeguard our information. Now, some person who is a hacker has come and hacked the entire system. The hacker has our information. Now, our information is at risk. Our securities is at risk. Now, what if that hacker takes money from my bank account? Yes or no? So entire reputation of company will be gone. The trust which is having on company, the entire trust will be gone. And obviously they'll go to the court. They'll give some legal actions on the company. I hope it is clear. Amit, it actually makes sense. So in an audit, how do I check for IT security weakness? How all we will go for IT security weakness? Review security policies. Is there a proper IT security framework? Second, check access logs. Any unauthorized access or inactive account still open? Test password policy. Now, password should not be like 12340000. If you are putting 1234 as your phone password or 0000, first whenever I got a phone, for example, I'm walking in a road and someone has lost their phone, mobile phone. I'll take that phone. There is a password. What I'll do? First, I'll take 1234. Or if it is a 5 digit, 12345 or 0000. Or if I am your close friend, what I'll do? I'll check based on your intuitions. Okay, what's your birth date? Okay, what's your girlfriend birth date? Okay, what's your anniversary? Based on that, I'll go on. I'll easily find out. Now, this is not how you have to keep your security. Now, if you are putting that as your security, then that's very risky. Now, even in an organization, if they are putting simple, silly passwords as 12340000, then what will happen? Easily a hacker person will come and hack. Now, with this example, I can clearly tell you that my husband, he works for a data center. He works for a data center and he usually works as a system engineer. Now, he majorly focuses on this hacking systems and all. Now, he's not into that domain, but yeah, he safeguards the data center, whatever the information which is stored by the company. Now, if you see the passwords which my husband puts, Even my husband will not be able to remember those passwords. That's how the password will be created. Randomly, whatever in that password, the digits which you have in your keyboard, all the digits will be used. I'm telling you, so far in your typing also, you would haven't used those whatever the things which are there in the keyboard. Even when we are typing, we wouldn't have used that. But in password, they'll use that. I'm telling you, I've seen all the passwords which were there. Even his mobile phone lock password will not be an easy password. It will be some kind of tricky password. Now that's how the passwords will be set if they are into a data centric work. And that's how it should be there so that there should not be any kind of risk involved in it. Look at past incidents. Now whether if that company is into an active prone of cyber attacks, if cyber attack has happened or hacking has happened in the previous years, then what was the response taken? After hacking has happened, did they increase the security controls regarding all the trends you will look after? Then you will interview the IT team members. Do they actually have cyber security plan? If suddenly cyber attack happens, how will they retrieve the data? Regarding data integrity, regarding backup sources. Now, what is their backup sources? Regarding all that you will do an interview. Now, this is what we are going to go for IT security audit or to understand about information system security audit. As I've told you, we have two. One is IT audit and one is information system security audit. Now, what I'll do in IT audit, I'll check about access controls, data security, network security, incident response plan, and compliance with laws. Majorly, I'll check for compliance with laws in IT audit. Whereas in IS audit, I'll go for security policy, whether there is any kind of security policy, and regarding check access logs, regarding password policy, regarding past incidents, and regarding the plan which they are having, backup plan. I hope it is clear. All this will be analyzed in IS audit. Next, Amit, this is starting to sound something interesting. So when I do a management audit, I can actually recommend IT security improvements. So if a cost accountant is being appointed as a management auditor, if you remember, what are the qualifications to become a management auditor? Cost accountant. A cost accountant can also go for management audit. If you are going for management audit, then you can also check about the IT security. Ria, yes, and those recommendations could save an entire company from a massive cyber disaster. Imagine how valuable that makes an auditor. Amit, wow, I never thought IT security would be so important for us management guys. Maybe I should stop ignoring this topic in my syllabus. Yes. This is most important for management people, for organization, and also most importantly for your exam because one theory question is being tested from this particular topic. I hope it is clear. So this is the introduction scenario or the discussion scenario regarding information system security audit. Is that clear so far? Is that clear regarding information system security audit? Clear. Okay. What about others? For Abhishek, it's clear. Kritik, Amshi, Akshaya, is everything clear? Any doubts? Clear. Okay. Now, firstly, we will see everything about IT security audit. What does it mean by IT security audit? Okay. IT security audit is a comprehensive examination and assessment of what? Enterprise information system security. Conducting regular audits helps in identifying weak spots and vulnerabilities in IT infrastructure, verify about the security controls, and ensure about the regulatory compliance. So majorly, what does it mean by IT security audit? Audit nothing but examination. IT security audit is nothing but an examination of what? Examination of information system security or information security system. Now, why we are doing this? So that we will be able to identify what are the weak spots in IT infrastructure, what are the vulnerabilities in IT infrastructure, whether we have proper security controls, and whether compliance measures are being followed or not. What are the compliance requirements? RBI cybersecurity guidelines. Whether those are being followed or not. We'll be able to find out that. I hope it is clear. Introduction to IT security audit. It is nothing but an independent review. Whatever audit it can be, it will be an independent. I hope it is clear. Independent review of system records, activities, and documents to assess and improve about the information security. So here also management auditor is going to check about some records, are going to check about some activities and documents. Now, by reviewing these records, activities and documents through information system security audit or IT security audit, auditor is not going to check whether records are maintained properly, whether activities are done properly, whether documents are maintained properly. No. Here we are not going to check about the maintenance. Here we are going to check about the security of that information which is there in the records, activities or documents. In IT security audit, we are going to review about the security of that information. I hope it is clear. IT security audit protects against hackers, malware, viruses, and cyber crime and helps to optimize security design and process. We'll be able to improve our security measures, security policies inside the organization, and we'll be able to protect the information against hackers, malwares, viruses, and cyber crimes. So this is why IT security audit is important for an organization. What will be a security framework? Structured collection of tools, documents, and resources. Firstly, we have to collect a proper data. Then, planning, management, and auditing of information security. We'll plan entire audit, we'll do the audit of information security. And after auditing, we'll ensure that it is efficient, we'll organize and complain security practices. So, we'll try to improve more security practices. Simple process, whatever we do. First, we'll collect the tools, documents, and resources. Then we will plan what will be the audit. Then based on that, we'll go for the auditing. After that, we will organize everything and based on that, we'll improve our security practices. I hope it is clear. So this is our security framework. This is not a one-time process. It is an ongoing process. Needs regular updates and monitoring. Auditing is a developing field which requires clear frameworks for effectiveness. Now, auditing, whatever audit it can be, audit is not a one-time process. Auditing is always an ongoing process. Always you have to develop your plan, you have to develop your strategy, and based on that, you have to go for the verification or examination. I hope it is clear. So, this is what we have seen. Now, if you see the concept 1 introduction, it is an independent review to evaluate system records, activities, and documents for security improvements. And what is the importance? It protects against threats like hackers, malware, viruses, and cybercrime, and helps businesses optimize security designs and processes. What is security framework? First, a collection of documents, tools, and resources, guiding institutions on information security planning, management, and auditing. After that, it provides a structured approach to ensure efficient security practices. So first, collection of data, then planning and auditing. After that, it will help to ensure that there is a proper security practices. And this is not a one-time process, it is an ongoing process. Security is continuous and requires regular follow-up and updates. Auditing of information security is still a developing field, requires clear frameworks. I hope it is clear so far. So far whatever we have discussed as introduction of information system security audit. Is that clear? Is that clear? Clear. Yes. So this is the introduction of why we have information system security audit. Now, if we go for IT security audit and what are its benefits and all, we are going to see now. IT security audit, it is a detailed evaluation of organization's information system security and its infrastructure, IT infrastructure. This is what we have seen so far. It is a detailed evaluation of organization's information system as well as IT infrastructure. What are the benefits of IT security audit? First, we'll be able to identify vulnerabilities in hardware, in software, in networks, and in data centers. If there is any kind of risk involved, we'll be able to identify what kind of risk and how is that risk. Whether that risk in hardware, whether that risk in software, is it related to network, is it related to data center. Then, eliminate unnecessary tools. Remove whatever the tools or processes which are there, which are unnecessary for the organization. Whatever the process it can be. If the tool which we are using, if the process which we are using is unnecessary for the organization, eliminate it. What does that mean? See, for example, in your mobile phone, you have apps. And in that apps, if something is unnecessary app for you, but that is being installed in your mobile phone. Now, what you have to do, you have to do the assessment about what apps do you have. And if one of the app is not at all useful for you, you doesn't use that tool itself, it is not useful for you, then why we have to keep that kind of an app in our mobile phone? If it is useful, we have to put it. If it is not useful, why to keep it? There might be any kind of risk. So what we have to do, we have to eliminate. Even though if there is a risk or not, we will assume that there is a risk and will eliminate it. Then strengthen the defenses. Assess ability to handle threats and recover from incidents. We will put firewalls. We will start putting the defense mechanism. What if virus attack happens? How to come back from virus attack? How to retrieve our data? How to recover from incidents? What is the next backup plan? All that you have to start. That is strengthen of defenses. Then addressing of flaws. Suggest corrective actions for security weakness. All these are the benefits of IT security audit. We'll be able to identify about the vulnerabilities. It will help us to eliminate unnecessary tools, strengthen defenses, and to address the flaws. I hope it is clear. Then, also one more major important thing of IT security audit is compliance assurance. It ensures compliance with data protection laws required by national and international regulations. Now, what are these data protection laws? Collection, use, retention and disposal of sensitive data. So, how to collect data, how to use data, how to retain data and how to dispose that data. Each and everything will be given under data protection laws. Whether everything is complied or not, being complied or not by the organization. That we'll be able to know from IT security audit through compliance assurance. I hope it is clear so far. So these are the benefits of IT security audit. See, IT security audit. An IT security audit is a detailed evaluation of organization's information security system. Conducting regular audits helps in identifying vulnerabilities within the IT infrastructure. verifying the effectiveness of security controls, and ensuring compliance with regulatory standards. What are the benefits? We'll be able to identify vulnerabilities, we'll be able to eliminate unnecessary tools, we'll be able to strengthen our defenses and address any kind of flaws. Compliance assurance. Many organizations are required by law and regulations to conduct IT security audit. These audits ensure that data handling processes meet legal standards concerning the collection, usage, retention, and disposal of sensitive data. Now, this is not mandatory for everyone, but the entities which are majorly into data-centric work, for them, IT security audit is mandatory. That is given under certain laws. And that law is nothing but data protection laws. I hope it is clear so far. So this is about the compliance assurance. Now, how many types of IT security audit do we have? We have two types of IT security audit. One is internal audit and next is compliance audit. What does it mean by internal audit? Conducted by internal security team to assess internal security posture and compliance. Whether whatever security measures do we have inside the organization, whether are they sufficient or do we need more security measures to safeguard our internal privacy. Whatever the verification we are doing, that is internal audit. What does it mean by compliance audit? This is conducted by external or certified auditors to ensure that data protection laws are being complied or not. To ensure compliance with legal and regulatory requirements. So there are two sets of audits. Internal audit, not mandatory. Voluntarily, entities will take up and do it. Compliance audit is mandatory. This will be conducted by external or certified auditors. I hope it is clear so far. The types of IT security audit, internal audit and compliance audit. What is internal audit? Conducted by internal teams to assess overall security posture and ensure compliance. Then compliance audit, often carried out by certified third-party auditors to verify compliance with specific laws and regulations. I hope it is clear so far. So this is our concept number 1 and concept number 2 about IT security audit. Is that clear so far? Everything clear? Any doubts? Akshaya, Kritik, Vamshi, Abhishek? Any doubts or clear? Kritik, clear? What about others? Vamshi, clear? Now, moving on to next. Steps in IT security audit. So how this entire IT security audit will be done? This entire IT security audit will be done in 5 steps. It will be done in 5 steps. What is step number 1? Define the objectives. Set clear goals of audit to be aligned with the business overall objective. Now, what is our business objective? Based on that, what should be our goal of audit? Use questions to refine audit scope. What systems or services will be tested? Now, majorly, what are the systems which I have? How the data is being stored in the organization. You will identify how the data is being stored inside the organization, and based on that, you will define how you are going to do the audit. Will the audit cover digital as well as physical assets? Or are you going to focus only on digital assets? Or are you just going to focus on physical assets? Is there any kind of disaster recovery? Are you going to do about the disaster recovery also in the audit? For example, if some kind of viruses attack happen, or if any kind of cyber crimes happen, then what will be the recovery plan of the organization? Are you going to do that as well as the audit? Are you going to find out the backup plan of organization? Whether that will also be done as audit? Is audit aimed at proving regulatory compliance, or are you going for compliance requirements? Now, what is the major goal of audit? First, you will understand what is system security and how the data is being stored. Then, whether are you going to focus on digital assets or physical assets? Or whether are you going to also verify about the disaster recovery? Or whether are you going to check about the compliance requirements? What is the goal of audit? Or whether you're going to check about everything which is there. What will be your audit plan? Define the objective. Step 1. Second, after fixing that I am going to do the verification of all these things. Plan the audit. Define roles and responsibilities. What will be done by management? What will be done by IT administrators? Plan shall include what will be the entire schedule, what will be the methodology which will be followed in the audit, tools for monitoring, how the reporting will be done, what will be the logistics, nothing but testing, how the testing will be done, what are the parameters which are used for testing. Everything should be included in the plan. Document and circulate the plan to all the relevant staff. Plan everything from the start till the end. After planning everything, circulate it so that each and every member of your team has to know about it. Next, step number 3, performing the audit work. Conduct scans on file sharing servers. How the sharing of files is happening inside the organization. What are the database servers? What is SAP? Software as a service application, regarding the cloud based software. Now, if you know about something which is related to software, you'll know that they'll use something called as cloud systems. Now, what is that? Whether it is safeguarded or not. Regarding everything, you will do the scan. Then, you will assess about the network security, user access level, system configures, and physical inspection of data centers, whether it is resilience to fire, flood, or any kind of power issue. Then you will go interview non-IT employees. Whether is there any test security awareness, all regarding policy adherence. Whether it is only given, whether all the things is only known to IT employees or is it known to non-IT employees as well. The training is being provided, basic training is being provided or not. You will do the assessment about each and everything when you are performing the audit work in step number 3. Then step number 4, reporting the results. Prepare a formal audit report with list of identified risks or vulnerabilities, recommended actions for the mitigation. After preparing a formal audit report, submit it to management, stakeholders, or regulatory agencies if it is applicable. If you're going for compliance audit, if you're going for internal audit, there are two types of IT security audit. If you're going for internal audit, you will give for management and stakeholders. If you're going for compliance audit, you will give for management, stakeholders as well as regulatory agencies. I hope it is clear. After that, after giving the report, is your work as management auditor completed? The answer is no. After giving the report also, you have to stay and you have to take the necessary action. Implement the recommendations such as fixing flaws via remediation. You will give suggestions. You will try to fix everything. Security training for employees. Adopting best practices like phishing awareness. Then upgrading technology and regular monitoring. All this will be done as a necessary action. You will start doing you will take up the necessary actions inside the organization. You will give the suggestions. I hope it is clear so far. So these are the 5-step process in IT security audit. Step 1, define the objectives. Step 2, plan the audit. Step 3, performing the audit work. Step 4, report the results. And step 5, take necessary actions. I hope it is clear. So this is about steps in security audit. Concept number 3. First, define the objectives. Next, plan the audit. Third, performing the audit work as conducting scans, check network security, perform physical inspection and interview non-IT employees. And then report the results and then take necessary actions. These are the steps of IT security audit. I hope it is clear so far. Now, after knowing what is IT security, what are its benefits, what are the two types of IT security audit and what are the steps in going for IT security audit. We have seen all this. Now, what is the major difference between security audit and risk assessment? Now, in both these things, we are doing the assessment of risk. We are finding out if there is any risk. What if? What if itself is means risk, right? Now, what if I get failed in the examination? It is a risk. What if I lose 100 rupees today? It's a risk. Now, what if question comes? Then it's a risk. In security audit, we raise questions like what if virus attack happens? What if malware happens? What if hacking happens? Now, all these are nothing but a risk. To avoid that risk, priorly itself we are taking steps, which is nothing but examination of our security controls, which is security audit. Now, by looking in a broader scope, we can think that security audit as well as risk assessment are same. But are both same? The answer is no. Risk assessment conducted before tools and techs are deployed or when threat landscape changes. Always risk assessment will be done when the tools or techniques have been developed. Now, new tools and techniques have been bought inside the organization. Based on that, you will do the risk assessment. Or if you think the threat has been changed, then based on that, you will go for risk assessment. If organization finds that there is some kind of threat inside the organization, then they'll go for risk assessment. It evaluates potential risk and external threats. It's a proactive step, identifies and evaluates the risks, helps in building infrastructure to address the risk and done regularly or during trigger points. So this is called as risk assessment. What does it mean by security audit? This security audit is conducted on existing IT infrastructure. Already in every organization, we will have IT infrastructure. Whether that IT infrastructure is effective or not, regarding that we will do the examination for security audit. But for risk assessment, there will be nothing like that. Risk assessment is not only related to information, not only related to IT. It has many other scopes. It evaluates current system security posture. Will evaluate about the current system, security system. And mostly it is a reactive step. Checks effectiveness of existing controls. So based on reactive step, after control has been implemented inside the organization, we will go for security audit. But risk assessment is not like that. Before starting a project itself, can I go for risk assessment? The answer is yes. Before investing into company, can I go for risk assessment? The answer is yes. Before starting a process, can I go for risk assessment? The answer is yes. Before starting anything, to identify and to evaluate risk as a proactive step, I can go for risk assessment. But for security audit, I need to have security controls inside the organization. I need to have IT infrastructure. So after having something, what if happens? Based on that, I'll go for reactive. Checks effectiveness of existing controls. It helps in testing and verifying current security practices and it is done at scheduled intervals. I hope it is clear. So this is the main difference between risk assessment and security audit. Is that clear so far? Any doubts? Risk assessment and security audit. Difference between security audit and risk assessment. If you see what is the meaning, risk assessment, it is the evaluation of potential security risk to IT systems, whereas security audit, examination of existing IT systems to test their security. Risk assessment usually done before implementing any kind of system or before implementing a technology. Whenever they find there is a threat, they'll go for risk assessment. Whereas security audit conducted after systems are implemented and usually done on a periodical basis. It focuses on identifying and analyzing the risk and how they may affect the infrastructure. But security audit majorly focuses on checking the effectiveness of current security controls and systems. Risk assessment is to design IT infrastructure and control to handle risk. So majorly our objective is to design a proper IT infrastructure, and before implementing something itself, we will do the risk assessment and we'll try to handle the risk. Whereas security audit, after security controls have been implemented inside the organization, if there is any kind of weakness, if there is any kind of ineffectiveness, on existing system, we are going to check about the weakness to evaluate security posture and detect weakness in the existing systems. Risk assessment is more forward looking and preventive, whereas security audit more evaluate and compliance oriented. This is some kind of a reactive. I hope it is clear so far. So this is the major difference between security audit and risk assessment. I hope it is clear so far. Moving on to next. What will be the best practice for bringing effective security audit? How to bring an effective security audit inside an organization? First, in the steps itself, we have seen, firstly, we have to understand what is our goal. And majorly, most importantly, the goal should be measurable, it should be focused, it should be actionable, keeps audit team aligned, and avoid unnecessary activities. So, our goal should be a realistic goal. We should not think that never the hacking should happen inside the organization. Never this if I do, for example, if I do audit now, which means in throughout my lifetime hacking will not happen. Throughout my organization's lifetime cybercrime will not happen. No, this is not the thing. Our audit is to check about whatever systems controls which we have so far and how well we can improve it. For improving it only, we have to go for audit. So it should be measurable, it should be focused, it should be actionable. It should not be any kind of randomly taking and thinking that nothing will happen to the organization. No. Always there is a risk factor involved in it. You have to keep that in mind and go for audit. Next, involve top management. Always involve top management. Secure resources, time and authority for the audit. Go beyond reports and suggest the remediation plans. In the last step, you will submit a report. After report, will you go out from the organization? The answer is no. You have to give for remediation plans. Ensure compliance measures and are taken if violations are found. So if any kind of compliance requirement is not followed, then regarding that also you have to do the verification. So if everything is properly done, then it is called as best practice for effective security audit. You have to talk with top management. You have to make sure that secure resources and time and authority for the audit. You have relevant resources, you have proper time, you have the authority who can go for audit. Your goal, whatever you have fixed, is perfect. And not just giving a report, you are also giving remedial actions for it. If everything is there, then it is best practice for effective security audit inside the organization. It is a best security audit. I hope it is clear. Or you can go for periodic audits as well. Check regulatory compliance, maintain cybersecurity readiness, and ensure ongoing protection from attacks. Always there should be an ongoing process. It is not a one-time process. It is an ongoing process. So you'll go for periodic audits. I hope it is clear so far. So is this clear? Best practices for effective security audit. Establish clear objectives, define scope and goals to keep audit focused. Obtain support from key stakeholders, nothing but the top management, like Chief Security Officer and Chief Information Officer. Define clear action items based on audit findings to improve cybersecurity and ensure that there is a compliance. Conduct audits regularly to maintain security readiness and regulatory compliance. I hope it is clear so far. So if all these are there, then it is a effective security audit. I hope it is clear so far. So far whatever we have seen, it is related to IT security audit. Nothing but it is related to IT audit. So firstly, we have seen about the information of IT security audit. Then we have seen about more related to IT security audit. Everything, whatever we have seen is here, is introduction. Then we have seen about the benefits of IT security audit. Then we have seen about the compliance assurance. What are the types of IT security audit? Internal audit and compliance audit. And then we have seen the steps in IT security audit. And then we have seen about the difference between security audit and risk assessment. And then what are the best practices for effective security audit. We have covered all these concepts related to IT security audit. I hope whatever we have seen so far it is clear. So far whatever we have seen about IT audit, is that clear? Clear. So far we have seen about IT security audit, nothing but IT audit. Now we are going to move on to the IS audit, nothing but information system audit. Okay. Now what does it mean by information system audit? We have already seen in introduction or in the discussion scenario which we have seen. What do we actually do in IS audit, information system audit? We will do the review about the security policies. We will check the access logs. We will test about the password policies. We will look at the past incidents and we will interview the IT teams. So mostly this is done inside the organization as internal things. So firstly, IT audit will be done. In IT audit, we will check about the entire organization's IT infrastructure, and after that, whatever the plan procedures we have seen, that plan procedures will be implemented inside the organization when we are going for IS audit. I hope it is clear so far. So you can take this as an implementation of IT audit. See the major thing, objectives of IS audit, information system audit. Firstly, prioritize identified risks for action. So what is the risk which is already identified in IT audit? Because IT audit will be done first, and based on that it is IS audit is a part of IT audit. Here we are going to assess about the internal factors of the organization. First you will identify what will be the risk, and based on that you will prioritize that risk, and that based on that risk only you will go for your action. Check IT implementation is as per approved security policy, whether IT implementation is being done properly or not. Then verify adherence to IT procedures, policies and management circulars, whether every procedure is being properly followed or not. Check roles and duties of system administrators and users are defined and implemented. Whether all the people who are there, who are called as system administrators. Now, who are the system administrators? Who will look after this IT security, information system security audit. Now, this information system safeguard will be done by this administrators. Whether each and every role and duty of this administrators is defined and implemented or not. Recommend actions to reduce the computer crimes or abuses. Suggest improvement in security controls. Advise management on IT security and implementation. Maintain ethical and professional standards in audit work. So all these are the major objectives of IS audit, nothing but information system security audit. Firstly, organization will go for IT audit. After that, as a part of IT audit, we'll go for IS audit. In IS audit, first we will ensure that IT audit is proper or everything is complied with. First, we will identify what are the risks which is already identified and what is the action taken for it. Then we will check IT has been implemented properly. IT checks has been implemented properly. Whatever the procedures, policies, and management decisions are taken, everything is verified and implemented or not. We will take that. Then, based on that, who are the administrators who are looking about this information system? Whether all the administrator duties have been properly defined and implemented. What are the recommended actions to reduce this computer crimes, cyber crimes, and abuses? Regarding that, remedial actions or recommended actions will be able to identify it. Then we will suggest about how to improve security controls. Advise management on IT security implementation, and always there will be a professional standards will be maintained in audit work. So all these are objectives of IS audit. I hope it is clear. Now what is the scope? Nothing but the entire coverage of IS audit. It covers all computerized departments or offices. It will evaluate about the safeguarding of assets, data security, integrity and availability. Now regarding data security, integrity means whether whatever data is there, whether data is correct, who is having the access for data, whether they are being honest, whoever reporting the data, who are typing the data, whether they are honest, whether they are loyal regarding the integrity of data and the people who are involved in that data and the availability of data, achievement of organization goals and efficiency of resource utilization. Everything will be evaluated. Then it includes planning, organizing and monitoring of IT activities, and also will do the examination of roles and responsibilities of both IT as well as non-IT staff members. So in IS, Information System Security Audit or Information System Audit will majorly focus on what? Computerized departments or offices who actually maintain the information. We will do the verification about the departments which actually maintain information. And through that, we will do the verification about safeguarding of assets, data security, how the organization goals are being achieved, and about resource utilization. And will also plan, organize and monitor about the IT activities, and will also examine about the roles and responsibilities of IT as well as non-IT staff members. I hope it is clear. So this is the entire objective and scope of IS audit, Information System Audit. What is objectives of IS audit? Risk identification and prioritization. First, you'll identify the risk, and based on that, you'll go for the action. Compliance with security policies, whether all the security policies have been complied with or not. Verification of policies and procedures, you'll verify policies and procedures. Security for IT roles, who are the administrators and what are their roles, regarding that you will do verification. Minimize computer abuses and crimes, you'll take the necessary steps or you'll give the recommendations to reduce the computer crimes, cyber crimes. Improvement in security controls, advisory role to management, and always you will follow professional standards in auditing work. All these are the objectives. Then, scope of IS audit: collection and evaluating of evidence, information system planning and organization, monitoring and management of IS activities, and adequacy of IS personnel. I hope it is clear so far. IS personnel are nothing but IT as well as non-IT staff. I hope it is clear. In capsule book, it is given in easy understandable language, whereas here it is given with terminology. That's it. No much difference is there between capsule and concept book. I hope it is clear so far. So this is about IT audit as well as IT audit. Sorry, IT audit and IS audit. I hope it is clear so far. Whatever we have seen so far, is that clear? Now, where are we and what were we seeing? We are in section B, management audit, and in unit number 5, information system security audit. And from this audit, one 7 marks question will be tested, which we have already seen. Now, what is this information system security audit and what did we see in yesterday's class, which means in the previous class? In the current generation, all the records and statements which are being prepared by an organization is through document formation, which means it is through IT, information technology, and mostly everything is computerized. And when all the documents are being computerized, safeguarding those documents is also very, very important from organization point of view. Now, how well the documents are to be safeguarded by the organization, regarding that they have to do some audit, which is called as information system security audit. How well the information is being secured by the organization, because if that information gets leaked outside the organization, either through any of the source like virus attack or hacking or any malware has been occurred, then not only company's data will be leaked, but most of the employees' data, investors' data, or the customers' data, whoever individual involved with the company, each and everyone's data will be hacked or leaked to the outside public or to the outside world, which is a very riskier option. If such things happen, then what will happen? The entire reputation of the organization will get damaged, and the entire organization's trust will be lost. Public will not trust the organization anymore. Now, based on the trust and the goodwill only, the organizations run effectively for longer periods. For shorter periods, profit is important, but for longer periods, goodwill and the good image, public image is important for the organization. So for that purpose, information system security is very important for the organizations. So frequently they have to do the verification about how the security controls are there regarding the information system. Regarding that, we are seeing under Unit 5, Information System Security Audit. I hope it is clear so far. Now, in yesterday's class, what did we see? We have seen that in this Unit 5, we have two things. One is related to IT audit and the next is related to IS audit. Now, IT audit means what? Entire verification of organization structure. Now, how will the entire information is maintained regarding the organization? That we will see under IT audit. Under IT audit, we will check about the access controls, we will check about the data security, network security, incident response plan, and most importantly, compliance with the laws. Because we have RBI cyber security guidelines which has to be followed by banks. Now, regarding that compliance, whether the organizations which are related to banks, whether they are complying it or not, that also we will know under IT audit. Whereas an IS audit will not do about the compliance requirements. IS audit is done for internal purposes, not for external purposes. Like reviewing how security policies are there, checking about the access logs, testing password policies, look at past incidents, and interviewing IT team members. So this is for internal purposes, not for external throughout the organization. No. IS audit is for internal, whereas IT audit is for external. We will look for compliance requirements as well. I hope it is clear. Now, in IT security audit, what did we see? It is an independent review of system records, activities, and documents to assess and improve the information security. So, how well information security is there? To look after how information security is there, how system records are being maintained, how activities and documents are being maintained, and regarding that, we are doing an independent review, which is called as IT security audit. Now, why we are doing IT security audit? To protect the information against the hackers, malware, viruses, and cyber crime. Now, it helps optimize security design and process. Whatever the process are there, we will be able to increase the security measures by doing this kind of audits. I hope it is clear, and we have already seen what does it, the entire security framework will be there, and it is not a one-time process, it is an ongoing process. Next, we have seen about the IT security audit. It is a detailed evaluation of organization's information security system and the infrastructure. What are the benefits of doing this audit? By doing this audit, we'll be able to identify what are the vulnerabilities, nothing but what are the risks in hardware, software, network, and data centers. What are the difficulties which are there? We'll be able to identify that. If there is any kind of unnecessary tools, we'll be able to eliminate that. We'll be able to strengthen the defenses. Now, what if virus attack happens? What if cybercrime happens? We'll be able to protect it from beginning itself. Nothing but strengthening the defenses and address the flaws. Now, before Corona comes itself, you have gone for vaccination. Nothing but you are building your own strength inside. Similarly, before thing happens itself, we are building some defenses to the organization through this IT security audit. I hope it is clear. Then, not only the IT security audit will help us to identify about the vulnerabilities or to strengthen defenses, it is also regarding compliance assurance. It will help us to ensure compliance with data protection laws through which are required by national and international regulations. So, we will be able to collect, use, retain and dispose sensitive data. So, regarding all this, it is given under data protection laws. Is the organization following those data protection laws or not? That also we will be able to know by doing IT audit. How many types of audit do we have? We have two types of audit. One is internal audit, next is compliance audit. Now, what does it mean by internal audit? Not mandatory. Organization voluntarily they are going for some kind of verification to check how security controls are there inside the organization. It is called as internal audit. But to check about the data protection laws, to check if the company or organization is following RBI cyber security guidelines, to verify that, to know about the compliance assurance if you are doing any audit, it is called as compliance audit. I hope it is clear. So it is conducted by internal security team, whereas compliance audit is conducted by external or certified auditors. This is mandatory. This is not mandated. I hope it is clear. Now, what are the steps in IT security audit? We have 5 steps. First, defining the objectives. What is the goal of audit? Then, planning the audit. Then third is performing the audit work. And fourth is reporting the results. At last, after reporting, will we go out from the organization? No. Auditor, whoever the IT auditor will be there, they will be there inside the organization and check what all they have given in their report regarding those implementation. They'll give much more recommendations to how effectively implement regarding the security measures inside the organization. I hope it is clear. Then we have seen about risk assessment and security audit. Risk assessment is done in all the cases to evaluate what could be the potential risk and what could be the external threats. Now, this is done regularly or during the trigger points. But security audit is done on a scheduled basis. Now, this is a proactive step. It could be done at any cases, like even if it is a technological change, even if it is related to organization or external of the organization, in whatever cases, risk assessment can be done. But security audit will be done only regarding the IT infrastructure. Whereas to look how the security posture is there, how well security system is there inside the organization. Now, this is mostly reactive. After knowing about the IT infrastructure, after having security measures, we are going for audit or verification to check how effective it is. That is called as security audit. But risk assessment is done regularly for all the reasons. It is not specifically done only for IT infrastructure. That is the main difference between risk assessment and security audit. Then we have seen best practices for effective security audit. To have in an organization to have a best security, how the audit has to be done. First, they have to ensure goal, and how the goal should be there. The goal should be measurable, focused, actionable, and it should keep the entire audit team aligned. If there is any unnecessary activities, that should be avoided. Always we have to involve the top management. Secure resources, time and authority for the audit. Go beyond the reports and suggest the remedial actions as well, which is our rule step 5 in the entire process. And then ensure compliance measures are taken if violations are found. So all this, if everything is implemented inside the organization, then it is called as effective security audit. I hope it is clear so far. Then, so far we have seen about the IT audit. After IT audit, we have seen about IS audit. Now, what are the objectives of IS audit? IS audit is done only for internal purposes. So, after completion of IT audit, we will go for IS audit. Nothing but implementation of IT audit. We will prioritize whatever the risks which are already identified during IT audit. Then we will check roles, duties, and system administrators and users are defined and implemented. So how roles or duties are given for each and everything, we will check about that. Then we will check how effectively IT implementation is being done, what were the remedial actions are recommended, and how those recommended actions are being taken care to reduce the cyber crimes. So already recommendations would have been given in step 5 when we are going for IT audit. So after that, how the recommended actions are being taken care, how well the computer crimes or whatever the frauds which are happening are being reduced, that we will know under IS audit. And we will also verify about the how IT procedures, policies and management circulars are being followed. Then we will suggest improvement for better security controls and will maintain ethical and professional standards in entire audit work. So these are the major objectives of IS audit. Then we have seen what is the entire coverage of IS audit. This covers all computerized departments or offices, will evaluate how safeguarding regarding the safeguarding of assets, regarding data security, integrity and availability, how goals to achieve, and efficiency of resource utilization. Regarding all these things, we will evaluate under IS audit. And it includes planning, organizing and monitoring of IT activities of both IT and non-IT staff, will examine roles and responsibilities. So all this is the entire scope of IS audit. Internally only we are doing how well the resources are being utilized, how goals are being achieved, regarding data security, regarding safeguarding of assets, regarding IT activities, regarding IT and non-IT employees' roles and responsibilities. Internally only we are going to do. And here we will do both computerized departments and offline departments as well. So this is the entire scope of IS audit. I hope it is clear so far. So these are the concepts which you have already seen in previous class regarding information system security audit. So far whatever we have discussed, is that clear? Any doubts with whatever we have discussed? Can we move on to the next concept, which is information system audit approaches? Guys, whatever we have discussed so far, is that clear? Akshaya, Kritik, Janani, Vijender, is it clear? Are you guys there? Am I audible? Why no one is giving replies in the chat? Clear. Okay, done. So now we are moving on to the next concept, which is information system security, information system audit approaches. So when we are going for information system audit, how the audit can be done? The audit can be done in 3 approaches. Approach number 1, we can do auditing around the computer. Now this concept is very important. From this, mostly the questions have been repeated. 7 marks question. This question has been tested 2 to 3 times in new syllabus itself. Okay. Now, first approach is auditing around the computer. Second approach is auditing through the computer. And third approach is auditing with the computer. So, what does it mean by auditing around the computer? In this auditing around the computer, how audit will be usually done? For example, audit will be done only to verify what is input, what is output. See, for example, each and every organization will have, see, for example, if we are taking like security controls itself. See, for example, if there is a manufacturing happening, and if I put 10 kgs of raw material, my output should be 5 kgs of output. If I put 10 kgs of raw material, I should get 5 kgs of output. So this is the process. Now what I will do the verification based on system controls. I will check only if 10 kgs have been inputted in the manufacturing or not, and how much is my output. It is 5 pages. Both are tallying, so it is correct. I will not check how the process is happening. I will not check which method they have used in the process. I will not check whether in the between any kind of frauds are happening, any kind of errors are happening. How the process is happening, I am not going to verify. In between whatever the process has happened, I am not concerned about it. I am only concerned about what is input, what is output. If input is equal to output, whatever we have strategic or whatever we have put as budget standard, if it is matching to my budget and standard, then it is okay. That is called as auditing around the computer. We'll only do about the input and output verification. We are not going to check on processing logic. Now, when this kind of approach will be followed, this is used when system is simple and well documented. This is majorly done by small organizations. In small organizations, what will happen? Majorly, the information which will be recorded is small, or information which is recorded is in system and it is simple information. It is not so complicated information will be there, and each and every information will be well documented. Clear audit trails exist. Even if it is a small company, audits are frequently being done, so there isn't any high risk chances. And batch mode input, control via traditional methods, separation of duties. Each and every worker, what they have to be done. Separation of duties is perfectly given. For one individual, only one set of work is given. No burden of work is there. And system rarely changes and always well tested. Whatever the information system they are using, whatever the network they are using, it is well tested network and they are not changing the network or VPN on frequent basis. I hope it is clear. So in these kind of companies or in this kind of organizations, they can go for approach which is called as auditing around the computer. Here what we'll do, only we'll do the verification about the input and output. This is majorly being done in the organizations which are small. Information is simple and information is well documented. All the activities are given based on separation of duties, which means if each separation of duty is given, error will be very less. If for example, I am giving you 8 subjects to prepare and write in June 2026 examinations, you have to prepare all the 8 subjects, you have to write all the 8 subjects. Now, will error be there if you are attempting all the 8 subjects, or will error be there if you are only attempting one subject? If I am telling you to only prepare for one subject and give your examination in June 2026, won't you be able to do that subject perfectly and write it down on the examination? The answer is yes. So when separation of duties is there, if I give only one subject to Kritik, if I give only one subject to Akshaya, if I give only one subject to Janani, they will do their work perfectly without any error. So if separation of duties are there, error will be very less. And when frequent audits are being done, fraud will not be there. Always the information is well documented. In this case, if you're just checking input and output, it is enough. No need to go in depth and look into the process logic and all. So in that cases, auditing around the computer can be done. What are the advantages? It is simple and quick because we are only checking about the input and output. Useful when auditors lack technical skill. Now, if you have technical skill, you have to check about internalities, like you have to check entire process and all. If you doesn't have technical skill, you can just go input and output. What are the disadvantages? Cannot audit complex systems. In the first itself, we have told that this is majorly used when system is simple. If system is complex, then auditing around the computer is not useful. No information or system adaptability to changes. System should be rarely changing and system should be well tested. Only then auditing around the computer can be used. If system changes, then what can be done? Can they follow auditing around the computer? No, they can't. Ignore internal logic and processing. That's the major thing of auditing around the computer. We will not check about the process logic. We will only verify about the input and output. I hope it is clear. So these are the advantages and disadvantages when they are going for auditing around the computer. Now, what does it mean by auditing through the computer? Here, we will not only check about the input and output, we are going to examine about the system logic as well. Now, how the process are being done, whether each and every process is being done based on logic or not. We are going to do internally and we are going to verify everything. Examine systems and processing logic, examines internal control and data. Used when application logic is complex. When the information is very complex, requires technical skill in software and system development. Many things like coding, everything will be involved. Auditor needs assurance on internal controls and processing. So auditor has to be well versed with the entire internal control system of the organization. It involves compliance and substantive testing because whatever the system is there, the entire system is complex. So they have to go for compliance and substantive testing. Nothing but more testing has to be done. Review of program code and data. They have to review how the program code is there, how the processes are being done. Each and every step of the process, they have to analyze everything. Advantages, high confidence in evidence because we are checking about each and every element of process. So, whatever the evidence gathered will be high confidence. Effective for testing application system and logic. The main purpose is to go inside and check the process. So, we'll be able to understand entire system and logic. What are the disadvantages? Time consuming. Because we are not just checking about input and output, we are going for processing logic as well. So it is time consuming and requires technical expertise. I hope it is clear. So this is which is auditing through the computer. Now what does it mean by auditing with the computer? By using computer tools and techniques, if we are doing verification, it is auditing with the computer. Uses computer as an audit tool to analyze auditees' data. For verifying information in computer, we are using computer tools. Used when large volumes of data is involved, which means when human cannot do the verification of information. Like for example, if I told you to go and do an audit of Tata Groups or Reliance, what will happen? Is Reliance having only one department? No, multiple departments are there, multiple branches are there, multiple businesses are there. Sorry. Now, when I told you to do the audit of that, will just a single auditor be enough to do the audit of entire Reliance? The answer is no. In that case, what can be done? We can take the use of computerized tools and techniques. So, when large volume of data is involved, system logic is complex, will not be easily able to understand how they have recorded the information. Visible audit trails are missing. Frequent when transactions are more. Frequent audits cannot be done inside the organization. So they'll do on a scheduled basis audits will be done. So when visible audit trails are missing, auditees data is extracted and analyzed using audit software. Audit queries are run on this data independently. So majorly we'll use audit software for analyzing the data. Now one of the tool which is used in auditing with the computer is computer assisted audit technique, CAAT. Okay, this is one of the audit softwares. It is a package program pre-designed by vendors. See, for example, if how we use ChatGPT, Cloud networks. Now all these are what AI tools, right? Now how you are using this AI tools? These are already prepared by some vendors. Some coding has already been used. You doesn't know what it is and how it is, but you just know how application works. In ChatGPT, how application works, you will type some kind of question, whatever question it is, and some AI tool will reply to you based on your doubts and queries. So this is how entire all AI technology tools work. Do you know what code they are using inside that? Do you know what is the entire software of ChatGPT? We doesn't know anything about the external factors of ChatGPT, but we know how they have designed it and how we have to use it. Similarly, whatever this computer assisted audit technique tools are there, this is an audit software. It is a package program. You have to pay that program. You have to pay money for that. You have to purchase that from the vendor. And these are special purpose programs developed for specific tasks. As ChatGPT is only for answering your questions, similarly, we have many other tools. Like if you check any other AI tool for editing, that is only for editing. You can't take an entire movie with that particular AI tool. No. If you just upload a video, that will help you to edit it. You can't edit the entire 3 to 4 hours movie with that. No, it's not happening. So for each and every tool, whatever you are using, there is a specific task which it will do. For example, if you are opening camera, you'll only be able to take photos and videos. You can't write notes with camera. It is only for a specific task. So similarly, whatever the tool which we are using, it's for a specific task. And utility programs perform general tasks. Test data techniques, enter test transactions. How to use it? First, you enter some test transactions and compare output with the expected results. You ask some question to ChatGPT. If it is giving you satisfactory answer, then you will ask again question. If it is not giving you satisfactory answer, you will not ask. Similarly, first you will give some test transactions. If you are getting the same output what you have expected, then you will do the entire transaction analysis with that. If not, you will go for another tool. I hope it is clear. Like general audit software, most widely and for used for compliance and substantive testing. Another tool which is used is called as audit command language tool. So this is also used for testing purposes. I hope it is clear. So these are the tools which are available to us in the computer itself. So by computer tools, if we do any kind of verification, it is called auditing with the computer. What are the advantages? Flexible reporting, time and cost saving, because it is just a software. Software, it will do entire work. Increased audit coverage, because when a human is doing a work, it will take much time and will not be able to remember everything. If it is computer, error is very limited and it can cover much more factors. Enhances confidence in audit results. Even if you have done something, even if you have asked your friend for answer, if your friend is telling you some kind of answer, you will doubt it. Okay, there might be some kind of doubt in it. If you are asking a question to ChatGPT and if ChatGPT is giving answer, you will have full confidence in it. If you are using any kind of computerized tool, then you will have a full confidence in audit results. What are the limitations? It is not useful at application logic level. You can't find each and every logic for what steps the computer is using. Computer will use whatever it has, whatever is stored in it as a code. It will use that. Now you can't check how it is taking that, how it is taking this. You can't check everything. But you can just do the verification of entire data. I hope it is clear. So this is about auditing with the computer. So these are the three approaches which are there. Auditing around the computer, auditing through the computer, and auditing with the computer. I hope it is clear. So these are the three approaches which are there, and this question is very, very important. Clear so far? In information system audit approaches, auditing around the computer, auditing through the computer, and auditing with the computer. Is that clear? Generally clear. Now moving on to next. Information system audit methodology. As we have seen, IT audit steps. Steps in IT audit. We have seen 5 steps in IT audit, right? Similarly, here we call it as a methodology, nothing but the process. The same thing, there we call it as a steps in IT audit. Here we call it as information system audit methodology. Okay. IS audit, information system audit, uses manual procedures, computer assisted procedures, and automated procedures. So you can do information system audit by auditing through the computer, auditing with the computer, auditing around the computer. You can use manual procedures, you can use computer assisted procedures, you can use automated procedures. Auditors often use computer assisted audit tools, CAAT, nothing but auditing with the computer, to analyze large data sets and examine all records instead of samples. So mostly auditors will go for auditing with the computer. And when they are choosing any of the approach, they can use any of the approach. Either it can be auditing with the computer, auditing around the computer, or auditing through the computer. How the process will be there? Like this. First, planning IS audit, then test of controls, test of transactions, test of balances, and at last completion of audit. Now, first, Planning IS audit. How planning will be done? Planning is the first stage. Planning IS audit. First, goal is to meet the audit objective. For what purpose we are doing IS audit? What is our objective? What is our goal? Understand auditees department process, internal controls. You will understand about the entire company. Perform risk analysis to focus on high risk systems. What will be the major techniques used? Review past audits. You will go with management interviews. You will focus on your own observations. You will document whatever you have reviewed. So this is the entire planning. Now we haven't started the audit yet. In the planning stage itself, we'll decide what will be our goal. We will decide or we will analyze about the entire audited team. Nothing but the company. What is the company's department? What is company's process? What is company's internal controls? You will verify about entire company. You'll understand about entire company. And you will do your own risk assessment. Everything will be done in planning stage. Then second, test of controls. Test if internal controls are working effectively. Majorly, you will check about the internal controls of the organization. What does it mean by internal controls? Internal controls are nothing but the security measures of organization. If internal controls are proper, security measures are there. So, internal controls means security measures inside the organization. So, major thing in information system security, you will check about internal controls. And you will focus on, are controls defined? Are internal controls implemented inside the organization? First, internal controls are rules or procedures for security controls. That will be decided by whom? Internal controls will be put by management. They will put it as a rule. Whether that is implemented inside the organization, do they actually function? Are they sufficient or more internal controls required? Are they documented? Are they maintained? Are they regularly checked? So all this will be analyzed in step number 2. You will test about the controls. Next, step number 3, test of transactions. To check data integrity and efficiency, look for any kind of errors or misstatements in transactions. Use any kind of computer assisted tools because here you are going in the verification of transactions. You are going in verification of information. When you are going for information verification, you can use computer assisted tools. Journal entry tracing, checking price files, accuracy tests and transaction logs. Nothing but you will check all the transactions which are there. You will check the information. Then test of balances. Final judgment on losses or misstatements. Check for safeguarding of assets, data integrity and system efficiency. Tools which can be used are general audit software and expert systems. Fourthly, you will test about the balances, nothing but the final results. After that, you will complete the audit. Final opinion with findings, analysis and recommendations. Conduct exit conference to discuss findings. Nothing but after completion of entire audit, you will discuss it with the management. Prepare a draft report. First, give it to the management. Discuss with the management. If in the discussions, management has told you to make any changes, then you will make that changes and give the final report. Then, maintain proper working papers. Working papers are nothing but the diary which is maintained by the auditor. Simple, to make it very simple, the diary which was maintained by the auditor. Now, what does it mean by diary? From day 1 to day 100, what happened in your life? From morning to evening. You'll write everything, that is diary, nothing but. So, what does it mean by working papers? How you have planned it, how you have executed it, in between what you have found out, what is your opinion, nothing but your own papers, your rough papers. You are writing how the entire process is happening. It is called as working papers. But you will not write it however you want. There is a format for it. I hope it is clear. Evidence, issues, conclusions, sign-offs, everything will be written in this working papers. I hope it is clear. So after entire report, there is a completion of audit. I hope it is clear. Now, firstly, planning of IS audit. That's the first stage. What are the activities include? Understanding the organization and its process. Defining what is goal. Collecting background information of company information. Assigning appropriate audit staff who will work, identify risk areas, performing risk analysis of operating systems. Everything will be done where planning. You haven't started audit yet. Before starting audit itself, you are doing all this. Then, understanding internal controls, reviewing previous audit reports, interview with management and IT staff, observation of IT activities, review IS documentation. All this will be done. Then, test of controls. It includes testing of management controls and application controls. Now, when you are testing controls, what you will analyze? Firstly, whether controls exist to prevent unlawful events. Controls are actually implemented. Controls function in practice. Are they functioning? Controls cover possible threats. Is it sufficient or do they require more? Controls are properly documented. Controls are properly maintained. Controls are monitored through inspection and supervision. Are they frequently checked? So all this in a different language it is given. Simply comes you. I hope it is clear. Then this will be done in test of controls. Then test of transactions. In test of transactions, what you will do? Tracing journal entries to secure to source documents, checking trace files, testing computational accuracy. So all transactions you will check. Okay. For this, you can use computer assisted audit tools and techniques. After that, you will test the balances, confirmation of receivables, physical verification of inventory, recalculation of depreciation. All things will be done in balance testing. At last, completion of audit. Forming audit opinion, prepare findings and recommendations, conduct an exit conference with the auditee, prepare draft report, and at last give the final report. And in that you will also prepare the audit working papers. Working papers must be well organized, provide evidence of work performed, nothing but from the start to end. Auditor will write how he has planned and entire process. So it will act as an evidence of the work which is performed by the auditor. So it will provide the evidence of work performed, record issues identified and conclusions reached. Everything will be there in the working papers. Typical audit report includes audit objectives and scope, audit methodology, critical findings, supporting of evidence, potential consequences, auditee responses and recommendations. Everything will be there in where audit report. I hope it is clear. So these are the steps or methodology of information system audit. I hope it is clear. So this is about IS, information system audit methodology. Is that clear so far? Any doubts with information system audit methodology? 5 steps: planning, test of controls, test of transactions, test of balances, completion of audit. Is that clear? Any doubts so far? Guys, is that clear? Yes. Now concept number 8. This is nothing but whatever we have seen. Broad framework for conducting IS audit. Why we are going for IS audit? For safeguarding assets, for data integrity, business continuity planning. Business continuity planning is nothing but when suddenly hacking happens or when suddenly virus attack happens, how business continues, how the backup plan is there with the organization. That is called as business continuity planning, BCP. System effectiveness, system efficiency, organization and administration. All these are this for which we are going for IS audit. So this is what we have already seen. Now concept number 9. Concept number 9 talks about cyber security and computer forensics. Now, what does it mean by cyber security? Nothing but prevention of cyber crimes. Okay. What are cyber attacks? Nothing but this hacking, malware, virus attacks, everything is called as cyber attack. Or theft of information, illegal theft of information through what we say online. If they are stealing the information of organization, then it is also called as cyber threat. Now these kind of cyber crimes to not to happen inside the organization, we are creating some what we say security measure. We are creating some wall to protect us from cyber crimes, which is called as cyber security. What does it mean by computer forensics? Nothing but if, for example, cyber attack happened. Now, after cyber attack happened, how it happened? Who are the parties involved in it? How did they do it? How did we recover it? Nothing but investigation of cybercrime. That is called as computer forensics. Cybersecurity is preventive to not to happen for cyber attacks, to not to happen data breaches. Priorly itself, we are protecting our system and security measures. That is called as cyber security. After happening of cyber attack, after happening of data breaches, if we are going for investigation of it to find out the reason behind it and to bring more security measures to the organization, then it is called as computer forensics. This is the main difference. So this is a proactive, this is a reactive. Cybersecurity, the practice of protecting systems, networks, and data from digital attacks, unauthorized access, and damage. It involves implementing measures and protocols to prevent cyber threats and ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Nothing but we are safeguarding our information from digital attacks. It is called as cyber security. Whereas what does it mean by computer forensics? The process of recovering, analyzing, and preserving data from computer systems, networks, and digital devices, often for the purpose of investigating cyber crimes or data breaches. So, after cybercrime happens, after data breach happens, what we are doing? We are recovering our information. We are preserving our data from future attacks. All this is done in computer forensics. It involves collecting evidence in a way that maintains its integrity for legal proceedings. We are collecting evidence through investigation so that we can produce it in the court of law. That is called as computer forensics. Now, see the difference between cybersecurity and computer forensics. This is also important question being tested in examination for 7 marks. Okay. Now, what is cybersecurity? Prevention of cyber attacks and data breach. What is computer forensics? A recovery of lost or encrypted data often related to a crime. So, we have lost some data and we are recovering that data from crime. That is called as computer forensics. Whereas preventing that data, cybersecurity. It is proactive, aims to prevent incidents from occurring. Whereas computer forensics, it's reactive, response after a cyber incident or data breach happens. To create secure system and networks to prevent breaches. So we are creating a security measure that is called as cyber security. Whereas computer forensics, to uncover and preserve data, often from criminal investigations. It is a broad application across IT systems, business and government, mostly industries involved. Mostly in computer forensics, law enforcement is involved because we are going for investigation, legal investigations and corporate data recovery. Cyber security, implementing secure passwords, setting up firewalls, penetration testing, all this will be done in cyber security. Whereas computer forensics, recovering data from suspect's device, identifying digital evidence in criminal cases. It is defensive, protective, and preventive. What? Cyber security. It is defensive, protective, and preventive. Whereas computer forensics, investigative, reconstructive, evidence gathering. Cyber security, when we'll go for cyber security, before or during a potential cyber threat. Computer forensics, after a cyber incident has occurred. I hope it is clear. So this is about the cyber security and computer forensics. Is that clear so far? Cyber security and computer forensics. Any doubts? Cyber security and computer forensics. Is that clear? Any doubts? Generally clear. What about others? Cyber security and computer forensics, is that clear? Kritik, Janani, Janani has told me it's clear. Kritik, Akshaya, Vijender, is that clear? Clear. Now, so far, whatever we have seen in this particular unit is related to information system or information or IT audit. Right. So far we have seen about IT audit and IS audit. Now we are moving to compliance assurance. Majorly we are moving on to RBI cyber security guidelines. From here everything will be related to banking. Okay. Now see this concept number 10. Compliance and security framework of RBI. Since banking operations depend heavily on electronic platforms and online transactions. Now everything has been changed to UPI. Even if you see most people, not aged people, but who are in middle age or even who are Gen Zs or in a mid age of 20 to 30, they are not even carrying cash, and that too not even they are carrying a cash of huge amounts, at least 10 rupees, 20 rupees, it's okay, but huge amounts like thousands they are not carrying in their pockets because everything is UPI. If suddenly expenditure comes, then I have Google Pay, Phone Pay, everything is there, no? So in current generation banking operations are majorly done through electronic platforms and online transactions, because of which currently when the war is happening between US and Iran. Even India is struggling a lot, and India is fearing what if network damages? What if the network panels which we have, those get damaged because of war? Now entire network system will affect. If network affects, if Wi-Fi affects, online transactions will not be done. So this is why the major concern is there. Now, when banking is entirely operating in online transactions, then strong cyber security is essential. The Reserve Bank of India requires banks to assess their cyber security preparedness and implement a top-down information security governance approach, starting from the Board of Directors, IT and IS committee, and lower operational level. So, RBI wants a top-down approach. First, the security should be maintained by whom? Board of Directors. Then, the security should be followed by IT and IS committee. Then it should be given to lower operational levels. I hope it is clear. Banks must report the following details to cyber security and information technology examination. So, for maintaining the cyber security, bank has separate division which is called as cyber security and information technology examination cell, which is called as CSITE cell. Now, in this cell, it will be Department of Banking Supervision. Now, this majorly focuses on cyber crimes of banking. Okay. Why cyber security is important in banks? Banks use electronic platforms and online transactions for most activities. Hence, RBI wants banks to check their cyber security preparedness regularly. RBI follows a top to bottom approach. First, bank operating board, then IT and IS committee, and then to other levels below. What banks must report to RBI SCITE cell? So I told you there is a cell which is called a cyber security and IT examination cell. This cell is majorly for banks to verify how their cyber security is there. Okay. Banks must send details to CSITE cell. First, related to gap analysis. What is missing compared to RBI framework? RBI, in basic RBI, there will be a framework. What all details have to be given by all banks. There will be RBI framework. Oh shit. Just a moment. I hope it's clear now. majorly what banks have to report to RBI CSIET cell. Majorly, they have to report about the gap analysis. Now, RBI will give a framework which has to be followed by every bank. Now, what banks are not following in that framework? Regarding that, they have to give. That is called as gap analysis. Then, second, information security controls. What is currently they are using? What kind of controls they are using? Then, effectiveness of controls. How well they are working for those banks. Action plan. How are they going to fix if there is any kind of risk? Then CISO rule. How Chief Information Security Officer is handling the security. Regarding all this, banks have to give details to whom? Cyber security and IT examination cell. I hope it is clear. How RBI performs cyber security audit in banks? Majorly, first details will be obtained by each and every bank, and based on these details only the audit will be done. A detailed technical audit is done, which includes security process checks. They'll get the information regarding how security controls are there, how effectively controls are there, and what if risk happens. First, they'll collect the information, and based on that, they will check about the security process, whether all controls are used properly or not. Then, checking logs and server evidence. They'll check about who all are getting access to logs, who are all getting the access to information. That is called as checking logs. And server evidence, who all are accessing the servers. Regarding that also they'll check. Verifying compliance with RBI technical rules, whether all the rules are being complied or not. So based on this, the audit will be done in banks. I hope it is clear. Now, what will be there in the audit report? Complete gap analysis report will be there. The report will also include who should take action, what exactly needs to be done, which team or person is responsible. So, regarding this controls and all, who is responsible, whether board is responsible, whether IT and IS committee is responsible, or whether below level are responsible. Regarding that, they'll tell what exactly needs to be done, because they will check whether controls are there or not, whether controls are proper or not. They'll check about everything. Based on that, the RBI report will tell what exactly has to be done and who should take action. Everything will be there in the audit report of banks. I hope it is clear. So this is nothing but the cyber security guidelines which are given by RBI. Here I told you, RBI framework will be there, and from this framework, what they are not following, gap analysis. Now, what is this framework which is given by RBI? All this. These must be followed by all banks. Inventory of IT assets, prevent running of unauthorized softwares, application security lifecycle, patch vulnerability or change of management. Just a moment. So what all should have to be followed by banks as a security measures? These all have to be followed. Vendor risk management, control over removable medias like USB, etc. Monitor and analyze audit log settings, use of metrics, digital forensics, environmental controls like temperature, access, etc. Network management and security, user access controller management, anti-phishing, advanced threat defense, vulnerability testing, red team exercises like ethical hacking, or awareness among staff and management, customer education, secure email and messages, data leak prevention, risk-based transaction monitoring. Ma'am, what are these all? Do we have to remember everything? The answer is no. We don't have to remember. But just keep in mind that all these are the frameworks which are given by RBI. Now, all these are related to banks. Will not know the technical, or we not needed to know about the technical words which are being used by banks and all. because you are not learning something related to banking. Majorly, what you have to understand from here is RBI has given these kind of frameworks which has to be followed by banks. Now, what is this framework? This framework is related to cyber security. If banks are not following that, then they are not following the guidelines which is given by RBI. Then there will be compliance measures. So this is a compliance requirement which has to be followed. If they are not following it, there will be a penalty charges. So related to that, if you are understanding, it's enough. I hope it is clear. So these are the domains which are given for cyber security by RBI. I hope it is clear. Now, RBI has given this controls bank-wise, and based on that, RBI has classified the banks into 4 levels. Okay, on the basis of digital presence, on the basis of risk exposure, and on the basis of size. RBI has classified all the banks into 4 levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Now, in level 1, small banks with low digital operations, they have to use only basic controls like antivirus, firewall, password policies. If they're using small things, it's okay. Because this is for small banks that doesn't have digital operations. Even if digital operations are there, low digital operations, like banks which are there in rural areas. Okay. Level 2, medium level digital operations. There aren't any much banks, but yes, 1 or 2 branches are there. Medium level digital operations are happening. Must implement baseline controls and begin vulnerability management. Level 3, larger banks with wide digital reach. Advanced controls including threat detection, DLP, and audit log management. Everything has to be done. Level 4, banks with critical digital infrastructure and high customer base. Majorly the banks which give loans to businesses. Those will come under level 4. Level 1 and level 2 are only those banks which are having customer related information. They are having only customer accounts. Business accounts are not there. Level 3, business accounts are there, but that is small business. But level 4, customer accounts, business accounts are there, and the banks are giving loans to businesses as well. In those cases, full implementation of all the 25 controls have to be done. Real-time monitoring, red team exercise, 24/7 security operation controls should be there. I hope it is clear. So this is how RBI has categorized banks into 4 levels. So whatever we have seen, it will be there here regarding audit, regarding report. And these are the controls which we have. See, RBI has categorized into 4 levels. Level 1 bank, baseline cyber security and resilience requirements, vendor or outsourcing risk management, whether they can do it or they can outsource risk management. Level 2 banks, network management and security, secure configurations, application security lifecycle, change management, periodic testing can be done, user access controls, who is having access for what, customer authentication framework, anti-phishing measures, data leak prevention strategy, audit logs, incident response and management. If it is being done in level 2, it is okay, it's fine. Level 3, network management, secure configuration, ASLP, user access controls, advanced real-time threat defense. In level 3, there will be threat. In level 1 and level 2, there will not be threat. Monitoring and analysis of audit logs, incident response and management, employee and management awareness, risk-based transaction monitoring. Whereas in level 4 is higher risk. Continuous surveillance through cyber security operation centers, participation in cyber drills. So drills have to be done. You usually know what does drill mean. What if cyber attack happens? So based on that, training has to be given to employees. Incident response and management, forensics and metrics, audit committee of board, information security committee, appointment of chief information security officer, IT and information system governance framework, IT strategy and policy. Nothing but it should be very stringent. Strict policies should be there. I hope it is clear. So these are the 4 levels of banks which was given by RBI. I hope it is clear so far. How IT auditing will be done in banking sector. What is the primary objective of IT auditing in banking sector? To identify any kind of risks in computerized environment, evaluate adequacy of security controls, whether internal controls are proper or not, provide recommendations to the management, ensure normal audit objectives apply even in computerized systems. So what we are doing? We are doing normal verification, but in computerized systems. We are identifying if there is any risk. We are checking if entire security controls are proper or not. Based on that, we are giving recommendations to management. This is what is done in any kind of audit. That is only done in IT auditing in banking sector as well. First major important, safeguarding of IS assets or resources. Protection of hardware, software, facilities, data files, documentation, supplies and personnel. We are trying to safeguard the information, or we are trying to protect hardware, software, data files, documents, whatever it is. As an information, whatever it is there, we are trying to safeguard everything. Hazards to protect against fire, flood, power failure, intentionally theft, alteration, malicious damage. So we are trying to protect it from natural calamities like accidents or intentionally any kind of attack happened. IS auditor must review physical and logical security controls. Next, maintenance of data integrity. Protect data from unauthorized addition, deletion, modification. Unauthorized access should not be there. Only authorized person can have the authority to add, delete or make any changes. Data characters to be ensured. First, accuracy. Data should be correct and precise. Protected from unauthorized access. Confidentiality of data. Completeness, nothing should be missed. Every kind of information should be there. Up to date status, regularly updated should be there. Reliable, dependable for decision making, everything should be correct. Accessible to authorized users, nothing but the people who are taking the decisions. Available when needed, supports business decisions. So this is how data integrity should be maintained. Data should be maintained. Then, maintenance of system effectiveness. System should help achieve organization goals. Effectiveness, nothing but actual output or budgeted output. So, how our output should be there? What our fixed? What is our goal? What is our actual? Actual should at least match the goal. That is effectiveness. Audit checks for improved task accomplishment, whether we have accomplished the task, better quality of service, operational, technical and economical effectiveness. So this is how system effectiveness should be maintained. To ensure system effectiveness, efficient use of resources, like you have to use all the resources of hardware, software and manpower. Ensure maximum output with minimum resources. Audit checks for no bottleneck in capacity, optimal hardware or software performance, resource planning and workload management. Nothing but you are ensuring that all the resources are using properly. If resources are used properly, then system will work effectively or efficiently. I hope it is clear. So all this is how auditing will be done in banking sector. So major objectives of IS audit. First, safeguarding of information. Second, data integrity maintenance. Third, system effectiveness maintenance and ensuring system efficiency. I hope it is clear. So whatever we have seen. So these are assets which we are trying to safeguard. We are safeguarding it from any accidents or intentional threats. Then maintenance of data integrity, maintenance of system effectiveness and ensuring system efficiency. Any other objectives of IS audit? To identify and prioritize the risk in computerized environment. Verify whether IT implementation complies with security policy approved by the board. Nothing but how the implementation is being done. Board will give something as implementation plan, whether they have implemented in that way or not. Check whether information system procedures and policies are properly implemented. Ensure security responsibilities of system administrators and operators are clearly defined. Help reduce computer frauds and abuses through stronger controls, bring more internal controls, suggest improvements in IT security controls, act as an advisor to the management, follow professional ethics and auditing standards. All these are the other objectives of IS audit, which we have already seen when we are seeing IS audit. I hope it is clear. So this is about the banking sector audit. So this banking audit is also important. Majorly the questions like data integrity has been tested so far. So this regarding this data integrity, a question has been tested in previous attempt. Okay. So yes, this is our unit, information system security audit. This about information system security audit is easy to understand, but for writing purpose, you have to practice. You have to learn. Without revising again and again, you'll not be able to write it down in the examination. Just a moment. Sorry, the screen is getting disconnected again and again. So whatever we have discussed so far related to information system security audit, is that clear? Any doubts with information system security audit? Guys, is it clear? Any doubts with information system security audit? So these are the concepts which we have. Akshaya ma'am, do we have to read additional questions in workbook as well for all the units? No, not required. If you're just focusing on main questions, that's enough. How to study and remember all. Generally, just to focus on main questions. Additional questions are not required. And when it comes to management audit, don't try to remember anything. Because in management audit, if you revise 100 times also, you'll not be able to remember anything. Our major goal should be like 30 marks is the weightage of management audit, in which 10 marks will be what? MCQs. So leave the 10 marks. I'll tell you how you have to get the 10 marks. Other than that, how many marks? 20 marks is there from management audit. So 20 marks means what? 3 questions or 2 questions. 14 marks, 2 questions will be there. And other than that, MCQs will not be there. You can put it as 3 questions. Okay, 21 marks. 3 questions. Now, in these 3 questions, one question will be from basics of management audit. The other question will be from information system security audit. The other question can be from any other units. Any of the 3 units, it can be a question. Just remember the concept, understand the concept, and try to write it in your own words. Okay? Don't try to remember the wordings. You'll not be able to remember it. Understand and write it down in the examination. Okay, in management audit, you will not be able to score 7 out of 7 marks because here the provision is not there. For example, if you see forensic audit or if you see anti-money laundering or if you see cost audit, we have provisions. We'll be able to remember provisions. Limits are there. Sections are there. We'll be able to remember the sections. But in management audit, there aren't any limits. There aren't any sections. There aren't any provisions. Basic information is given to us. Basic understanding is given to us. Just understand and write it in your own words. I hope it is clear. So this is how you have to write it down in the examination. Okay. Now, see what questions have been tested so far. First, they have asked about IT security audit steps. IT audit steps, there are 5 steps. Define the objectives, plan the audit, perform, report, take necessary actions. IT audit steps you'll write. Then question number 2, information system audit approaches. How many approaches do we have? 3 approaches. Auditing around the computer, auditing through the computer, auditing with the computer. You'll write that. Then cyber security and computer forensics. You'll write about cybersecurity and computer forensics, which we have discussed. Then, as an information system auditor of XYZ Bank, how would you maintain data integrity? I've told you about data integrity, so I'll write everything about data integrity. See, how to maintain data integrity. You'll write about data integrity. This has been tested in December 2024 attempt. I hope it is clear. So these were the questions which were tested so far regarding data integrity, regarding cybersecurity and computer forensics, and regarding audit approaches, regarding steps of IT audit. These were the 4 questions which were tested so far in new syllabus. I hope it is clear so far. So majorly focus on these questions and just revise the other topics which are there in information system security audit. It is more than enough. Is that clear so far? Is that clear? Unit number 5, information system security audit. Yes, clear. Okay, so in the entire section B management audit, so far we have completed 3 major important topics which were A category topics of section B. Basics of management audit, in which majorly the questions are being tested, completed. Management reporting issues and analysis, in which a question is being tested, completed. Information system security audit, in which questions are being tested, completed. So majorly we have unit 3 and unit 4, for which I'll give you the classes in the further. Okay. Now we have section C as pending. In section C, unit 1 and unit 3 are majorly important. If we complete these units, then whatever the left out units are there, all C category topics, a question may be tested or may not be tested. Those will also be given to you as classes, but we'll try to complete the A category topics first. Okay. So I hope whatever we have discussed in today's class is clear so far. So far, if you see, we have completed 90% of syllabus. I'm telling you based on question paper how it is being tested. Okay. Don't be like, madam, still topics are pending in section A, still topics are pending in section B. The topics which are pending are section category C topics, from which the questions are not being tested or rarely being tested. So if you see the paper pattern, the questions which are frequently being tested, we have completed so far 90%. Whatever the 10% is there, the questions are being tested from section C. We'll complete that as well. After that, I'll go to C category topics. I hope it is clear. Okay, so just focus on the topics which are completed so far. These are very most important topics. Okay, I hope it is clear so far. A revised information system security audit. If you come across any doubts, then you can ask me in the chat. I'll explain it to you again. Okay, so that's it for today's class. I hope whatever we have discussed is clear. We'll see you guys with the next class, and in next class we are starting with section C, internal control, internal audit, operational audit and other related issues. We are going to start with section C. Okay, I hope it is clear so far. So that's it for today's class. We'll see you guys in the next class. Till then, keep learning. Bye. As the live section has been, the live class has been stopped for 2 or 3 times, the recording will be uploaded to you. Okay. So you no need to worry, recording will be given, properly recording, and based on that we'll see. Okay, so that's it. Revise information system security or revise entire section B because it is very rough topic. Revise properly and try to attempt it. I hope it is clear. We'll see you guys in the next class. Keep learning. Bye.
Target a first topic, which is unit 4, evaluation of corporate image. Can we start? Now, what does it mean by corporate image? What does it mean by corporate image? Did anyone of you listen to this word which is called as corporate image? What can be the alternative terms which we use for corporate image? In the market and in the financial terms, what is the alternative terms which we use for corporate image? Goodwill, market value, brand image, right? So brand value or the goodwill, whatever we call, the same thing is called as corporate image. Now, is corporate image so important for any organization? Yes. Now, for each and every organization, even if it is in its introduction stage, growth stage, or in maturity stage, corporate image is very, very important. Now, what if corporate image is good? There can be two situations. There can be good corporate image or there can be bad corporate image. Now, what if there is a good corporate image? What will be the advantages for the organization? With good corporate image, what could be the advantages for the organization? Just think it in a market perspective. I'm not asking about technicalities. Just in the market, we have good corporate image entities. We have big organizations. Investors will have trust. More investment will be there for the organization. And next, more sales, customers. Based on brand image, you go and purchase the products. Yes or no? First of all, whenever you're going to, now everyone are not going to shops and purchasing anything. Now how we are doing entire shopping? Online, e-commerce websites. Now whenever you search for any kind of a product in Amazon or Flipkart or in Meesho, instantly what you will do? You'll go for reviews, right? Now we'll see reviews. Does anyone already purchase that product? Now, did they receive a better product or a bad product? Now, how that product is working? Now, we'll check all that. Now, what does that mean? Isn't that an online corporate image, online goodwill, right? Now, the entire goodwill has been shifted to online platforms. Now, whenever you want to search about any product or any company, we go and search it in Google, right? If you want to understand about any company, we'll go in Google. Now, how they have to maintain corporate image and how they have to evaluate corporate image, how a good corporate image has to be built up for the organization. And by building a good corporate image, what will be the benefits which are available to that corporate image or that corporate organization? Now, related to that, in the circle of everything related to corporate image, we are going to study in Unit 4. Nothing technical will be there. Everything related to our day life situations. Whatever we see in our life, the same thing will be there in this Unit 4. Okay, clear? Now, how it is there and why it is there in Section B, management audit. Now, what does it mean by management audit? Audit is nothing but verification or identification or going as an examination. Now, examination of management. Management what? Management's performance. Who all will come under management? Key managerial person, right? Directors who are there for the organization. What is the major thing or what is the major work which is done by management people? They take the decision makings, right? Now, how well and how effectively they are taking decisions? Sorry. How well and how effectively they are taking decisions for the organizations. Now, whatever they are taking decisions, is it getting beneficial to the organization or it is not getting beneficial to the organization? Regarding that, we are doing as a verification, which is called as management audit. Now, for example, if there is a profits for organization, then what could be the reason? Management has taken the right decision at the right point of time, because of which the sales has been higher, the production has been done properly, because of which we have profits, right? Now, if there are losses, which means what? The production hasn't been completed on time, the selling and distribution was not proper, the marketing was not proper, and based on that, we doesn't have proper sales. So no profits, we are into losses. Now, majorly, what is the financial position of an organization? We can determine it based on management's performance. Now, how effectively the management is performing regarding that, to connect it with the financial position of the organization, whatever verification we are doing, that is called as management audit. Now, how this corporate image is related to management audit? When we are talking about corporate image, who has the responsibility to build a corporate image for an organization? Does employees strive for goodwill? They work for goodwill, they go for marketing, they tell that I am working for this organization, you come and purchase my products. Does employees do that? No. Top level management. They have to take right decisions of how marketing has to be done, what all strategies they have to bring, and based on the market demands, the strategies has to be changed on a timely basis. Now everything is social media, everything is online. How many of you are seeing that top influencers of Instagrams? What are they doing? They are doing marketing, right? You see many influencers, what they do, they doesn't have any relation with the company, but by taking income, what they'll do, they'll promote the products whatever there are there. Now what this kind of a promotion is called as, isn't that a marketing strategy? Now because of this marketing strategy, if for example we are following 10 social influencers in Instagram and all the 10 people are promoting for one single product, won't you get influenced and at least think of trying that product? Yes or no? You'll go and purchase that product and instantly they'll give the link also. Yes. Yes or no? Now, what are all these things which are called as marketing strategies to improve the goodwill of the organization, corporate image of the organization? By having a good corporate image, by building a good corporate image, by taking a marketing strategies, what could be the benefits for the organization? Sales could be increased, investors will come for investment, better investment will be there, profit will increase, customers will blindly trust us. Now how many of you are using Colgate paste at your homes? Colgate paste, Colgate, not at all using paste, huh? Neem, why are you using a neem paste? Neem tree, okay. Now how you have got to know that there is a paste which is made of a neem? Now, do you know that how they are actually manufacturing? Are they actually taking that neem leaves and putting and grinding it into a paste and bringing it to you? Do you know that manufacturing process? No. But how you're trusting that particular product is into neem or particular product is having a charcoal? How are we actually believing it? Because on that particular, whatever we use as a tube or something, they, whatever the main ingredient is there, they'll give it as a picture. Right. Now, what if the picture is not given? Do we believe that it is there? Now, how many of you flip the product and check the ingredients? Now we are doing it. But if we take back to at least 1 year or 2 years, did any one of you in your childhoods has seen about the ingredients of that particular paste? Okay, instantly they are telling that neem. Ingredient, if we are flipping into the ingredients and checking is there a neem in it? The answer is no, we are not doing it. Why? Because we are blindly trusting without looking into the ingredients that there is something which is portrayed. Now, whenever there is advertisement which is coming, me toothpaste lo uppunda, Samantha will come no, breaking everything. Yes, Colgate, salt. Is there a salt in your toothpaste? She'll come with an advertisement, yes or no? Now, what are this? Why bringing celebrities for marketing strategies? Because celebrities are topmost influentials. Fan base is huge. So if celebrity is telling, then instantly customers will come and purchase a product. Now, all these are what? To build a good corporate image, to attract the customers, to let the customers come and purchase the products. Now, products they are purchasing, then what will happen? The sale prices will become higher. If instantly we have an area and in our area, entirely all the people who are there are purchasing a same product, then what will happen? See, for example, there are two neighborhoods. Okay. Now, your mom is using a XXX soap. Instantly, she will go to other home and ask her friend, hey, what soap you are using? Hey, why are you using that waste soap? I'm using XXL soap. It's actually working very good. I suggest you to go and purchase that product. Does it happen or not? Now, whenever your parents are purchasing a product, instantly they'll go to their friends and recommend that product. I have purchased a new product and actually it's helping me a lot. Now, you go and purchase that product. Isn't that an indirect publicity? Now, is our mothers getting anything as an income from the companies for doing the publicity for their products? No. Now, when a management take a better strategy and build a small circle of corporate image, then what will happen? Public will automatically take that into building it as a publicity. So if we are giving a good quality products, then brand value will equally get increased. So why the corporate image is important and how to build a good corporate image? What does it mean by evaluation of corporate image? That is what we are going to see in this entire unit 4. Clear? Now, as this corporate image building responsibilities with the management, we are discussing unit 4 in section B, management audit. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, see this corporate image. Corporate image is nothing but the reputation and the perception of the organization in the minds of stakeholders and the society. What do we call as a corporate image? Brand value, goodwill, whatever the perception, the stakeholders, whoever are benefits to the organization, who all will come under stakeholders? Shareholders, customers, debtors, creditors, suppliers, government agencies, everyone will come under stakeholders. Now, each and everyone will have their own perspective, their own needs from the organization. Now, there is a customer. What customer wants from the organization? Better products, better quality products, and whatever the demand is higher, the customer goes based on demand, right? Reasonable prices should be there, qualitative products should be there. These are the needs of customers. Does customers actually think about whether the company is into profits, losses? The answer is no. Even if you are a startup company, if you are giving a good products, customers will automatically come and buy. Yes or no? Now, if there are shareholders, what they want? Does they want quality related to quality, quantity, how much you're doing production? Does they want anything about it? No. Is there profits? Give me my dividends. Yes or no? Now, if there are government agencies, what are they concerned about? You're taking care of society. You're giving something to society. Nothing. You're earning income. Give me my tax payments. This is what government wants. So each and every stakeholder, whoever are there, who are taking benefits from the organization or by whom the organization is getting a benefit, each and every stakeholder has their own perspective needs. Now, for example, when I am giving a good products to customers, what will be the perception of customers towards the organization? They will think that this particular organization is doing very good job, right? Now, if I am giving those products to the customers with a very low price, thinking that my customers will get much more needs and I want to give more to my customers, thinking customers are gods, I am giving in a less prices. My cost is 10 rupees, but I am selling my products only for 8 rupees just to benefit customers. Then what will happen? Customers will give me good corporate image. But do I have proper profits? The answer is no. There is losses. Now what will happen? Can I satisfy shareholders? Can I give them dividends? If I'm into losses, then what will I give? I doesn't have anything to give it to shareholders, right? So organization shouldn't focus on only one set of people. There are many set of people who are called as stakeholders to the organization, and there is society as well. Now you are using the resources which are commonly available to public, right? Whenever you are taking electricity, whenever you are taking water, those are the common resources available for society. Now, in the name of a production, in the name of giving something to the society, if you're utilizing more resources, then what are the resources which are available to the public? Where is the sustainability development? Right? So, whenever a management is taking a decision about perception building towards the society, and whenever they are thinking about a corporate image, they have to focus on each and every person who is there in that stakeholder, and they have to satisfy everyone. At least they are compromising in one thing, then what will happen? The other person will have a bad perception towards the organization. So building a corporate image is not under one element. It has many elements to it. And for each and everything, they have to think, and based on that, they have to take the decisions in the organization. So corporate image is nothing but a reputation and a perception of an organization in the minds of the stakeholders and the society. A good corporate image is valuable because it leads to better sales, higher stock valuation, our stock prices will get increased, customer loyalty. If, for example, I am giving good quality products, customer will frequently come and buy my products. Yes or no? So my customers will be loyal to me, and sales will get increased. So these could be the benefits of good corporate image. Corporate image usually develops on a natural basis, but management can shape it through proper branding, through proper communication, ethical conduct, and providing good customer service. Like after sales also, they have to be in touch with customers. They have to provide a good customer service to increase that bond between the customers and the organization. Now, what can happen? A mismatch between an image and reality can damage the credibility. Now, whenever we are talking about a corporate image, that doesn't mean that, okay, I'll do whatever blah blah I want in the marketing. And whenever I give an advertisement, I tell that my products are this, my products are that. I'll do all banda, whatever I want to do. But in the reality, the product is not that much effective. Whatever we see in Amazon, Flipkarts and all, if we see the image, it will be so good. When we go and see the reviews are not that good. Reviews will show that quality is not so good. Yes, it is same as the picture. It looks as picture, but the cloth is not that good. The quality is not that good. Even for a one single wash, the entire color on that particular cloth is getting replaced. Yes, all these are there. Now, what does that mean? Whatever the image which they are building as a corporate image, that does not relate to the reality. Reality is different, whereas image is different. Now, what will happen if that case? If that's the case, the credibility will get lost. The customers will not trust the organization and come and purchase those products. Quality of being trusted and believed in will get lost with the customers. Now, who all are stakeholders and how will their perception be? Customers, product quality should be there, service reliability should be there, and shareholders, financial performance should be good, and growth, there should be a growth potential to the organization. Suppliers, they'll focus on liquidity, payment commitments. Bank and financial institutions focus on financial health, debt servicing history. Government, revenue generation and tax compliances, whereas employees, career growth of their employees and industrial relations. So each and every stakeholder will have a different perception towards the corporate image, towards the organization. Now, management should take the decision in such a way that they have to satisfy each and everyone who are there in the organization as stakeholders. Now, what are the elements of corporate image? Corporate image is an overall impression a company leaves on its stakeholders. It is shaped by multiple factors. How? By core business and financial performance. If a company is having a financial stability, it influences its image. See, for example, if a company is having a constant profits, the growth is like this. When you see the stocks, you'll see for past 5 years, what are the trends? Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, if it is going like this, will you go and invest in that company? No. At least there should be stable, right? At least the slope should go down on stable. At least it should go up on a stable. It should not be on hike. At least it should be stable, right? Only then you will go and invest in the company. So always the financial positions should be stable to the organization. At least it should be on a break even, or lowest to the lowest profits should be there for the organization. We are not expecting that entirely profits should be there, right? So financial stability should be there. Second, brand reputation. Strong brand enhances corporate image. See, for example, if you're going and purchasing a shirt in Amirpet, or if you're going in Chennai Paris Corner, or if you're going in Charminar and purchasing your clothes, and you're going to a big showroom, to a branded showroom. What are the branded shirts which are available? US Polo, Allen Solly, Peter England. Now, whenever you are going to purchase a shirt, for example, US Polo shirt, now the same model shade, the same appearance shirt will be there in Charminar and Amirpet also. Yes or no? Without any changes. Even you'll get that US Polo print also. With the same checks, whatever you have, with the same color, with the same quality, you'll get in Amirpet as well as in US Polo. What will be the price range in Amirpet? 100 rupees. Okay, we'll put it in a reasonable way. 500 rupees. Okay. What will be the shirt of US Polo? Will you get a shirt of US Polo for 500 rupees? No. It will be at least 2,500 to 3,000 rupees. Right. Now, why there is a price range between two things? Quality and brand value. Just because of that brand of US Polo. You can tell by purchasing the same thing from Amirpet also. But easily the other person will know that this is not a branded shirt because there will be some variation in that particular logo, right? The logo cannot be printed, like copy-based print cannot be there, right? So the other person will get a perception whenever you're wearing the branded clothes. Whenever you see that movie, Lucky Bhaskar movie, instantly in that interval scene, what will happen? He'll come in a car, he'll wear everything on a branded. Instantly, how that changes, the perspective that others look will change. Yes or no? So that is the value of a brand reputation. Strong brands will create a corporate image automatically. And whenever you see this, whoever are there as our cine stars, have you seen Met Gala outfits? Does any outfit is in such a way that a normal day life, can we wear those outfits? No. But how much each and every bench is charging for those outfits? Each and every outfit costs at least lakhs and crores rupees. Yes or no? Now why? Why? It's not a normal people can wear and go on a public or go on any vacation, something like that. Now, why, even though it is having that much of reputation? Because of the brand, because of fashion industry. Now, with just a name called as fashion industry, the entire brand reputation of the entire fashion is getting increased. Yes or no? Even though if it is not appealing, no, if anyone, at least, if we see the 10 outfits, only one outfit will be a good outfit. We'll think that, okay, this is at least manageable outfit. We could try it out. Yes or no? But the other outfits, no one can wear it. Yes or no? But even though we will still watch that shows. Why? Because there is something called as brand. They bring it in such a way that it is a fashion industry, Met Gala, like all the celebrities will come, they wear the outfits. It is being produced by these many people. They'll show it in such a way that we think that, oh, it is a big, right? Now, if they show it in a very simple way in our Zee Telugu and in Sun TV, will you watch it? Are you actually watching the shows which are there in those TVs? The answer is no. Why? Because the brand or the market which they are building there is not possible in the local channels, right? So that is called as brand reputation, which they bring as a production. Next, innovation and technology. As we have taken as Met Gala, they think that the fashion which they are wearing is an innovation, a technology which they have bought in the fashion industry. A reputation for innovation strengthens companies' standards. Now, whatever you see as Gucci bags, they bring something as an innovation in that. But what is that bag useful for? To carry whatever the things we have. Same thing. Whatever the handbag it is there, even if you're purchasing for 100 rupees, even if you're purchasing for 100 crores, the bag is used only for that. But why it is having that much of cost? Because there is something which is called as innovation. They bring that logo, they bring that design. They tell that design is in such a way that the design is newly invented, it is newly discovered, whatever it is. Yes or no? Next, employee policy. Fair treatment of employees improves the perception. As employees who are there in Tata, not currently, but if you take the previous examples, yes or no? In the previous, if you go back to 5 years or 10 years, if you are getting a job from Tata Industries, will you go and work? Yes or no? Yes or no? Not currently, but at least 5 years or 10 years back. Even now, if someone is getting any job from Tata Industries, they are trying to go for it. Yes or no? Now, why we are going it? Even though we know that something, the reputation is not good and the employees are not talking good about that particular industries, even though if you're getting an offer, we're thinking to take that offer. What is that? Why? Because of employee policy. At one point of time, they used to treat their employees in a good way. Yes or no? So fair treatment of employees will automatically create a perception to attract the new intelligence people or newcomers, whoever are there. will attract it. Then external relations like good relationship with the customers, shareholders, and the community also matters for creating a good corporate image. Market trends, public perception of industry trends affects the image. Now, whatever you are wearing in the current generation, we call it as a trend, right? Now, whatever you are wearing as bell-bottom pants, are that newly invented or discovered? No. Our previous generations, NTR, ANR, yes or no? They used to wear them. Back in 90s and 80s, whatever we used to call it as a comedy, or only the people who were there in the cine industry used to wear it. Now we bring it back again and call it as a trend. Yes or no? Now, whatever we used to wear in 2Ks in 2000, in early 2000s, it's again coming back as a trend. Yes or no? Why that is? Because trends, whatever are there, the social media influences the market trends. In social media, if one celebrity is wearing something new, then that becomes a trend. Yes or no? Now, those are called as market trends, based on bringing trends inside the social media platforms. That will bring a good reputation. As we see, someone who will be there, they'll do nothing. The Instagram algorithm will instantly hype this video and they'll become a trending influencer inside entire India. Everyone will know that person and everyone will see the videos of them. How? Because of the trend. Next, leadership influence. A charismatic leader can enhance the corporate image. If the leader is charismatic, if the leader is taking the decisions in such a way, then it will automatically bring the corporate image. So all these are the elements which shape a corporate image. It cannot be built on one factor. Collectively, if everything is there, then there will be a good corporate image for an entity. Now, in some situations, there can be a clash between image and image. How it can affect. Companies often have a different reputation among different stakeholders. As I've told you, to satisfy customers, if we are giving the products in a low price range, then what will happen? We can't get the profits. We can't satisfy the stakeholders. Here, the image versus image clash can be there. A company may be admired for its lower prices but criticized for poor employee treatment. Large corporations struggle to maintain a positive image, whereas small businesses finds it easier. Why small businesses will find it easier to get a good corporate image? Because the area which is covered by small business is little. Yes or no? Whatever we have local shops, we have one local shop, at least one Pani Puri center. Yes or no? One Pani Puri Bhaiya, we know, everyone. And we'll go only to that Pani Puri Bhaiya. We'll not go to the other. Why? Because they'll give us in a low price, they'll give us in a good quality, they'll give us with a good taste. Does that mean the other Pani Puri Bhaias, whoever are there, are giving a worst taste? The answer is no. But we are actually connected with them and we only go to that particular people. Yes or no? When it is small business, to build a corporate image, it's very easy. They'll try to communicate with the customers. How many customers maximum to maximum will be there? 500. Yes or no? They'll remember those 500 faces. Instantly in the second visit, they'll ask you, hi, how are you? Yes or no? What do you want? I know what you want. I'll give it to you right after. Before ordering itself, they'll bring something. Yes or no? No, why? Because they'll remember our faces. Yes or no? So small businesses will easily build a corporate image. Whereas if you take a big showrooms, can big showrooms remember our faces? At least big restaurants, can they remember our faces? The answer is no. They'll be in a hospitality. They'll think that talking with the customers and getting so close with the customers is not good. They have their own policies. Now, building a positive image for large corporations will be difficult. Whereas for small corporations, it is very easy because the circle which we have is a very little. Business performance is a core factor in determining corporate image. Financial performance is the primary driver of a corporate image. Now, if for example, if you're giving good quality products, if you're satisfying all your stakeholders, if you're giving good taxes to the governments, but there are no profits, the the stability of the financial position is not good, will the corporate image be built? Will the corporate image be built for that organization? The answer is no. Whatever you do, even if you give everything for free, they'll tell that where is the profit? How as an investor I'll come and invest in your company? Yes or no? Based on investors only will think that, okay, this company is a big company. If investors are huge, then the share price will get increased. Yes or no? So based on financial position, we can determine what is the corporate image. Steady profitability strengthens this trust, and erratic earnings create instability. If you're just focusing on profits, if you're just focusing on earnings, I need money, then what will happen? Stability will not be there. There will be an instability. If you're focusing on steady profitability, then it will build trust within the whoever the customers are there, and we'll be able to build a best corporate image. Example, Enron once admired, but after financial fraud surfaced, its reputation collapsed completely. Now, Enron company, we have seen in forensic audit, yes or no? Before letting public know about the fraudulent cases, Enron company was a huge company. Everyone used to give a good corporate reputation was there for that company. But once they have known that manipulation has happened, whatever they could have provided, but the books of accounts were not good. The financial position of that company is not good. The profits are not there for that company, which entirely collapsed the entire reputation. Whatever you could have done for customers, whatever you could have done based on your products, or whatever you could have done to the government, shareholders, stakeholders, whoever it is there, you've done everything good. But where is the financial position? Where is the financial performance? So if financial performance is not good, then there will be no corporate image for that organization. Company with a good corporate image, Tata Groups, reasons for positive image, ethical business practices and corporate governance, strong financial stability and trust among investors, employee-friendly policies and job security, social responsibility through Tata Trust like education, healthcare, rural development, and successful brand like Tata Motors, TCS, Tata Steel. So it is not just because of one. They have focused on everything. They're focused on better quality products. They've given good range of dividends to their shareholders. They have satisfied their employees. Now, whatever the employees' needs are there, they have taken the employees' needs. They have paid proper taxes to the government. Who all are the stakeholders? They have taken care of each and every stakeholder, because of which there is a good corporate image. Whereas if you see the bad corporate image, Facebook, is any one of you using Facebook in current generation? Now, yes, frequently you're using Facebook. No. Now, what is the reason behind it? Does anyone of you remember the high peak stages of Facebook? Yes, everyone used to be there on Facebook. Yes or no? Now, why there is a downfall of Facebook? Lack of updates? Not just because of competition, not just because of competition. Even if there is a competition, the Facebook didn't think of striving in the market. They didn't update it. They didn't bring the new updates. And mostly, whoever are there as an account holders in the Facebook, they got reputational damage. Now, whoever are there, if you remember, in like past 5 years or 6 to 7 years back, we used to get many news in the channels, news channels, saying that one girl from some other place got affected because of some other guy in some other place because of Facebook. Yes or no? Yes or no? Because of harassments, because of cheatings, many cases has been filed, and there is no encryption. There is no encryption. So what happened? Many people got to know about the other person very easily. Yes or no? Now, whatever would used to happen in their day lives, they used to post it in the Facebook. Everything. Now, today I woke up. The time is 8 a.m. There used to be a post. Remember? Yes or no? Right after waking up, they used to put a post. And today afternoon, this is my lunch. They used to click a photo and post it. But now in the Snapchat, you have snaps. Yes or no? And you can restrict snaps. Who can view your snaps and all? Yes or no? But in Facebook, it wasn't like that. Anyone who's opening just with your name, they'll know about everything you. There isn't anything which is called as encryption. Only I can put these many people as my viewing people. If I'm putting a status, only these people can view my status. If I'm posting something in my Instagram, I can put private account in my Instagram and all, right? Only these people have access to my Instagram profiles. Now, all this is not there in the Facebook, because of which the Facebook shares got affected. And there was a bad corporate image. Multiple data privacy scandals like Cambridge Analytics, there was analytics and all. Spread of misinformation and fake news, accusations of manipulating algorithms of profit, whistleblower allegations about harming mental health of users. Now, Mark Zuckerberg is not maintaining your account. He is not coming and telling you go have friends with them and add them into your friend list. Now, he is not telling it. But even though the people who are having Facebook account blamed Mark Zuckerberg, saying that you didn't take the accountability for whatever loss we had. Right. So that was a negative image which was created. Loss of trust among the users and the regulators. Many users had started thinking that, okay, if we are having a Facebook account, that's very much damage to us. If a girl is having a Facebook account, then that's it. Yes or no? So that's the case, or that's the scenario which was brought by Facebook users, because of which the entire image of Facebook has been collapsed. So these are the two different examples of a good corporate image and a bad corporate image. Now, how to evaluate corporate image? Evaluating corporate image. Companies assess their public image through marketing surveys. So, how to know what is our corporate image? What is customers actually thinking about our products? How the companies get to know about it? By going for surveys. Yes or no? By going for surveys. Now, how many of you, after purchasing your appliances, got call at your home? Everyone? Yes or no? Right after going to a showroom and writing something in the ticket, they'll give you some slips. They'll ask you to write your information. Instantly, you'll get calls saying that you have hit a lottery, you have to come here, you have to see what it is there, you have to participate in the games which we contest. Yes or no? Now, all these are what? Stunts. Yes or no? For improving their marketing. Marketing surveys similar to political polling. They'll constantly call you in such a way that you think that, okay, I'll switch off my phone and keep it somewhere else. Yes or no? On a daily basis, on a daily basis. Now, how many of you have opened any kind of an application in your Google and filled your details? Recently, okay, don't laugh when I am telling this. I was having a very bad hair fall. Okay, so what I have done, I've just searched about we care products in in Google. Okay, I went to I didn't want to go for an appointment and all, but just I have seen in the Google and searched for we care. Okay, where all the situations are there and where all its clients are there. Is there any we care center in Chennai? Is it nearby to me? Just to know about that, I have opened that we care. But right after opening, I didn't get any information. It asked me to give my name and my phone number and my email ID. It asked me the details. So what I thought, okay, we are just seeing, no, what's so big deal? So I've gave my name, my phone number, and my email ID, and I've get submit. After that, I got some information. Okay, these are the centers which are there in the week, and this is the price ranges and everything. Right after 1 hour, I got tons and tons of calls. Firstly, for 10 to 15 times, I started avoiding it. Okay, I thought that, okay, they are calling it for marketing purposes. I avoided it. But at some point of time, I was frustrated. So at one point of time, I picked up a call and told that I didn't want for an appointment. I hadn't thought of getting an appointment. I've just wanted to look for the information about the week care centers. So I've searched in a Google. So they have written it as a complaint saying that, okay, she doesn't want it. And they told me clearly, I have complained them. I am getting these many calls and messages and I'm fed up with it. Please stop calling. So they have filed a complaint that after this, you will not get a calls. The person who has contacted me, they have assured me as well. But after that, did it stop? The answer is no. whenever the other call is getting, I have started to pick up and started shouting, and they used to tell that no, this is from a different center of a week care. What I can tell. Now all these are what? These are marketing surveys. Now they have all the information, but even though they'll call till we think that okay, we'll go there, we'll do whatever we want. At least if it is of 2,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees, I'll give the 2,000 rupees and 3,000 rupees and come back. So that's how they bring it into a political range. Methods which are used for bringing or evaluating about a corporate image: public opinion, what publics think about our products; surveys, mostly telephone based; statistical extrapolation to gauge broader perceptions. So what each and everyone are thinking, as we put this at polls. So based on polls, they'll think, okay, what all products they want. Statistics. Harder measure like sales trend and stock performance. Okay, what is our sales trend? If sales is increasing, the demand is getting higher. The sales are not increasing, the demand is lower. Motivation for image surveys often arises due to declining sales or negative media coverage. If in social media, if you are constantly receiving negative reviews, will you go to that product? The answer is no. So if you are getting a negative feedbacks, negative reviews, automatically will get a bad image of that particular product. So how to evaluate all this? By using these methods. By going for opinions, surveys, statistics, or to understanding about the sales trends, how the sales is happening, how the stock is performing. By doing all this, we can evaluate how is our corporate image. What is the importance of public perception? A well-informed public supports a company, leading to higher sales and profits. As I've told you, XXX soap. We need not tell customers to go and market about ourselves or do publicity for ourselves. No. If they like the product, they automatically go for publicity. So that is the public perception importance. A poorly informed public may develop negative perceptions and benefiting competitors. If they doesn't know about that product, if the customers doesn't know about that product, then what they'll think? Okay, you are coming and telling me that this is a very high renowned product. It has a very high range. But I haven't listened about this product so far. No one has talked to me about this product. So I think that it has a negative perception. If no one told me that this is a good product, then that's a bad product for me. If at least 10 people has told me that this is a good product, then I'll think about it, whether it is a good or bad. But if no one has talked about it, that's a bad product. Yes or no? So how public are talking about that product will influence about the image of that particular product. So what happened this was happened in previous years. Toyota image challenge in the US issue. Despite expanding operations in the US, Toyota noticed a decline in American customers' awareness of its contributions. So Toyota was having its own branch or its own office in the US, but even though if it's having, the American sales used to get much reduced. What solution did Toyota got? So Toyota focused on better communication about the US investments to enhance its corporate image. Key lesson: words, marketing, how effectively they are talking about their products. Based on that, the image of that product will get increased. If they are not talking, if they are not getting into marketing, then no one will know about that product. If no one knows, no one will come and buy the product. Aligned with actions, actual company efforts has been aligned with the actual actions, which means whatever they are doing as a marketing, the sales used to increase. So how to get into a good corporate image? Marketing, communication. If the communication is good, then the corporate image will get increased. Words versus actions in corporate image. Action should precede words for credibility. Only talking is not important. Show it in your actions. Give it to the customers. Give it good quality products. Employees act as brand ambassadors, influencing public perception. So if you are having customers itself will give you reputation. They'll itself give you publicity. Employees itself will start publicizing about the products. Example, experts like Roger Havard stress consistent follow through in corporation communication to maintain stress. So to maintain a trust, what they have done, they have focused on better communication with the employees as well as with the customers. So employees and customers itself started doing the marketing and publicity. Clear so far? Any doubts? Understanding about corporate image? Is there anything new? Nothing. Whatever we know, it is there. But it is there in English, Oxford English terminology. Yes or no? Business and corporate image. Corporate image is closely linked to reputational risk, influencing employees, customers, vendors, society, and government agencies. All these are nothing but our stakeholders, right? If there is a corporate image, then reputation is high. If corporate image is not good, then there is a bad reputation. The goodwill will get reduced. Factors affecting corporate image: brand names, branding strategies. Now, based on your name also, the name which you put, based on that name also, you'll get a good corporate image, as we call it as US Polo. That's a brand, right? The name itself is a brand. Gucci, the name itself is a brand. Nike, with just a symbol. You need not see that word also, the Nike word also. Just by that symbol, you'll get to know about it. Yes or no? With just symbols, we can identify what brand it is. Now, whatever cars you see, which is going on the roads, does it have a name? The full name of whatever it is? No. By just looking into that logo of that cars, you'll know what brand it is. Yes or no? And what model it is also. Boys will get to instantly know that what that brand and what is that company from. Yes or no? Now, how you're knowing it? Because of that branding strategies. Website design and digital presence, how effectively they are showing the digital presence. Now, this is one of the example. I don't know why boys are so fascinated about cars. Yes or no? I don't know why. Even my husband will sit and watch that promotional video of that car launching. He'll sit and watch for 2 hours, 3 hours. The same loop of video will be running and running and running. If I ask him why, he'll just tell, see how fascinating that car looks. See the shine which is there on that car, the model which is there, and the interior design which they do for that particular car. Now, what's so fascinating? When I am looking, nothing is fascinating for me. But whenever they see it, it is so fascinating. But how? Digital presence. Is there a need that they have to shoot that entire video to bring that fascinating or to attract the customers? Do they have to do that entire video? Do they have to do that entire video? Only then the customers will come and purchase the cars? No, because of digital presence. Now, whatever you see as advertisements, burger advertisements, pizza advertisements, yes or no? The cheese will be coming like this, overload of cheese. The burgers and all, the cheese will be going down. Yes or no? But whenever you go to a shop, will you get that overload? Whenever you see that on a real life, you will not want to eat it. But whenever you see in the advertisements, it will be fascinating. Digital presence. However, they are attracting through advertisements. Website design, product or service quality and customer satisfaction. How they are getting a customer satisfaction. Now, many of you will tell that 10 rupees chai from a chai buddy is very good. Rather than I go to a big 5-star restaurant and get it for 300 rupees tea. Yes or no? Why? Because of satisfaction. With just 10 rupees of chai, we are getting that satisfaction. We don't have to put that much of efforts to go there, to sit in that. We have to order and it will come after 25 to 35 minutes and it will be very much decorated and bring it to us and it costs 300 to 350 rupees. Is it worthful? The answer is no. We need satisfaction. The satisfaction will get based on a corporate image. Timely payments to vendors and suppliers. On a timely basis, if vendors, suppliers, the bank loans which you are taking, if you're paying it on a timely basis, then they'll give you credit score. Yes or no? So based on the credit score, corporate image can be increased. Effectiveness of promotions and marketing campaigns. Based on promotions and campaigns, you'll be able to determine your corporate image. So all these are the factors which affect the corporate image. Clear so far? Now, evaluation of corporate image. A management auditor assesses corporate image by listing the desirable attributes. What is achievable? Product quality, customer trust. Classifying attribute into key groups. They'll divide each and everything into key groups. Okay, this is what we have to do it to the customers. This is what we have to do it to the stakeholders, each and every one. Assigning weights based on the importance. Now, what is most important? Satisfying customer is the first important deal. Yes or no? If customer is satisfied, then sales will be increased. If sales are increased, the production will get increased. If production is increased, profits will be there. Based on that, I'll be able to satisfy my shareholders. If shareholders are satisfied, I'll be able to give dividends. If there is profits, I'll be able to give it to government. So what is major? Give it on a weight basis. Evolving experts for rating based on technical studies. You'll call experts. Experts will give their own suggestions of how you have to build a corporate image. Summarizing ratings across selected groups. So there will be selected groups. Based on that, you will give ratings. Presenting a composite evaluation comparing actual versus expected results. What was your expected results and what is your actual results? You'll compare it and based on that you will take a decision. So this is what will be done by the management auditor when they go for evaluation of corporate image. And when evaluating, what techniques they can use? They can use graphical method using graphs for each attributes like product, consumers or shareholders, or point method assessing points to different attributes like customers are 1, shareholders are 2, government will be 3. Index method, comparing actual performance with ideal indices based on standards. You'll compare actual with standards. Or you'll go based on survey method, conducting questionnaires for public feedback. Ratio method, analyzing trends using ratios. Position analysis, evaluating market size, share, and the stability. Comparison method, comparing actual versus budgeted results, and interworm comparison. So you'll compare your products with the other company products. And based on that comparison, you'll start building a better corporate image and better products. Clear so far? So this is how evaluation will be done by management auditor, and when they are evaluating, these are the techniques which are used. Clear? Any doubts? Now this we have already seen. Benefits of positive corporate image. It attracts talented employees, helps secure bank loans and financial support. If you're having a good corporate image, banks, they themselves will come and ask you whether you need a credit, whether you need a loan. Encourages public investment in shares and debentures, strengthens market position against competition, increases chances of government support for projects, gains public sympathy and support during crisis. So all these are the benefits of positive corporate image. How to build a positive corporate image? By going for advertising, by giving a better quality of products and giving a good customer service, by having good corporate social responsibility. Nothing but if you're getting profits from that, at least 2% you're contributing it to the society. Disaster relief contributions, if for example tsunamis or any kind of an earthquakes are there, at that point of time you have to contribute something to the society. So in that way also you can go for a good corporate image. A company can temporarily mislead people of branding and all, but long-term trust requires genuine action. So to build a corporate image, temporary misleads will not work. Always you have to go for a long term. I hope it is clear so far. Any doubts? So this is about our unit 4 evaluation of corporate image. Clear? Any doubts? There aren't any most frequent questions which are tested from evaluation of corporate image. So even if it is there, you can write it in your own words, like what does it mean by good corporate image, bad corporate image, how to build a good corporate image. If good corporate image is there, then what would be the benefits to the organization, and how management auditor will go for the evaluation, what are the techniques which are used. So these could be the questions which are tested from unit 4. Clear? Any doubts? So this is a unit 4 corporate image. A question can be tested in June 2026 attempt. Clear? If question is tested, 7 marks question will be tested. Any doubts? No? Okay, we'll start. Ready? Now, we are starting with our section C, internal control, internal audit, operational audit, and other related issues. And we are starting with our unit 1, internal control and internal audit. Now, internal control and internal audit, is this a new concept for everyone? Is a new concept? No? You already listened to the word of internal control, internal audit. Where you have come across? Audit in your CMA Inter? Regarding internal control, internal audit, you have already seen. Now, what does it mean by internal control? What does it mean by internal control? Does anyone want to answer? Internal control? No idea? Okay. If I have to tell in a simple words, security for an organization is nothing but internal controls. Security for organization. Now, how organization will build a security? Through policies and procedures. Through policies and procedures inside the organization, which are commonly applicable to all the departments and segments in the organization, whoever are working in the organization. From the top level executives to the bottom level executives, everyone will have common rules, common policies, common procedures, which everyone has to follow so that the entire organization will run smoothly and effectively. Now, what are those policies and procedures which are built? Those are called as internal controls. Now, who will build these internal controls inside the organization? Management. Management will build the internal controls inside the organization. See, for example, in our homes, now everyone are having nuclear families. Is anyone with joint family? Joint family? Grandmother, grandfather, everyone are there. Mostly everyone are from nuclear family, right? So in your homes, who will actually manage the money? Who will actually deal with, okay, what will be the monthly budget? What are the expenditures and how to handle everything? Who will do all that? Who will take care of everything? Mother or father? Mother? Mother will manage everything. Who is a person who is into earning? Father, mostly father, right? So if we take father as an organization, organization will give what? Profits. The earnings which will get, income which will be there is done by organization. But how to actually safeguard that income or the earnings and to allocate it to the segments which are there to run the entire household in a safe and secure manner. Regarding that, who will take decisions? Our mothers. Now, they are nothing but management of the organization. Who will fix the rules in the home? Who will fix rules in the home? Father? Mostly father? Mostly mother. Fathers will not bring that many rules inside the home, right? Mostly who will bring? Mother. Now, if anyone at the home is not following that, then what will happen? Punishment? Huh? Bowl will come from kitchen, huh? Okay. Bowl, chappal from outside, everything will come. Broomstick, everything will come. Now, those are nothing but our punishments, right? Now, rules and regulations are there everywhere. Now, why do we have rules and regulations at our home? Why mom is telling that if you are wearing a white shirt, then please be careful. If you're coming home with all the dirty things on your shirt now, who will wash? I have to wash. Or no, I'll make you wash the entire white shirt. Yes or no? Now, if you're going outside, then mom will tell that you have to come back by 10. If you're coming back by 10, then you'll have dinner. Or else have dinner outside only. Sleep outside only. Don't come back. Yes or no? Why rules? Why these rules are there inside the home? Why mom is telling us to be in this way and to act in certain manner? Why? What is the reason behind it? To bring discipline? Control? To have control? Now, what happens on a daily basis? You're going in a same time to the home and all. See, for example, on a daily basis, you're going on 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, or midnight, 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Instantly, there will be a dialogue which is told by moms. Is this a hostel or this is a home? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you think this is a home or something else? You're coming and going whenever you want. We are there at this home. You have to respect it. Yes or no? Now, why they are telling that? To bring a certain set of rules inside this home. Now, every mom will follow certain superstitions. Yes or no? After bathing, go into the kitchen. Not allowed into the kitchen without bath. Yes or no? And we have much more superstitions, like when it is Thursdays, when it is Tuesdays, when it is Fridays, no non-veg. If you want to have non-veg, go outside. Don't come back after eating non-veg into the house. Yes or no? Now, why all these have been bought? So that a structure procedure will be maintained. Even after parents are not there, will follow a certain procedure. That's how the home will have a certain set of procedures and how effectively the home will work. If we have all those rules, regulations, stricter disciplines, only then it is called as home. Yes or no? If you're not following anything, we are waking up from the bed 11 o'clock, we are having whenever we are hungry. Is that home or hostel? It's a hostel. Some days we'll skip meals, some days we'll not eat. But at our homes, it's not like that. Even it is getting delayed by 10 minutes, our mom will call 100 times. Are you coming or not coming? I'm asking you to come. You have to come right away. Yes or no? Now, why? To set a proper running of a home, the policies are required. Without that, the home will not work correctly. Similarly, in an organization, policies should be there so that operations are working effectively. Everyone are following certain rules, and there is someone who is head of all the people who are there inside the organization to tell them that this is right, you have to do this, and this is wrong, you should not do it. So those are the set of policies and procedures which are there, which are called as internal controls of the organization. Now, what will happen if internal controls are built inside the organization? The first thing, it will give a proper discipline that how the entire organization has to work. Second, it will prevent failures and fraudulent activities to happen inside the organization. Third, everything will be monitored. Whoever are there inside the organization, employees, what work they are doing, everything will be monitored. Security will be there. The entire operations will work in an effective manner. So the entire organization will work in a better way. So whatever the policies and procedures which are built by the management to safeguard the organization and to run the organization a smooth way, that is called as internal controls. See, for example, now every one of you, okay, mostly you have worked in the organizations, yes or no? Or else at least you know what is the structure, how organization will work, yes or no? Now, if you have given a task has been assigned to you. You have to complete that task, a proper time limit will be there, yes or no? After completing that task, you have to report it to your team leader. And after that, what will happen? Team leader will report it to the manager. Then manager will report it to the head of authority, then head of authority, then head of authority. Will you have any direct access to CEO of the organization? The answer is no. Why? Because there is a segregation of duties. Now, each and everyone will have a segregation of duty. Okay, my duty is to come here, teach and go. Now, regarding all these technicalities who are seeing, Bharat sir is seeing, yes or no? Now, when it comes to cleaning and all, there are separate department for it. When it comes to payment of electricities and all this, separate department is there for it. So, in an organization, to run an organization smoothly, there are different departments, there are different elements, and there are different set of people who are working. Now, this is the work which is given to them. That is the work which is done by HR team. Yes or no? What HR team? Human Resource Development team. What they'll do? They will allocate work in a better way that each and everyone will get a segregation of duties. If segregation of duties is not there, then what will happen? A single person will be headed with lots and lots of work. Yes or no? If I am giving you 8 subjects to study in a single day, will you do it on an effective basis? Or if I'm giving you a schedule that you have to complete a subject for 4 days, then you have to go to another subject for 4 days, then you have to go for another subject for 4 days. Is the first criteria correct or the second criteria correct? Second criteria correct. Why? Because when you are being dumped with a lot of work at a one single time, you will not be able to do it on an effective way. There will be errors. There will be mistakes. If errors and mistakes are there, will you know it? You will not know it because you will think that I'm just doing my work. Then who will know about that errors and faults? Yes or no? So because of that, segregation of duties are very important inside the organization. Now bringing that segregation of duties is one of the internal controls of organization. Now the second point, if you want to think, access controls. You will have access to whatever place you want to visit in the organization. Will you have access to whatever place you want? Will you be able to go inside the locker room? Security control room? No. Why? Because there is access control. Only accessed people can be allowed. Yes or no? Now, whenever you enter into an organization, a card will be given to you. Now, in that card, you'll only have access to certain areas. Only you'll be able to visit those areas. Similarly, inside the organization, the data will be stored in desktops or in a cloud sets. It will be stored. Now, will everyone have the access for the documents? The answer is no. What will happen if everyone is having documents access? What will happen? Why it is not given as an access to everyone? Anyone can take those information. Insider trading can happen. Confidential information can be leaked to the outside parties. Competitive parties can get advantages. Yes or no? So to control that, what we are bringing access controls. If you have to do anything inside the organization, then you have to take permission from the management. Without taking permission, you can't even take leaves. Now, why a stricter rules have been brought? Those are nothing but the internal controls of organization. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, whatever the policies and procedures which are already built inside the organization, whether are those policies enough for that organization? Now, for example, this is the entire room. Now, to safeguard this room, what all I can do? I want to save this entire room. Suppose, for example, there are some valuable items in this room and I want to save this entire room. What procedures can I put it? Entrance. Firstly, entrance. I can put some lock system. I can put some imprints. Yes or no? Only these person are having access to this. Second, what if someone has broke that locker and got inside? I have to know it. Yes or no? So I'll put some CCTV cameras and I'll put some security guard outside. And whenever I put some valuable items, and that valuable items also I'll put it in some safe lockers. And for that safe lockers, I'll put some lock system. Yes or no? Now, if I have this much amount of gold, I'll put it in a locker. Yes or no? If I'm having more, then I require more room. And if I'm having a more room, then I require more controls. Yes or no? If I'm maintaining this entire building, then for entire building, securities will be more. If I'm maintaining only this particular room, the particular room will have different set of securities. So based on our organization structure, internal controls will get differed. So what internal controls are best for which kind of an organization? Who will let us know about it? Now management will think that, okay, this is enough for us. I will think that who will come inside my room? Nothing is there, no? Why I have to lock it? Or I'll think, okay, 10 rupees, lock up, whatever it is there, it is sufficient. No one will come. Who will come? No one knows that there is a room like this. No one knows that I have put a gold in this. Now who will come? I'll think that. So management could have also thought it. Now I will appoint some person, either my employee or an independent person. I'll appoint someone to come and do the examination of my internal controls which I have put. So by doing that examination, they will let me know whether my internal controls are enough or not. So to let management know whether the internal controls are enough for the organization or there is any requirement of more stricter internal controls, do they require more development of internal controls or any changes has to be made? For that, verification and examination will be done either by an employee of organization or by an independent person, that is called as internal audit. Now, building internal controls inside the organization is mandatory. All the organizations, mandatorily, they have to build the policies and procedures inside the organization. Those are called as internal controls. But when come to audit, audit is not mandatory for all organizations. We have internal audit under Companies Act 2013. Yes or no? Everyone know that? So if for example, the loans, borrowings are exceeding this particular limit, if turnover is exceeding to a particular limit, if net worth is exceeding to a particular limit, and that too we have separately for public companies and private companies, if that limit has been exceeded, then those set of companies have to go for internal audit. Clear so far? Any doubts? Understood the introduction of internal controls? Now, see concept 1, introduction of internal controls. Internal controls are nothing but systematic and procedural steps adopted by an organization for what purpose? To mitigate risk, especially in financial accounting and reporting, operational process, compliance with laws and regulations. So for financials, for accounting purposes, to know about compliance requirements, to know about operations, we are setting some procedural steps which has to be followed by everyone inside the organization, which are called as internal controls. What is the purpose of building internal controls? Just to reduce the risk. Risk of what? Risk of fraudulent activities, risk of errors happening. To strengthen the organization system and process and to prevent and detect errors and irregularities. Control activities, these are specific steps taken to mitigate the risk. How control? Review, approval, physical count, segregation of duty. So these are certain set of internal controls like segregation of duties, physical count of inventory. Now in books, inventory will be recorded something else, but in physical, stock will not be there. Physical count of assets, approval for each and everything. Whatever you do inside the organization, you need approval from the management. It is one of the internal control. And review, how you are doing work effectively. Employees, whatever they are doing work. Now, for example, if a task is given to you, they'll not think that, okay, you'll do it perfectly. No. After giving your task report, they'll review it. They'll verify it, how well you have done it. If they are not satisfied, they'll ask you to do it again. Yes or no? All those are called as internal controls. Clear so far? Any doubts? Objectives of internal control. First, authorization, compliance. Ensuring transactions are executed according to management's authorization and policies. Each and every transaction should be done based on authorization. Who will give authorization? Management. Proper accounting. Verifying the transactions are recorded in the appropriate accounting period. Now, if I am entering into a transaction today, then in this month itself, the transaction has to be recorded in the books of accounts. Timely reporting should be there. Asset protection, safeguarding assets from unauthorized access or usage, access restrictions. Asset verification, regularly comparing recorded assets with actual assets and taking corrective actions when there is a discrepancies. If books are not meeting with the actual results, then we will check what is the difference and why there is a difference. Performance evaluation, assessing the efficiency of business operations and identifying any weakness. So all these are nothing but the objectives of internal controls. Clear with objectives? What are the types of internal controls? Internal controls are safeguards used by the organization to ensure that operations are running smoothly and risks are controlled. The actual actions taken to control risk are called as control activities. Now, how many types of control activities do we have? Internal financial controls, controls that mitigate risk related to financial exposure. Why we have internal financial controls? It ensures the reliability of financial statements to prevent financial misstatements or fraud regarding to safeguarding of companies' assets. Example, approval of payments, bank reconciliation, verification of financial transactions. So to make sure that financial records are maintained properly, we have internal financial controls. Operational controls, to know how effectively operations are working. Controls that mitigate operational risk. What is the purpose? Improve operational efficiency, ensure smooth business operations. Example, inventory monitoring, production supervision, and quality control checks. The production, whatever is happening, production is happening properly, and the products which are produced are of a better quality. Then manual controls, internal controls that require human intervention. If human is working, then we will go for manual controls. Whether the work which is done by human, is there any error for it? Manager approving purchase orders, physical counting of inventory, manual verification of invoices. Even invoices are on a computer basis. We'll go for manual verification again so that it will be our secondary verification. Then IT controls. In organizations using automated systems, controls are implemented through information systems. These are mainly of two types. One is IT general controls, information technology, environment and system, like system access controls, password protection, data backup, procedures. See, for example, your mobile password is 0000. Is it easily hackable or not? If it's 1234, if it's your date of birth, why no? If I just get to know about your date of birth, won't I be able to take your phone? I'll just come, talk to you as a common friend. I'll get in touch with you and I'll know about your date of birth, your girlfriend's date of birth. At one point of time, what I'll do, I'll take your mobile phone, I'll run away. First, I'll try your date of birth. If it's opening, it's good. Or else I'll try the 0000, 1, 2, 3, 4. Any of 3 times, if it is done, it will give again 15 seconds time. Right? It will not get entirely locked up. So I have multiple attempts to verify. Yes or no? So if at least for a simple mobile phone, if you are having this much of securities, then for entire organization, how much security is required? When data is being stored in information, in computers, in data, in cloud systems, how password protection should be there? Yes or no? So password protection, data backup procedures and system controls. If we are having controls and policies regarding that, it is called as IT general controls. Then application controls, controls that check transaction processing at an application level, like sequential numbering of invoices, validation checks in accounting softwares, automatic calculation of taxes. So these are nothing but automation which is happening inside the organization. So these are the different types of controls, and that too which controls? Control activities. So that whatever happening inside the organization, like reporting of financial statements, operations, manual intervention, and information technology. The activities which are happening inside the organization, we are controlling them by implementing policies and procedures. So these are the types of control activities. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next, how many levels do we have? 2 levels. One is entity level and next is process level. If I am having a policy and procedure for the entire organization commonly, then it is called as entity level. If I'm having for a single process, it is called as process level. Entity level controls, broad-based controls that apply to entire organization, such as code of conduct. Now, newly I have seen on news which told me that TCS organizations are bringing a formal, yes or no, formals. They have to wear formals and only casuals are allowed on Fridays, and that too without any designs and all. You have to wear it to the organization. Now, what does that mean? Code of conduct, behavior of employees, how everyone has to behave and how everyone has to portray themselves, that is called as code of conduct. Ethical policies, which you have seen in anti-money laundering, ethical policies, ethics, organization structure, and internal audit function. So these are common for the entire organization. Everyone, whatever department you may be, everyone has to follow those commonly. Those are called as entity level controls. These controls set an overall tone and governance of the organization. Whereas what does it mean by process level controls? Only restricted to one single process, like order processing, payroll, procurement. So it is related to one different department. If we're talking about HR, we talk about payroll processing controls. If we talk about orders, then it is order processing control. If we're talking about procurement of materials, procurement approval. If we're talking about marketing, then it comes to marketing controls. So for each and every process, each and every department, if we are having a different rules, then it is called as process level. If rules are common for the entire organization, it is called as entity level controls. Clear so far? Next, internal control framework. What does it mean by framework? See, for example, how I am telling that CCTV camera should be there. See, for example, this is a room. To have a controls, then there should be a CCTV camera. Why? Because CCTV camera has already been installed somewhere and they have got benefited from it. Yes or no? So based on that, if I want to build some securities, then I am telling that locker system should be there, security camera should be there, security guard should be there, because everything has already been followed, already been implemented, and they have got benefit from it. Nothing but a benchmark. Yes or no? So if we have a benchmark which is already there for all organizations, it is called as internal control framework. An internal control framework is a standard benchmark system used to evaluate internal control. Excuse me. It helps management and auditors to assess design of controls, adequacy of controls, and operating effectiveness. So with this benchmark, organization will decide how they have to design the controls inside the organization and what kind of controls they have to build sufficient to mitigate risk, operating efficiency, how well they have to run the operations to have a actively working in practice. So this is nothing but a benchmark. So whenever we call it as a benchmark, it is called as internal control framework. Now, who will fix these internal controls inside the organization? Management. Yes or no? Now, whether everything has been properly implemented or not, internal controls are built by management. Now, whether the internal controls have been effectively implemented or not, the responsibility of checking that is with the board of directors. So, fixing internal controls is with management. Implementing it is the responsibility of board of directors. Concept 6, responsibilities of internal controls. As per Companies Act 2013, the board of directors in a limited company is responsible for ensuring that appropriate internal controls are in place. Their responsibilities include accountability to shareholders, because board of directors are directly linked with whom? Shareholders. The board acts as an agent to the shareholders and is accountable to them for ensuring proper internal controls. If there is no security, then who will come for investment in your company? If no security practices are there, then shareholders will get risk. If higher risk is there, then who will come? Yes or no? So board of directors should be accountable to the shareholders that we have proper internal controls inside the organization and the risk is being mitigated. Establishing internal controls function. Directors may establish a dedicated internal control function depending on the cost benefit analysis. So they have to do the analysis. It will be fixed by the management, but who have to implement it by doing analysis? Board of directors. Focus on control environment. Directors must ensure that appropriate control environment is created within the organization. A strong control environment is necessary for effectiveness of internal controls, which means everyone has to follow the internal controls. Building rules is easy, but making it implemented and making it followed by everyone is difficult. Whose task is it? Board of directors. Clear so far? Internal control review methods. Now, to review internal controls which are already there, how can we review? We can use by these methods. First, narrative records. We'll write everything in an essay formats, narrative way. And by that, we'll do the analysis. We'll get it. Documenting the control system in a detailed written format, narrative. Checklist. We'll write everything as a checklist. You all know checklist? We'll write everything, and whenever it is satisfied, we'll tick it. Based on that also, we can do the review, or we can write it as a questionnaire. Okay, now we have operations. Now, whether operations are running effectively or not. To know that, what we'll check? Production. Now, is the production target has been met? Questionnaire. Now, if this is met, then internal control is correct. If it is not, then internal control is not proper. Now, to run the production, we need adequate number of labors. Now, to put adequate number of workers in their effective place, whose role it is? HR department. Now, if adequate workers are there, sufficient workers are there inside the organization to work, which means HR department is working properly. If there is no sufficient workers are not there, lack of workers, lack of orders, then processing department is not working properly, HR department is not working properly. So based on questionnaires, I'll write it and I'll analyze each and everything and check whether my internal controls are proper. Or else I can go with the flow chart, diagrammatically representing the control processes to visualize the flow and identify the weakness. So these are the review methods which I can follow to review how my internal controls are there. How many review methods? 4. Narrative, checklist, questionnaire, flowcharts. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next. Internal control procedure. Now, what all will be there in internal controls? First, physical control over assets. Ensuring physically safeguarding for assets to prevent loss or theft. Physically, we have to check what all assets are there, who all are having access to it, so that there will be no loss or theft. Authorization and approval. Whatever happens inside the organization, authorization should be there, approval should be there from the management. Requiring proper authorization and approval for transactions and processes. Segregation of duties. Dividing tasks among different employees to prevent fraud and error. Management, design of controls. Designing effective control systems and procedures by management to address key risk. So they will decide how much controls should be there for the organization, and effective operational controls. Implementing controls to ensure effective and efficient operational processes. So all these are nothing but the procedures of internal controls. What all internal controls will be there? Will be there related to assets, will be there related to authorization and approval, operations, segregation of duties, and effective design of controls. Clear so far? Next, scope, nothing but the entire coverage. Internal controls can be related to administrative, related to decision-making processes, maintaining records of customer interactions by sales staff, or it can be related to operations, it can be related to financial and accounting, it can be related to compliance controls. So all these are nothing but the scope, coverage of internal controls. Internal controls can be of any other way. Structure of internal controls. Internal control system vary across organizations, influenced by factors like type and size of business. As I've told you, if I am putting rules for the entire building, the rules will be different. If I'm putting it one room, the rules will be different. So based on type and size of business, internal control will differ. Key elements and factors to consider when designing a successful internal control system. As we have seen, segregation of duties. No single person should hand it off entire transaction, so that burden of work will not be there. They'll do effective work. Second, rotation of duties should be there. Now, what is the reason behind rotation of duties? If, for example, unwillfully or willfully, I have committed any error when I am doing my work, then when will I get to know about it? After completion of my entire work, if I'm again going for verification, then I'll be able to know. Now, what if rotation of duties are there? See, for example, there is a person who is working for 9 to 5 job. Okay. Now, this person unwillfully, without knowingly, has committed an error in the production. Error in production. Now, what will happen? Right after this shift has ended, at 6 p.m., the other employee is coming to the shift. Now, whatever this work has been done, this will be handed over to the next employee to continue the work. Now, this employee has started his work, so I'll be able to identify that the error has been committed. So, if segregation of duties and rotation of duties are there, instantly we'll be able to know about the errors. So, we'll be able to rectify it immediately, rather than we'll wait till the entire completion and then we'll take the step. So, rotation of duties, regularly rotating shift duties helps in early detection of errors or frauds. Competence and integrity. Control enforcement requires skilled and trustworthy personnel. So, based on that, we'll build or will recruit the people who are trustworthy to the organization and who are competent to do the work. Appropriate levels of authority. Authority should be granted on a need-to-know basis. Now, shareholders doesn't want to know who are workers, how many workers are there, and each and every worker, what they are doing inside the organization. They doesn't want to know about it. For that only we have team leader. Yes or no? Now, team leader will check how each and every team member is working. Now, based on that, he'll collect a collective analysis and he will give about the work structure to the manager. Now, manager will talk it to the directors. And based on that, they'll give you pay scale, or they'll try to give you bonus, whatever it is there. So, there will be appropriate levels of authority based on need-to-know basis. Then, accountability. Strict action must be taken when discrepancies are noticed. If, for example, an employee has committed a mistake, who's accountable for that? Employee is accountable. If management person has done a mistake, who is accountable? Management person is accountable. So based on that, we'll have proper internal controls. If you are responsible, then you are accountable. Adequate resources. Sufficient resources are essential for effective controls, supervision, and periodic updates. Controls must be supervised and updated regularly. So all these are nothing but the structure of internal controls. Nothing but the same points will be repeated again and again. Segregation of duties, rotation, competence, integrity, accountability, same points will be there. Now, before we have seen types of control activities. Now, these are type of internal controls. Internal controls can be of three types. One, it can be preventive. Second, it can be detective, or it can be input control. What does it mean by preventive control? Before occurring of errors or frauds, I am being proactive to it, and before committing any errors or frauds, I am bringing the rules and procedures so that error should not be committed inside the organization. It is called as preventive, aims to prevent errors or frauds. What does it mean by detective control? If, for example, hacking has been happened inside the organization, or some fraudulent activity has been happened, after occurring of that, I'll bring more stringent rules so that it will not happen in the near future. That is called as detective control. Errors have been occurred. After they occur, we'll go for remediation actions, or we'll do the audit and know what is the reason behind why it has occurred. Then input controls, ensuring about the accuracy and validity of data entry. So these are the types of controls which we have. Clear so far? Any doubts? Next. Benefits, nothing but internal controls are nothing but early warning systems. It will help us to fraud prevention and avoid external audit findings. We are itself building rules so that the other person, whoever are their external auditor, they will not come and tell that error happening inside the organization. I have segregation of duties. I have rotation of duties. If error has been committed, I will know immediately. The external party, if they are coming and verifying it and letting me know, then I have to incur penalties. So here penalties also will be getting reduced. At the same time, what are limitations of internal controls? Human judgment. Now, who will build the rules? Management. Now, management is not one single person. Yes or no? There are many people. Now, I'll tell that this is the rule. The other person will tell that no, that should be the rule. Yes or no? Human intervention will be there. When human intervention is there to decide a proper internal control might take time inside the organization, and it's not a one-time process. It's a continuous process inside the organization. Control may be influenced by subjective decisions made under pressure. Breakdowns, controls can fail due to misunderstandings or mistakes. Management override. I will put the rule and I'll break the rule itself. Management itself will put internal controls and they will override. Higher personnel may bypass controls for personal gain. Collusion. Employees may collude to circumvent controls. Employees might start fighting with the management, saying that these rules are more stringent, or why we have to follow it inside the organization and all. As usually employees bring, why we have to come in formals? We are working, our costumes are not working. Yes or no? Cost versus benefit. The cost of implementing controls must not exceed the potential benefit. Internal controls, always the cost of implementing internal controls should equal to more than the benefit. So how much I am incurring cost for training or for building internal controls, the benefit of internal controls should be more. Cost should always be higher than cost should always be lower than benefit. Inefficiencies, overly complex controls can slow down the process. For example, I am telling that authorization and approval is an internal control. Yes or no? Authorization and approval is an internal control. For example, if I am asking you to complete the entire task and come for me for the approval, then it's okay. It's a reasonable deal. But if I'm telling you, whatever you are doing in each and every task, first take the decision, let me know, I'll give you approval and then go with that task. If I'm telling that, then will that task complete in 1 month or it will take huge time? It will take huge time. If for each and everything, if I need an approval, if for each and everything I need an authorization and I have to wait for that organization, is management only there to give authorizations and approvals? No, they'll have their own works. And now majorly how our entire companies, organizations will work. We can't directly go to the manager cabin and ask for the approval. No, we have to file a formal email. Then that email has to reach to the dash box. They have to open it, check it, read it, and then they have to give us a reply back mail. Now, management will not be sitting inside or in front of the laptop checking what all emails I've got. Okay, I've got email from this employee, I have to reply it back. No, they have much work, right? So whenever there are stricter internal controls, it might cause inefficiencies as well. Overly complex controls can slow down the entire process. So these could be the limitations of internal controls. So management should be in such a criteria and to avoid these limitations and implement the internal controls inside the organization. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, how these internal controls have been evaluated, nothing but the genesis or the history of internal controls. Firstly, we used to have CARO 2020. Now, CARO 2020 is also a revised version. Before, we used to have MACARO, MAOCARO. Know about that? No? Doesn't know about that? Haven't studied in law? In your law, it is there, no? No, ma'am, it is not there. Huh? It could be there, ma'am, but we don't know. See, firstly, it used to be there in 1975, Manufacturing and Other Companies Audit Reports Order 1975. Then it was revised and bought as Companies Auditors Reports Order 2003. Then it was Companies Auditors Report Order 2016. And it was again amended and bought Companies Auditors Reports Order 2020. So we have CARO, and based on that CARO, what CARO is telling, how each and every element of organization is working, they have given us a list. So based on that, the reporting has to be done. So if reporting has to be done, then proper internal controls should be there, right? So regarding internal controls, it was given in the CARO, and not only in CARO, we have also in the Companies Act 2013 related to internal controls. Companies Act 2013, Section 177 mandates the formation of audit committee for certain public companies, which must evaluate internal financial controls and risk management, review the performance of statutory and internal auditors, assess the adequacy of internal audit function, discuss significant findings with internal auditors, and investigate internal control failures or suspected fraud. So companies have to appoint audit committee, and audit committee has to check regarding internal controls as well. It is not the only criteria, but internal controls verification is also a criteria for audit committee. So internal controls has to be built because of that. Okay. Now, methods of internal control evaluation we have already seen. Narrative, checklist, questionnaire. If questionnaire is there, the questionnaire will be yes or no. So that's. Now, this could be a question, adequacy of internal control. This is an important question, tested many times. Adequacy is nothing but how internal controls will be there inside the organization. We have already seen providing the flow of work through various stages, how entire work will go with a flow. There should be a proper segregation of personal duties so that no single person can be in a position to handle whole of the work from its beginning to the end. Adequate documentation should be made at each stage of work. The transactions are recorded with appropriate amount and in timely manner, and that too as per applicable accounting policies and practices. The assets should be properly safeguarded. The access to the assets should be restricted to only authorized persons. Building up a system to locate deviations and departures from the prescribed procedures and to detect fraud and errors automatically without much loss of time. There should be an efficient management information system, minimization of loss and wastage. Employees should be encouraged to do good work and comply with the procedures. Special attention should be given to disgruntled employees. Disgruntled employees means those employees who will be very harsh to the management, doesn't follow the rules which has been bought by the management. Clear? This is what we have seen from the start of the points. The same thing will be there in the adequacy of internal controls. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, all these are the points of internal controls. Clear with internal controls? Any doubts? Now, moving on to the next, internal audit. Internal audit. What does it mean by internal audit? Examination of effectiveness of internal controls. So how internal controls are there in the organization, regarding that verification is called as internal audit. It is an independent, objective, assurance and consulting activity designed to add value and improve an organization's operations. It helps an organization accomplish its objectives by bringing a systematic and disciplined approach to evaluate and improve effectiveness of risk management, control and governance process. So what they are trying to tell, internal audit, it is an independent audit. What is the objective? Objective is to bring the assurance and consulting activity, nothing but approval, authorization, designed to add value and improve an organization operations. Why we are bringing this internal control? So that entire organization operations will run smoothly. Now, whether everything is running smoothly or not, independent verification is nothing but internal audit. It helps an organization to accomplish its objectives by bringing a systematic and a disciplined approach. I am setting rules inside the home so that there will be a disciplined approach to evaluate and improve effectiveness of risk management and control and governance process. Clear with the definition of internal audit? Internal audit is responsible for assessing internal controls to ensure compliance with predetermined standards. Nothing but internal controls are the policies and procedures which are already built. So those are the nothing but standards. Whether these standards are being followed or not, regarding that verification is internal audit. It provides independent assurance on the effectiveness of internal controls and risk management process, improving governance and helping organization achieve their objectives. So it will let us know about how effectively our internal controls are there, how effectively risk management is there, whether with the policies we'll be able to tackle the risk or we have to go with more stringent rules, and it will help organization to achieve their objectives as well. Now, what is the entire process? First, we'll appoint an internal auditor. The task of reviewing controls and its effectiveness is out by an internal auditor. The person who we are appointing is called as internal auditor. Appointment, the internal auditor is appointed by company's management or board of directors. For listed entities, the internal audit head will be appointed by the audit committee. If audit committee is there, audit committee will give recommendations and board of directors will appoint. The internal auditor reviews the controls and provides reports with the recommendations to the management for feedback and necessary actions. They'll do the verification. At last, they'll give the report. In report, they'll give the suggestions, whether these internal controls are enough or they have to be more stricter. This review helps ensure the controls are effective and aligned with the organization goals. So this is the entire process. Why we need to go for internal audit? To check accuracy of our records so that all the accounting standards are complied with, so that to know about our fraud detection and prevention, whether to check for each and every transaction approvals are there or not, to verify the only for business purpose or is it for personal purpose also, and to review about the internal controls. For verifying all these things, we are going for internal audit. Clear? Clear with objectives of internal audit? Now, procedure we have already seen. First, company will give a proposal and then it will be accepted by the internal auditor. Then they'll fix what is the scope of the entire audit assignment and what will be the remuneration which will be paid to internal auditors by audit committee or board of directors. Preparation of plan and strategy, then execution of plan and strategy. Escalate the matter of unnecessary interference in the internal audit work and non-cooperation by the auditee staff. If during the verification, if auditee staff are not cooperating, then they'll report it to the management. First, they'll give a preliminary report with observations, findings, recommendations. Then, internal auditor should report significant observations or suggestions or recommendations based on policies, process, risk, control, and transaction, which means first, after completion of entire verification, internal auditor will give a preliminary report. What does it mean by preliminary report? A base report, draft report. That draft report will be discussed with the management, board of directors. They'll tell that, okay, whatever you have built as internal controls, we have understood in certain way, and this is our suggestion, this is our observation. Then if management has got any changes to make it, they'll let us know about those changes. And if internal auditor is satisfied, the changes will be made in the report. And at last, final report will be submitted with the consideration of audit committee or board of directors or managing director. Clear with procedure? So this is the entire process or procedure of internal audit. Now, who is called as a chief internal auditor? Now, if we have an audit team, for the entire audit team, there will be an head of auditor. Yes or no? There will be 10 auditors in the team, and for the 10 auditors, there will be one head. Now, that head is called as chief internal auditor. Now, what is the major work of this chief internal auditor? They will plan entire thing and they will let us know how entire internal audit has to be done. Now, who will execute that plan? The team members who are there, they will execute the plan. As per Standards on Internal Audit 210 issued by ICMAI, the Chief Internal Auditor or the designated person who oversees the internal audit function. Key responsibilities include, they will define overall plan. Now, who will fix the plan for internal audit? Chief Internal Auditor. They will establish a plan, they will give the scope, and they will decide the methodology for internal audit on periodic basis. Monitor and oversee audit assignment. However, the internal team members are doing audit. That will be verified by this chief internal auditor. Plan and execute audit assignment, report findings and recommend actions to address risk and concerns, ensure closure of reported observation. So firstly, they will plan, and lastly, when they are giving the report will be given by chief internal auditor. In between, the entire verification will be done by team members. Staff performance and development. They will plan, engage and review the performance, training and development of their staff. So how they are doing their work. That will be reviewed by chief internal auditor. Nothing but chief internal auditor is like a manager. They'll not do any work. They'll only give work and they'll check the work. External experts. Engage and manage external experts and technical solutions if it is required. Then they'll go with stakeholder communication. Now, what do you want from us as an internal auditor? They'll communicate it and based on that, they'll do it. So these are the responsibilities or duties of a chief internal auditor. Now it comes to other internal auditors. Whatever the plan which is already decided by the chief internal auditor, that will be executed by them. Evaluate the design, proper implementation and operating effectiveness of internal controls. They will check about the internal controls. Where there is any kind of a deficiencies exist, recommend for improvements to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of controls. When required, provide an independent opinion on the presence, design, implementation and operating effectiveness of internal controls. So they give their recommendations to chief internal auditor. Chief internal auditor will prepare a report and give it to the audit committee or board of directors. Understood? Any doubts? Now, what could be the key risk? The internal auditor must review internal controls concerning the key risk. First is risk management. Test whether internal controls effectively manage the risk if they materialize, which means what should be the major focus of internal audit? They have to analyze whether the controls which are there, is it enough to mitigate the risk of organization or do they require more stringent rules or not? Then management review. The audit report should enable management to reconsider, modify or redesign their internal controls. How the report should be prepared? Report should be prepared in such a way that management, they themselves have to change the internal controls which they have built. See, for example, I am a management and I have put a policy. Now, just for a verification as a mandatory compliance, I have recruited you as an internal auditor. Now, you will come, you will let me know that whatever rule I have put is not enough and you will suggest me to change a rule. Now, if I am easygoing person, then what I'll do? I'll take that as a suggestion, I'll change it. If not, then what will happen? They'll be adamant of why we have to change it. We have a lot of experience. Yes or no? So based on that, the report has to be prepared. The auditor should consider about the management views and all, and communication, based on communication basis, they have to let management to change the internal controls if there are any deficiencies in it. Clear so far? Any doubts? Why we need internal control? To improve internal controls, to detect any errors and frauds, resource misuse prevention, so that resources will not be misused. Reliance by external auditors, so that external auditors will come, and if they want, they can use the internal audit report. Ongoing vigilance, it is not a one-time process, it is a continuous process. And for independent review. So these are the necessities of internal audit. Clear so far? Any doubts with internal audit? Now, difference between internal control and internal audit. Internal controls are nothing but methods and procedures to control the operations and to meet the organization goal, whereas internal audit is a review of effectiveness of internal controls and to suggest about the improvements. Internal control combines internal checks, internal audits. Internal audit is a part of internal control. If the internal controls are not there, where will you come audit for? Yes or no? If rules are there, then to verify the rules, we'll go for internal audit. So internal audit is a part of internal control. Internal control checks are done simultaneously with the work being performed. Whenever the works are being performed, simultaneously internal controls will be done. But internal audit, after completion of everything, will go for the verification. Work is reviewed and checked after it is completed. Internal control ensure compliance with the management policies, whereas internal audit focuses on detecting and preventing frauds in internal controls. Internal control has a broader scope. It includes internal audit. Internal audit is a part of internal control framework. Clear? So this is the difference between internal control and internal audit. Now this is nothing but a history of internal audit. Now till Chanakya period, from there itself we have audit. Okay, so this is entire history. If you want to see, you can see it. Most probably from this, the questions will not be tested. Okay, clear? So if you want, you can see this entire history. Next, related to internal audit. See this. Internal audit under Companies Act 2013. From this also a question can be tested. You have this in your law. Internal audit under Companies Act 2013. Yes or no? Yes. So based on this, the first introduction, the concept of internal audit was first introduced in Companies Act 1956. And when it was first introduced, internal audit was only mandatory for producer companies, not for all companies. It was firstly bought only for producer companies. So remember this will be tested for MCQs. Internal audit was firstly bought only for producer companies. Then internal audit was first made mandatory for certain companies under manufacturing and other companies audit report order. Then it was amended and bought as CARO 2020. Internal audit is given under which section? Section 138 of Companies Act 2013. What is given under section 138? If it is a listed company, then every listed company have to mandatorily appoint an internal auditor. Unlisted public company meeting any one of the following criteria. Either paid up share capital should be 50 crores or more during the preceding financial year. Turnover should be 200 crores or more during the preceding financial year. Outstanding loans or borrowings from banks or public financial institutions should be more than 100 crores at any time during the preceding financial year. Accepted deposits should be 25 crores or more at any time during the preceding financial year. There is one MCQ which has just tested as in section 138, what provision is given at any time can be followed in the preceding financial year. Outstanding loans and borrowings, accepted deposits. So this has been tested as an MCQ. Okay. So outstanding loans or borrowings and accepted deposits can be satisfied at any point of time in the preceding financial year. Whereas paid up share capital and turnover, preceding financial year. Paid up share capital 50, turnover 200, outstanding loans 100, accepted deposits 25. So if you want to get in an order, D, deposits 25, P, paid up share capital 50, O, outstanding loans and deposits 100, turnover 200 crores. Clear? DPOT. Now this is for unlisted public companies. If it is a private company, only two. TO, turnover should be 200 crores or more during preceding financial year. Outstanding loans or borrowing should be 100 crores at any time during the preceding financial year. So these are the limits which we have for internal audit satisfaction. This is important. Clear so far? Any doubts? Who can be an internal auditor? Internal auditor may or may not be an employee of a company. Can an employee be appointed as an internal auditor? The answer is yes. Can an independent person be appointed? The answer is yes. But when an employee is being appointed, the employee should be with a neutral perspective, which means they also should be of an independent mindset. Then internal auditor may be a chartered accountant or a cost accountant or any other profession deemed to be fit by the board of directors. But when it comes to producer companies, only a chartered accountant can be, for producer companies, only a chartered accountant can be appointed as an internal auditor. For other companies, CA, CMA or any trusted professional who has been appointed by board. But for producer companies, only chartered accountant can be appointed as a internal auditor. The scope, functioning, periodicity and the methodology will be discussed with the audit committee or board of directors, and they'll discuss and they'll fix it. For the appointment of internal auditor, companies are required to file a form MGT 14 with ROC, Registrar of Companies, within 30 days from the board's resolution in which the internal auditor has been appointed. Okay, so this is also being tested in the MCQs. Which form has to be filed? Form MGT 14. It has to be filed with whom? Registrar of Companies, and within 30 days from the board meeting in which the auditor has been appointed. A statutory auditor cannot be appointed as an internal auditor as their roles are different. Okay. So for producer companies, only chartered accountant. For other companies, CA, CMA or any qualified professional decided by board can be internal auditor. So these all you already know. Audit committee or board shall formulate a board meeting, and they have to obtain a written consent from the internal auditor, call a board meeting, issue a 7-day notice, pass a board's resolution, appoint an internal auditor, within 30 days file a form MGT 14 with the ROC and notify internal auditor about their appointment. So this is the entire process. Clear? If they are not following section 138, then a company may be fined with 10,000 rupees for non-compliance. If the non-compliance continues, the additional fee will be 1,000 per day, may be imposed up to 2 lakhs for companies and 50,000 for officers in default. So this is penalty provision. Clear? An internal auditor cannot be appointed by passing a resolution by circulation. A statutory auditor and a cost auditor cannot serve as an internal auditor of a company. Clear? Any doubts? So these are the provisions related to internal audit under Companies Act 2013, can be tested as a question. Clear with internal control and internal audit? Any doubts? So these concepts can be tested. Basic questions will be tested, as we have seen. Adequacy of internal control, or what are the objectives of internal audit, or which companies have to go for internal audit. Basic questions will be tested. So if you're just seeing the concepts which we have discussed, it will be enough for you to write the answer if it is tested from internal control and internal audit. Clear? Any doubts? So this is our unit 1, internal control and internal audit. Okay, we'll start. Audit of different service organizations. Now you've already seen this topic. Audit of different service organizations. Now, service organizations see, audit of different service organizations. Nothing but simply there are different set of service organizations which we have, like hospitals, hotels, educational institutions, cooperative societies, self-help groups, NGOs, non-government organizations, local bodies like municipalities or panchayats, government expenditure, proprietary in government audit, and commercial audit in government. So all these three are related to government audits. Okay. So these are the different service organizations which we have. And each service organization, how they have to do the audit. That is nothing but audit of different service organizations. From these audits, one audit will definitely and mandatory will be there as your question in 8B. Clear? And ma'am, what are the frequent questions which are tested? Each and every service audit has been tested. Okay? Randomly, they'll pick one audit, give it in the question. Now, most probably, you will remember the common points. Review the MOA and AOA, review the day, appointment, review the receipts and payments, books which are there. Now, these are common points which you will be able to write it down in the examination. But apart from that, what all points which are there, these are the points which you have to write it down if you want 7 out of 7 marks. If you're just writing simple points, they'll not give you 7 marks because this is not CMA Inter, this is CMA Final. Okay? Now, first we'll start with audit of hospitals. Check the letter of appointment to ascertain the scope of audit responsibilities. First, check your appointment of how you have to do the audit. Then, verify the ownership and control of the hospital or institution. First, go with the ownership. Then, examine the process such as admission, discharge, outpatient services, pathology and diagnostic tests, operation theatre services, vaccination facilities, etc. What all operations are there inside the hospital? Regarding each and every process, verify it. And review the related controls up to the stage of revenue generation. From each and every set, how much revenue is being generated. When a patient is admitted, what is the revenue being charged? When a patient is discharged, what is it? For each and every room, how much is being charged? Everything has to be verified correctly. Generally ensure that services are provided on cash terms unless otherwise permitted, which means credit facility will not be there on most hospitals. What will be permitted services? Insurance. Yes or no? Insurance could be taken not as a credit, but right after the discharge, insurance payment will not be there. So they have to do the entire process and they'll get the money in 4 or 5 days from the insurance agencies, right? So this could also be termed as a credit, but it is a permitted source. Unless otherwise permitted, it should be on a cash basis, which means right after the patient has been discharged, the amount should be there with the hospital. If it is not there, it is not actually a hospital business. So verify regarding that. Verify income from donations, special grants, interest and dividend income through supporting documents and vouch them with the reference to the investment register. Whatever the donations which you are getting, the earnings which you are getting, and how much you are investing it. Verify it, cross-verify it. Interest warrants and dividend warrants. How much interest you are getting, how much dividends you are paying. Ensure that donations, grants, funds received are for a specific purpose and they are utilized also for a specific intended purpose. Ensure that there is a clear distinction between capital expenditure and revenue expenditure. Verify adherence to the standard operating procedures with respect to expenses, both capital expenditure and operational expenditure. So what is the expenditure which I am incurring for capital equipment and for operation equipment separately? That has to be recorded separately. Examine the internal check system relating to purchases, issue of stores, medicines and medical equipments. So how much purchases are happening and how much money you are incurring for those purchases, whether expiry dates and all, how it is there, check everything. Verify the appointment of staff and visiting specialist doctors. Examine the payment of salaries and professional fees to ensure proper recording and validation of expenditure. Physically verify investment, fixed assets and inventories such as medicines and medical supplies. Check the correctness of capitalization of assets, appropriateness of depreciation rates applied, and verify the value shown in the books of accounts. So whatever it is there in the books, verify everything properly. So these are the points which you have to write for audit of hospitals. Whatever points which you remember for CMA Inter are simple points, but you can't write those. You have to write these points. Clear? Any doubts? Next, audit of hotels. Quality of service is the essence of hospitality sector. It is a service oriented industry. Hotel is nothing but hospitality. So it is a service oriented industry. Hotel business involves handling large cash transactions, maintaining stock of food and raw materials, ensuring customer service, and preventing customers from leaving without settling dues. If, for example, you are going to a hotel and not paying amount, then what will happen? Get out. Either that utensils washing are only in the movies, not in current or in a reality. Either they'll take something from you in a value, like your gold chains or your gold bracelets or your bike keys. They'll ask you to bring the payment and take that back. Yes or no? Without settling dues, you can't go out from the hotels. Internal control system should be addressed, whether there is any revenue leakage, pilferage of food and utensils, prompt cash or bank collections, proper billing as per services and tariffs, issue and consumption controls, proper use of bar and other licenses. If, for example, in the hotels itself, there is a room stays, then regarding that rooms also separate register has to be maintained. If there is a bar, lounge, if there is banquet halls, for each and everything separate registers has to be maintained, and for each and everything the amount has to be maintained separately. Procurement as per quality norms and market rates. However, you're purchasing and however you're billing it to the customer should be based on market rates. Then effectiveness of arrangements for cash receipts and payments, procedures for purchase and stocking of commodities and provisions, procedures for billing customers for room service, telephone and laundry, etc. System for recording and custody of edibles, wines, cigarettes, crockery, cutlery, linen, furniture, carpets. See, for example, whenever you go to hotels, usually what we do, we'll bring all the bed sheets, whatever they give it as sachet packets or whatever it is there, like soap, shampoos, whatever they have in their room, unless otherwise it is not so much visible. If we are packing it, we'll pack everything, right? But mostly hotels, few hotels will put that for customers. So you can take that away. In such a way they'll put it. But few hotels will not be like that. Now they have to take proper care about their crockery, cutlery. Crockery means the utensils which they use. Cutlery means which we use for eating. Okay. And linen, the bed sheets, whatever it is there. Furniture, carpets, so that the carpets, pillows, pillow covers, they'll not roll it and put it and go away. They have to properly maintain the record. Okay. Next, verify grade-wise room tariff, whether it is ordinary, luxury or super luxury. Check front office booking records with billing desk. What is there in the desk, how much amount is there, and what is recorded in the books. Ensure billing for room service, mini bar items, laundry, and sports facility. For each and everything, the cost is separate. Yes or no? For maintaining room service, we have to give separate cost. For maintaining mini bar, or if there is a pool, for maintaining that pool, laundry services, everything will have separate costs. So everything has to be recorded separately. Verify guest register to confirm correct charging for number of days has been stayed. So if they have stayed for 10 days should be there in the record. Investigate differences between standard tariff and charged tariff. What is actual tariff rate and how much you have charged to the customers. Reconcile payment through cash, card, foreign exchange, checks, RTG payments or NEFT payments with bill values. However they are making the payments and however you have got the cash, based on that do the verification. Then verify daily room occupancy report, check check-in and check-out records, reconcile total sales with total bills issued at the sales points. Bill should be matched with the sales report. Verify food bills with kitchen order token. Based on kitchen orders, verify what is the amount you have received in the kitchen. Check signed customer copy as evidence of consumption. Verify charges for other facilities with usage tokens and tariff. If any other facilities you are providing, then for that you have to charge separately. Ensure customer settles bills before leaving or within credit period. Verify utensils purchased and issued to kitchen or housekeeping, whether utensils they are using there itself or they are taking home. Those also have to be verified. Compare food and beverage stocks with kitchen and store records. Conduct periodic physical verification, sometimes on a surprise basis. Verify procurement and issue of food items to the kitchen. Match kitchen orders with the guest orders. Record stale or outdated food discharge. If what we say, expiry foods are there, whether those are being discharged or whether they are continuingly being utilized, those also have to be verified. Ensure proper documentation of stock movement. Stock keeper record for stock movement records. So based on stock records, store area should be logged with the restricted access. Maintain key holder registered, who is having a key, who is holding the key. Prevent unauthorized persons from entering store area. Some hotels appoint professional valuers for stock counting. So regarding that also maintain a record. Ensure periodic physical verification and valuation. Auditors should attend verification at least partly. It should not be done entirely by them. Auditor also have to verify. Ensure year-end stock valuation. So what is year start? What is entire stock valuation record? And what is year-end stock which is left out? Maintain fixed assets register with installation date, cost, description and useful life. Verify proper depreciation is maintained. Ensure register is regularly updated. Maintain section-wise or cost center-wise details. Include manpower, maintenance expenses, wages, managerial expenses, used for cost analysis and decision making. Verify records of casual labor who have been employed. Check automated attendance and time recording system. Verify how much wage you are paying. If they are on leaves, the wage should be cut down. So based on that, whether you are paying or not, verify it. Monitor cost and revenue comparison for facilities, like example, swimming pool, golf course, spa, if there is there, for each and everything, whether you're maintaining records or not, verify it. Verify compliance with the statutory laws. Check foreign exchange regulations for foreign tourists. For example, if you have a room booking and if someone is coming from a foreign country, then you will have a link up with the agencies there. So they'll directly book it from there itself. See, for example, if you're going to a tour to a Ooty, in the Google itself, you'll book a room, stay, right? Now, how you're booking it? Through an agent. So for that agent, we have to give commission. Whether the commission, whatever you are giving, is it based on the policy which you have created or not? Verify everything. Track stock consumption to customer bill. Verify payments to foreign collaborations, as I've told you, agents. Check agency commission agreements and brand payments. Compare expenses and receipts with the previous year figures. So that are you improving or are you not improving? To know that, do all the audits. Verify income from auditorium, banquet hall, shops, boutiques, events, marriage functions. If all are there in hotels, everything are covered here. Ensure customer ledgers. Ensure all charges are recorded and recovered. Calculate occupancy rate. Compare rates with similar hotels at the previous year. Investigate about the deviations if there is any there. Verify expenses for painting, decoration, renovation. Verify money recovery from travel agents as per credit terms. Check commission paid to travel agents with agreements. If there are any travel agents, then regarding that. Verify stock control of linen, crockery, cutlery, which we have already seen. And verify restaurant bills with kitchen order. Ensure all applicable taxes are included in customer bills. Your bill will be this much, but tax will be that much. Whether everything is there or not, and whether if you are charging higher taxes, that also verify. Verify computation and payment of salaries and wages with the number of employees, so that payroll frauds will not be there. Clear? So all this will be done in the audit of hotels. Then audit of educational institutions. Now, if you are going based on constitution, examination of basic constitution of institution, this is examination of institution and this is examination of students. So firstly, for institution, review the formation and governance. Examine the documents related to the institution's formation, its affiliation, its management structure. Review trust deed, regulations, university acts, if it is coming under any university, for compliance with fund monitoring, donation and expenditure approval. Check the minutes of governing body meetings for resolutions affecting financial matters, including bank account operation and expense approval. What is your bank account? How much you are expending? So both bank account and expenditure account should match. Grant management, confirm grant receipts with necessary documentation and ensure compliance with the correct accounting for grant usage. If subsidy, incentive grants you are receiving as a government schemes, then you have to implement it for an intended purpose. Review financial statements, ensure completeness and accuracy in the receipts and payments, and verify fund and bank balances. Then verify compliance with the statutory deposits like PF, taxes, affiliation fees, filing requirements, whatever you take as donation fees when you're getting a student registered, whether everything is properly maintained or not, verified. When it comes to student, verify the student register, what is the name, address, Aadhaar, fee, structure, etc. and match with the bank statements to ensure accuracy of fee collection. Reconcile fees collected with counterfoil receipts and follow up on unpaid fees. Ensure timely updates to the student register for dropouts, transfers, or discontinuations. Verify fee condonation approval. See, for example, condonation fees. Do you know about condonation? Yes. What does that mean? Concession in the fees. This condonation approval, which is being given by the management. See, for example, if you haven't made any fees, then approval will be given. Okay, you need not pay about it. Whenever you are being approved or being joined in the institution itself. See, for example, the institution fees is 10,000 rupees and you are from a lower background and you are going to the management and talking and taking some concession. And if some concessions are given, then regarding that, record should be maintained and that verification has to be done of how much fees has been recovered from them. And reconcile receivables with the received fees. Track and categorize other collections like admission fee, late fee, transfer charges under appropriate account heads. Ensure hostel dues are settled before closing students' accounts and caution deposits are adjusted or refunded. Review rental income, bank interest from fixed deposits and verify relevant supporting documents. So these are the audit which has to be done for educational institutions. Clear with educational institutions? Any doubts? Now everything, I'll just go on reading, you just have to listen, that will be there. Okay. Now you have to sit, study, revise multiple times to attempt in the examination. Clear? నేను అనుకున్న మేడం చెప్పేశారు అని అన్నావా? అదేనా? అందులో ఎక్స్ప్లెనేషన్కి ఏముంది? ఏం లేదు, చదువుకోవాలంతే. You have to sit and study. Nothing is there for explanation. Now, audit of cooperative societies. Everyone know about cooperative societies? Yes. The audit of cooperative societies involve unique consideration as outlined in the Cooperative Societies Act. So whatever it is there in the act, whether everything is followed or not, regarding that verification has to be done. Examination of overdue debts. If debt is given, if there is overdue, then regarding that, classify overdue debts into categories like 6 months, 5 years, over 5 years. If it is over 5 years, it is bad debts, will not get it. So based on that, do the verification. Report on classification, assessing whether provisions for doubtful debts are adequate, whether you have maintained provisions or not, verify. Analyze trends in overdue debts in relation to working capital and loans. Whether if you have taken any loans, then regarding that loans and working capital loans. Evaluate actions taken for recovery and the status of legal proceedings. If there are any legal proceedings related to cooperative societies, then what is the status of those legal proceedings? Regarding that also verification has to be done. If there is any overdue interest, exclude overdue interest from the calculation of outstanding interest. Nothing but we have to pay interest. It's outstanding and overdue. So we'll try to manage it. Nothing but out-calculate it. While determining profit, overdue interest pertains to amounts where the principal is overdue, where you have already paid the interest. Certification of bad debts. Bad debts must be certified as irrecoverable by the auditor before they can be written off. So before closing it, consider it as bad debts, record it as bad debts, it will not be received, and then close. Against bad debt funds or reserve fund, the managing committee must authorize write-offs where no legal requirement exists. If, for example, in the policy of cooperative societies itself, writing off is there, then write-off will be done. If it is not, then permission has to be taken from the managing committee and then write-off will be done. Valuation of assets and liabilities. Follow general accounting and auditing principles for asset valuation. Verify existence, ownership and valuation of assets. Ensuring fixed assets are valued at a cost minus depreciation basis. Liabilities should be accurately recorded. All known liabilities are accounted for. Even when you know that liability is about to arise, record it now itself. Assess how well the cooperative societies has met its objectives. Ensure expenditures are justified and there is no wastage of funds. Avoid middlemen by ensuring direct purchases from the wholesalers whenever it is possible. So regarding that, verification has to be done. Identify any infringements of the Cooperative Societies Act, whether you are complying with the Act, rules, bylaws. If you are following it, then it's okay. If you're not following it, then why there is a deviation. Regarding that, verification has to be done. Examine entries in the members' passbook for loan transaction and repayments. If any loans are given to the members, regarding that, verification has to be done. Confirm loan balances personally to ensure accuracy and prevent manipulation. Special reports to the registrar. If there is any kind of a serious issue in cooperative societies, which means the law itself they are not following, or if there is any kind of misuse of funds, manipulation of accounts, then directly it has to be reported to the registrar. See, personal profiteering by management committee members, fraud related to expenses, purchases of properties, mismanagement that contradicts cooperative principles, inappropriate lending practices to related parties. If these kind of things happening in the cooperative society, then auditor has to verify it and directly report it to the registrar of companies. Classify the society based on performance criteria set by the registrar. Management can appeal the classification if they are dissatisfied with it and prompting for a review. After filing the case with the registrar of companies saying that these are not happening good by the management, if after that register has stated anything, based on that the auditor has to verify whether the things which have been told by the registrar, whether everything is being followed correctly or not. If, for example, if registrar of companies will tell something that management is not doing work properly, if management are not satisfied, they can put it as a dissatisfaction and they can go for appeal. Clear so far? Any doubts? So this is about the audit of cooperative societies. And this is about formation. This is about rights and duties, which is there in our book. If you want, you can write it, or you can just write it about audit of cooperative societies, which we have seen. Next, self-help groups. Know about self-help groups? Now, these are the groups which are majorly bought in rural areas for development of women, poor women, so that they will stand on their own legs, or they'll get into know about some savings. Okay. So to have savings culture in the poor women in the rural sectors, the self-help groups have been started. The self-help group movement in India has emerged as a pivotal strategy for empowering rural communities, especially poor women and marginalized groups. Here is an overview of key elements of how the auditing approach should be there. First, financial intermediation. SHGs serve as a unique model that combines self-management with access to affordable financial services. Now, if, for example, a common rural people, we doesn't know whether they have Aadhaar cards or not. Now, without proper proofs, they can't go to bank accounts and open bank accounts, right? Now, what is the main purpose of opening a bank account? For savings. Now, if we have bank account, we can go for savings. Now, what related to rural women? They can't go for savings, right? So, to bring that savings culture into rural society, they have started self-help groups. So, without common documents also, just by books, they'll give some books, notes and all. By that, they'll open savings accounts for them. And if some kind of loans are required to them, loans will be given. So everything will be done in this SHG movement, self-help group movement. The focus is on both social and economic development for the women members. SHGs are formed with the support of government initiatives or NGOs, non-government organizations. They connect not only with banks, but also with the broader development programs to enhance their impact. So what SHGs will do? SHGs will actually get in touch with bank. Now, whatever the functions which is done by bank, the same is done by SHG. But the rules which are followed by bank is different. The SHG's rules are much lenient to only rural people. SHGs offer a significant economic benefits such as access to credit. If they need any loans, then for rural women, loans will be given. Savings, if they want to save money, they can do it. And income generating activities. So they will let know about income generating. Like if you come and invest in the bank, if you have 10,000 rupees, give it to us and we'll give you this much of interest. So that is called as income generating activities. They foster social empowerment by promoting collective decision making and enhancing social status of women. Just by making them invest in that particular SHG, put their money, interest they'll get. So just as a saving and to empower women, SHGs has been started. Now, how this entire audit will be done, as this is only there for rural development people, the books of accounts will not be there for SHGs, yes or no? Now, what the books will be there, the reports or the cards which they give to the woman, that is only the record, right? So we can't take them in an online format. Online formats will not be there. Their network itself will not be there in the rurals, in some rural areas. So how it will be done? Mostly the audit will be done based on field balance sheet approach, which means they'll go to the field. Auditors will go to the field where that SHG is located. They'll talk with that rural woman of what they are doing and how they are doing. And based on that, they'll prepare a balance sheet of what are assets, what are liabilities. Conduct a preliminary examination of group level records, including the cash book, review members' passbook to verify the accuracy of data entries and postings. The book which is maintained by SHG and the book which is given to the people. The both books will be collected and verified on a field. Second, the auditors prepare a field balance sheet based on SHG's internal records aimed at assessing retained earnings. So what is the benefit which SHG is getting? Is it a normal benefit? If it is a huge benefit, which means manipulation is going on. So to know that, this kind of a balance sheet will be prepared. Nothing but same assets and liabilities, they'll prepare it. Like what is cash in hand, what is cash in bank, what is a loan outstanding with the members, which they have to pay it back if credit is given. What is the fixed deposit they have made and how much interest we are giving to them. And what is the fixed assets. Voluntary savings, if they have come and done the savings, then we have to pay that back. So it is our liability. External loan outstanding, if we doesn't have, SHG doesn't have the amount. So they have taken loan from any bank. So regarding that liability, what is the equity? Compulsory saving and retained earnings. What is the retained earnings of SHG? So regarding that, balance sheet will be prepared. Then auditor conducts a private interview with 25% of total members to validate the information. So to actually know whether the SHGs are working for rural women empowerment or not, they'll actually talk with 25% of women who are there as members. They'll conduct a meeting and they'll talk and understand about the scenario. If they have understood and proper decision making pattern is there within the group, then they'll accept it. If they doesn't understood that, then what they'll do, if serious issues are identified during the audit, the auditor holds a meeting with the entire group for further discussions and clarifications. Upon completion of audit, the auditor summarizes any weak practices that could be jeopardize savings, which means savings are less, whereas the SHG's retained earnings are more, which means they are not working for the development of women, right? So based on that, they'll do the verification and affect record reliability. Recommendations for better practices are provided. Clear? So this is how audit will be done for self-help groups. Clear with self-help groups? Understanding? What happened, Trimurtulu? Doubt? Huh? Now, audit of NGOs, non-government organizations. NGO can be formed by Societies Registration Act, Indian Trust Act, or Companies Act 2013 under Section 8. When planning the audit of NGO, the auditor should focus on the following aspects. What they have to focus on? First, understand what is that NGO mission. For what purpose that NGO has been formed. What is its vision? What is its operational area? And the environment in which it operates. For what purpose it has been formed and what it is doing. Next, review the legal formation of NGO, under which act they have been formed, including its MOA, AOA, rules and regulations. Examine the NGO's organization chart financial and administrative manuals, project or program guidelines, and any requirement from funding agencies. If there are any trust which are giving funds to NGOs, then regarding that also follow. Review the minutes of meetings from the board, managing committee, or governing body to understand decisions that impact financial records. What kind of meetings are happening inside NGO and how decisions they are taking. Regarding that, review has to be done. Assess the existing accounting system, procedures, internal controls, and internal checks for their applicability and effectiveness. So what all controls are there inside the NGO? Regarding that, verify it, whether are there sufficient or not. Regarding that, suggestions will be given by the auditor after doing all the verification. Now, audit program, in the entire audit program, what all will be verified? Corpus fund. Everyone know about the corpus fund? What does it mean by corpus fund? Corpus fund. Not fund which is given for trust. It can be given to NGO as well, because of which we are doing it. Corpus fund is nothing but the fund which is given for an intended purpose. Okay, that is called as corpus fund. And reserves, which are already there with the NGO, earmarked funds, which means corpus fund will be given for intended purpose, and they'll tell that has to be expended within a specified period, but it could have been not expended. So what we'll do, we'll allocate it and put it in a separate account, which is called as earmarked funds, which means we have already marked that this is for intended purpose and this has to be completed within a year or within 3 months or within 5 months. Earmarked funds. Project or agency balances, if you're maintaining any project balances, which means that donation has been given for 10 lakh rupees and it is given for an intended purpose of building a hospital. And we have built an hospital for 9 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees is a balance. So based on that, we'll put a project balance. So they have given this much of donation, and from that we have incurred this much of expenditure, and this is the balance from that particular project. Then loans, if they have taken any loans, what are the fixed assets, investments, cash in hand, bank balance, stock in hand. Regarding all these things, verification will be done based on NGO audit. Clear so far? Any doubts? Then regarding income receipt verification will be done. If there are NGO members, and for NGO members also loans can be given, but only to the specific limit. So whether the loans are given under that specific limit or not, regarding that verification will be done. Verify agreements and grant letters to ensure proper accounting for funds received. Ensure foreign contributions are deposited in a designated foreign contribution bank account. If from foreign countries we are receiving any contributions, then that has to be given in a separate foreign bank account. If there are any fundraising programs, then how much fund has been raised, for what purpose you have raised fund, and for what purpose you have utilized. Regarding that, you have to verify. Membership fees, check fees against the membership register and ensure correct classification of fees has been received. Subscription, if you have any subscription, then at what amount you have put the subscription, is it valid or not? Regarding that, and regarding interest and dividends. Regarding everything, you have to verify. Excuse me. పర్లేదు. అయిపోయింది, ఇంకా 2 కాన్సెప్ట్సే ఉన్నాయి. లోకల్ బాడీస్ అండ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆడిట్. Health is not affected, it's just a cough. Okay, next concept number 8, audit of local bodies. Class అయిన తర్వాత తినడానికి వెళ్దాం. రేపు వెళ్ళిపోతాలే. Next, audit of local bodies. Local bodies are responsible for local planning. Like local bodies can be of 2. One is rural local bodies, మా ఆయన గురించి నేను చూసుకుంటాలే, మీరే ఎక్కువ సిగ్గుపడుతున్నారు నాకంటే. Next, local bodies can be classified into two. One is rural local bodies and the next is urban local bodies. What will be done by these panchayats and municipalities? Panchayats and municipalities, they'll collect the funds from the entire village and they'll use it for what purposes? For the development of the village, like constructing roads, building water tanks, or whatever the requirements they need. So local bodies are nothing but panchayats and municipalities. Okay. What are the salient features of financial administration of local bodies? First, what is the objective? Ensure financial accountability and controls expenditure. When they are collecting funds from the public, they have to utilize very carefully. Yes or no? Now, that will not usually happen in the municipalities. They'll collect as a fund, but they'll utilize it on a more. They'll show it as a more. Expenditure ceiling under revenue and capital heads. There will be expenditure ceiling. See, for example, if I'm going to a shop for purchasing a cloth, max to max, how much can I incur? Max to max, how much can I expend for a cloth in a shop? 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, I'll get a cloth. Can I go and purchase the same cloth for 1 lakh rupees? Yes, I can do it. Now, if for example, I am utilizing the public funds, how careful I have to be? I should not be lenient that, okay, these are public funds only. No. Now, as a municipality head, what I'll do? I'll write in the books of accounts saying that I have utilized 5 crore rupees for road construction. But will 5 crore rupees take for road construction? The answer is no. So based on that, whether the verification, whether the expenditure are being done based on a ceiling limit or not, regarding that verification has to be done. Then funds must be raised and spent according to the rules and authorizations by the legislature or council. At higher levels of government, there is a clear distinction between legislative and executive power. In local bodies, legislative powers resides in the council, while executive powers are delegated to the officers like commissioners. So there will be council as well as commissioners. So what council will decide? Council will decide what will be the amount which can be raised and amount which can be spent. And what commissioners has to do? They have to look up whether this is being expended correctly or not. Regular revenue and expenditures are generally managed by the executive wing, but legislative sanction is needed for special cases. Like if you want to go for property tax reduction, security deposit refund, then you have to go to the special case. Legislative sanction you have to get. But other than that, if you want to go for any development of local areas, then you can directly go with the council, raise funds, and based on that, you can expend it. Municipal accounting has historically used a cash-based system, but recently they also charge to accrual basis. They also changed to accrual basis. Use of subsidiary and statistical registers for taxes, assets, and checks. Each and everything, proper records have to be maintained. Separate vouchers for each transaction type. Mandatory monthly bank reconciliation. Periodic submission of summary reports to regional and state authorities because they are expending public money. So regarding that, the record has to be, summary record has to be given to whom? State authorities, that this much we have collected and this much we have expended and this much we have as a fund in our balance. Now, how the audit program will be there? Verify that all expenditures have been sanctioned by the competent authorities. Ensure that expenditures align with the provisions and regulations established by the competent authorities, which means whatever you are doing should be done based on proper authority verification. Evaluate whether various schemes, programs, and projects are being run economically and whether their objectives are being met or not. If you are running a project, the project should be done in a specific criteria, which means if a project budget you have fixed as 40 crores, that doesn't mean that you have to entirely expend 40 crores. The budget is 40 crores. You have to try to do expenditure less than 40 crores. So based on that, whether the local bodies are functioning or not, regarding that verification has to be done by the auditor. Clear so far? Any doubts? So this is about the local bodies. Then related to government expenditure. Concept number 9, concept number 10 and concept level 11. Three are related concepts and three concepts are related to government audit. Now see, audit of government expenditure. Who will do the audit of government expenditure? CNAG, Controller and Auditor General of India. Government expenditure audit is a critical component of public financial management, which means how the government are getting funds, how the government is getting money through taxes. Whose money is that? Public money. Now, what usually government should do? We'll talk about should do. Now, whenever they have to collect taxes, they are collecting it in a stricter way, right? Now, whenever they have to go for an expenditure, the roads will not be proper. But in records, they'll show us this much amount has been allocated in the budget for road constructions. Will roads be proper? The answer is no. They'll tell that these many projects are going to be started in the upcoming years. But will that projects be started? The answer is no. They'll fix for each and every category. For example, for hospitals, for healthcare, or for arms and ammunition, for military power, they'll execute each and everything. The budget will be executed, but is that properly being utilized or not? Regarding that, audit will be done by a Controller and Auditor General of India. It aims to ensure that the government funds are utilized efficiently, effectively, and in accordance with the law. So what all will be done? Audit against rules and orders. Ensure that all expenditures comply with the relevant statutory provisions and financial regulations. The auditor verifies that the expenditure aligns with the established financial rules set forth by the competent authorities. Which means if you're doing an expenditure, you have to get the approval from the relevant authority. So whether you're getting that approval and based on that approval, you're expending or not. Regarding that, verification will be done by the auditor. Audit of sanctions. Verify that each item of expenditure is authorized by competent authority based on sanction basis. Which means even if the budget has been allotted, in budget it will be allotted like 400 crores rupees have been allotted for this particular segment. But for which project, how much expenditure should be taken from that 400 crores will be given as a sanction. That sanction will be given by that appropriate authority. Whether for each and every expenditure sanction is there or not there. Regarding that, verification will be done by the auditor. If, for example, the sanction has been made, whether that is a general sanction or a special sanction, regarding that also verification has to be done. Audit against provision of funds. Confirm that there are adequate funds available for the expenditure incurred. The auditor ensures that the expenditure does not exceed the allocated budget and is made from the authorized funds. Proprietary audit. What does it mean by proprietary audit? See, for example, when government are doing the expenditure, ఏంటిది సాయిబాబా స్తోత్రంలా అనిపించింది నాకు అది ఓ బాలీవుడ్ సాంగ్ Thursdays there will be Sai Baba Stotram coming. It's like that. Okay. See here. What does it mean by proprietary audit? Proprietary audit means, for example, if I am taking your money, 1,000 rupees, and if I'm going to a shop, I have to expend that 1,000 rupees in such a way, thinking that how I would have expended if it's my own money. That is called as proprietary audit. Usually governments will not do like that, but proprietary audit tells that government has to do the expenditure thinking in mind that they are doing the expenditure from their own pockets. So they have to be very careful and do the expenditure in such a way. Evaluate the appropriateness and rationale behind the expenditure. The auditor assess whether expenditures have been incurred with a due regard to financial propriety, aiming to identify improper or avoidable spending. Or always they have to do the unavoidable spending, which means the spending is actually required. Only then they have to do it. If it is avoidable, then they can avoid it, even if it confronts to the existing rules. The focus is on economy, wisdom, and effectiveness of the transaction. That is called as proprietary audit, which means if I am incurring 10 rupees as an expenditure, that should be a worthful expenditure. and that should be the best expenditure which is being incurred by the government. If it is avoidable, then avoid it. It's not required. If it is avoidable, it is not the required expenditure. That is called as proprietary audit. That's the way the government has to do the expenditure. And regarding that, auditor will do the verification. Next, performance audit. Assess the efficiency and effectiveness of government programs, schemes, and projects. This involves examining whether large financial expenditures yield the desired results and identify opportunities for greater economy and effectiveness. If, for example, you are doing any project, the project should either help in economic way or either it should help in effectiveness, which means the growth of that particular area. If it is not even giving growth, or if it is not even giving the economy growth, which means no opportunities are there, then it's of no use, right? For example, if we take, recently they have bought in Tamil Nadu, I'm talking because I usually see the politics of that. They have bought a sanction saying that they will expend some crores of rupees just to build a statue. That too not a statue of a person, of Karunanidhi's pen. The pen which they have used when they were alive. For that pen, they wanted to build a statue. And for that, they have given a sanction amount of crores and crores of rupees. But it was not built because all the people of Tamil Nadu were against it. Why have to build a statue? See, for example, if there is a big human being who has contributed everything to the society, then if you're building a statue for them, okay, it's worthwhile. But why we have to build a statue for a pen? Right? So this kind of things can happen. That is called as performance audit. Even if you are allocating the expenditure, it should be worthwhile expenditure. If it is not a worthwhile expenditure, then why the use of it? What's the use of it? Even if there is a sanction, even it has been sanctioned by an appropriate authority, it is not required for the public. If it is not required for public, it is not a right government expenditure. So regarding that, auditor will do the audit. Clear so far? Any doubts? Performance audits provide insights into the operational efficiency of programs and suggest the improvements. Whether the program is good or not, and whether you have to improve or not improve, regarding that, auditor will let the government know about it. Clear so far? Any doubts? Now, what are the powers of CNAG? They'll direct how the audit should be done. They'll go for supplementary or test audits in the between. Information requirements, whenever they want additional information from the government, they can get additional information. And commentary on audit reports. Based on entire verification, they'll report it to the governments of how they are doing the expenditure. So these are the powers which are there with Controller and Auditor General of India. Clear? Next, concept number 10, this is what we have seen as the single point, proprietary audit. Proprietary audit is nothing but the audit which is done to know whether the expenditure which has been incurred, is it worthwhile expenditure or not. If it is avoidable, then it can be avoided. Whether the expenditure which has been expended, is it the best expenditure which they could do or not. That is called as proprietary audit. Proprietary audit is a specialized audit which focuses, that examines whether public funds are being spent appropriately and in alignment with the established standards of financial proprietary. While expenditures made conform to existing rules and regulations, proprietary audits seek to uncover instances of improper, avoidable, or infractious spending. Which means, is that proper spending? Is it worthwhile spending? Is it avoidable? If it is avoidable, it's not required. And if it is infractious spending, is it based on proper thinking, based on proper analysis and decision making, whether the spending has been done, or is it just a random spending? So regarding all these things, we'll do the audit in a proprietary audit. Expenditure justification. Expenditure should not exceed what is necessary for the occasion. Public officers are expected to exercise the same level of prudence in spending public money as an ordinary person would do with their own funds. That is called as proprietary audit. If I have 1,000 rupees, how carefully I would have spent it. Based on that only, the officers also should spend the public money. That is called as expenditure justification. The focus is on avoiding excessive or unjustified expenditure. Avoidance of conflict of interest. Authorities should not approve expenditures that directly or indirectly benefit themselves. Personal benefit should not be there. When you are using public money, use it for public benefit rather than personal benefit. Then restrictions on personal benefit. Public funds should not be used for benefit of individual or a special group unless specific conditions are met. The expenditure is insignificant. The claim can be legally enforced. The spending aligns with recognized policies or customs. Allowances like travel allowances should be regulated to prevent them from becoming a source of profit for the recipients. See, for example, as do we have the expenditures which are made to certain set of communities inside the India? Yes or no? Now, why it is being done? Even it is being given to a specific group of people, it is given under the policy, it is given under the custom, it is given under the law. Those kind of specific group expenditures are permitted. But unless otherwise it is for personal benefit, it should not be permitted. So that is called as proprietary audit. Clear so far? Any doubts with proprietary audit? Understood? Next, audit of commercial accounts, like how the audit should be done when the government is there, like if government is following them, then how the audit should be done. Departmental enterprises, these are commercial and trading operations managed like other government departments, include defense factories or mints. Like for example, factories, defense factories, arms and ammunitions, the military control factories which are there. Now those are also controlled by government, yes or no? But those are not government factories. Those are defense factories, armies factories, but those are also controlled by the government. Now regarding this audit also should be done as if it is a government audit. Statutory corporations, if it is a government company, then those also should be done based on government audit. Created by specific statutes and governed by the respective laws, like LIC, Life Insurance Corporation, and OMC, Oil Marketing Companies, and government companies incorporated under Companies Act 2013. So these are commercial accounts of government. These are not directly government, but these are controlled by government. Now, what all which are controlled by government, those also have to be done as if it is a government audit. Clear so far? Any doubts? So these are the different set of service audits which we have in audit of different service organizations, unit 3. Compulsory question will be tested. Ma'am, what do you have to do? By heart it. No other option for this particular topic. Because even though if you want to understand and learn, whatever I told you, that will only be there. Nothing more than that you will be able to understand it from it. So try to learn, revise, practice, like write and practice so that you'll remember all the points. Clear so far? Any doubts? So if we see the target which we have completed, till yesterday we have completed 56 marks target. Now, evaluation of corporate image, as I've told you, MQP 1 question can be tested, 7 marks. Internal control and internal audit, 1 7 marks. Audit of different service organizations, 1 7 marks. 21 marks today. 56 plus 21 plus 30. More than 100 marks have been completed. So with this, whatever we have seen, what questions you will be able to write it in the examination. Wait. So you will be able to write 2A, 2B, second question completely you will be able to attempt it. 3A, cost auditor question you will be able to attempt it. 3B, if you want to write the third question, you have to focus on 3B. For 3B, you have to focus 4 topics. Okay. In that, if I have to tell you, preparation and filing of cost audit report unit 8 can be tested, or cost audit program can be tested. So these are the 2 topics which are frequently being tested. So focus on those 2 topics if you want to write third question. Then 4A and 4B, cost accounting standards, 2 practical questions we have discussed. 5A, value addition or profit reconciliation or financial position, 1 practical question you will be able to write 5A. Forensic audit, we have completed 5th question completely, 4th question completely, 2nd question completely. Then 6A, Anti-money laundering, you'll be able to write it down. 6B, you'll not be able to write it down because it is related to management audit, like basics of management audit, management reporting issues and analysis, or management audit of different functions. Now, this question 7A or 7B can be tested related to evaluation of corporate image. Now, from these two topics, any one question can be tested for 7 marks in evaluation of corporate image, which we have discussed today. And 8B question, internal audit, internal control, we have discussed. So I'll be able to write 8A question. 8A question, you'll be able to write it down. Next, audit of different service organizations, 8B. So completely you will be able to write second question, fourth question, fifth question, and eighth question. And 3A you will be able to attempt it. 6A you will be able to attempt it. Now in third question and sixth question, which you will be able to decide it, based on that your preparation should be there. Clear? I have given you clear-cutly 4 questions. Now what will be a fifth question based on your preparation? If you want to focus on section B more, go for sixth question. If you want to focus on section A more, go for third question. Clear? Any doubts? 30 marks MCQs along with management reporting issues and analysis practical. Last 5 practicals will be given to you as a separate video in the YouTube channel before the examinations. Clear? Any doubts? So successfully we have completed our exam oriented batch for cost and management audit. Thank you everyone for being very patient in the class and being at least responding to few questions which I have asked. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys after the exams. All the very best for your examinations. Till your exams and even after exams, you have my number. Whenever you have any query and whenever you need any support, I'll be there for you. So you can ask, not only related to cost and management audit, related to any other issue. If you have, you can directly come to me. I'll help you as I could. Okay? So that's it. Bye.